HPX LOTM, please call me Mr. Error. By author, Hoin_Kyoma. Chapter 401-440. Loki closed his eyes as all his memories with Laura flashed past his eyes. She did get angry with me for a few seconds once I told her that I knew a way to get her husband back. Is she really not acting? Has she truly lost her mind? Loki didn't know what to do, and that was when one of his first memories with Laura flashed in his focus. It was the time Laura had assigned Loki the mission to find her husband. And Loki remembered just how calm she had been during the entire time she told him about it. Is she just acting? Single quote. Do I do it then? Loki wondered as he looked at the Ring of Harvest, since it contained the ultimate weapon he had prepared for Voldemort. If he made a mistake in his judgment and used it prematurely, as long as Laura wasn't sane enough to capitalize on it, it wouldn't just affect Laura, it would also affect him, since Voldemort would probably stop at nothing to get rid of him with no one present there to save him. Loki took a deep breath in and calmed himself. It isn't like me to get all worked up about something so silly. Loki looked at the situation with a calm gaze as he analyzed everything about what was happening in front of him. His eyes then gleamed as if he had thought up the perfect plan for the situation. This isn't as complicated as I'm making it out to be. Yes, it is very simple. Voldemort extended his hand towards Laura once again as she neared him, all weak and tired, fighting tooth and nail to get to the spot and stand in front of him, but completely out of energy to do anything to harm him. Laura swung her ice sword with fervor, even though her face became covered in sweat that was slowly mixing with the blood on her face, creating streaks that gave her a brutal look as if she were wearing the mask of a demon. Her shoulders heaved up and down in noticeable sweeps as she tried fighting the last swords Voldemort sent her way, trying to stand in front of Voldemort while he stared down at her eerily with his hand extended fully. And very soon, Voldemort's reason for extending his hand became apparent. Because Laura had grown so tired of fighting abyssal swords, her grip over the walls confining Voldemort's abilities slipped. It wasn't even a moment after that the worst happened. Almost instantly, Voldemort regained his ability to breathe, to see, to hear, along with all the other Beyonder abilities that had been sealed away. Voldemort looked directly into Laura's eyes as he spoke in a whisper that one would use before falling asleep. Explode. Voldemort overpowered the seed of defilement he had buried into Laura's body of heart and mind. Except before anything could happen, Loki got to work, executing the perfect plan he had thought up, to counter the move he had already expected, Voldemort exploding the defiling seed. After all, in such a tense fight where either side making a single wrong move would cause them to pay the heavy price of death, what better way to make your opponent strike their own feet than simply manipulating your opponent's emotions to distract their thoughts and muddle them, forcing them to make irrational judgments and leaving them exposed to anything you wanted to do to them. Just as the seed that Voldemort had planted into Laura's mind to increase fear exploded, multiplying it by severalfold to the point that it would have left her creaking and trembling, crawling on the floor to pull her own skin out, Loki performed a theft. Loki stole Laura's ability to feel emotions. Laura, who was fighting against the several abyssal flaming swords, almost immediately noticed the foreign interference and was about to retaliate. It wasn't out of thought that Laura had prepared for this exact scenario. Laura had come prepared to fight the defiling seed on her own. But when she felt her mind becoming clearer and coldly calculative, she was left surprised. A confused frown formed on her face, but she didn't waste the opportunity to surprise Voldemort, since he was still looking at her like she were vermin. She dodged and cleaved through the flaming swords like it was a practiced dance, her clear mind showing her exactly what to do and how to react. And with a frightening smile dove right through the horde of swords, speeding through all of them towards Voldemort. Voldemort frowned. His eyes bounced around from the various Death Eaters who were all running away with the help of apparitions to Bellatrix and Harry, who had both revealed their incomplete mythical creature forms, and then finally to Loki, who was looking right at him and smiling. He did something. Again. Just who is this kid? Is he really her pose Horcrux? The slight shock and delay in reasoning allowed Laura to come close enough to Voldemort that her frozen abyssal sword had begun burning, his fresh new skin since Laura had made it by flipping the rules of the sword, making the once corrupted sword a holy item. Tisk. But Voldemort was never a one-trick pony. Taking a single step forward, Voldemort unleashed a new ability that neither Loki nor Laura recognized in the heat of the fight. Their ability to think suddenly became drastically slower. At first, the silence of their minds only made them think that their focus had heightened. It was a reasonable development since one often loses track of the mind while maintaining a single pointed focus on a particular task. With Laura's mental bridge of logic and experience degrading because of the constantly pulsing defiling seed in her mind, she never realized what was happening. But Loki was different. He had been using spirit vision from nearly the start of his fight against Voldemort. Loki was constantly trying to study Voldemort's surface thoughts to always see if his thoughts were ever trying to cook up something, to be aware of Voldemort doing something to trick him. And when Loki saw Voldemort's thoughts speed up, something set off alarm bells ringing in his mind as he saw Voldemort thinking about victory in such a precarious situation. His chest tightened. Victory. How will he win this? Something unexpected. Loki's gaze almost immediately shifted around as he looked at the arena in front of him, the arena in which Laura and Voldemort were fighting. Loki scoured through, trying to analyze what was going on as he tried calculating what advantage Voldemort could have gained, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head due to the overload of information that his senses passed to his brain to analyze. My brain can't handle it. Stress. No. My thoughts are slow. With the crux of the matter revealed, Loki stopped trying to think fast and did his best to control his emotions by replacing them with illusory ones so that Voldemort would never notice that he had caught onto Voldemort's trick. It wouldn't have worked for long against a master of legilimency like Voldemort, but Loki didn't need to have to do it for that long. Only a short time was enough for Loki to try and think of what he would do next. What is happening? Some form of corruption. But I can't spot it in my body of heart and mind or my sea of subconscious. Single quote. Then, it can't be. The fool pathway. Marionettes. Loki's eyes widened slightly, but he kept it hidden behind a makeup of illusions. Even with the problem figured out, Loki didn't know how he could get out of the sticky situation he was put into. Loki's eyes darted around the arena and soon landed on the deep ravenous pits carved into the earth from Voldemort's mist-cursed flame swords. As soon as Loki saw them, he realized what was going to happen and his eyes widened. The cursed flame swords that missed Laura had never been destroyed. No one had actually seen them be reduced to nothing. They were going to return, and they were going to return fast. Fast enough that Laura wouldn't be able to comprehend and retreat or defend against them quickly enough because of her focus and her slowed-down thought process that mimicked Loki's situation. Loki's eyes darted around looking for something he could use to save himself and Laura, but processing everything outside fast enough using his slowed-down brain wasn't possible to do immediately. The more strain Loki applied on his mind, the faster it started to get, but he also felt a piercing strain consume it. He was reminded much of the first time he had confronted Voldemort's soul inside the Saphira castle. What can I do? Laura hasn't noticed the cursed flame swords that will return. Harry and Bellatrix are wrapped up around each other in their own cute little fight. The Death Eaters are vanishing. Single quote. Single quote. Is this time to use it? Loki did not debate around after he reached that thought. Without any delay, Loki sent a single command to the Ring of Harvest, specifically to a feature he had modified and added to it quite a long time ago in preparation for today. To outsiders, it appeared as if Loki had remained still, but his actions had caused a massive reaction. Voldemort's head snapped towards Loki as his eyes widened in shock and horror. But that was only for a few seconds. Soon an unholy scream left Voldemort's throat, like a banshee's wail. Ah! It sounded like a man being killed by painstakingly screwing each and every centimeter of his body with blunt screws while carefully excluding his vitals so that he would remain conscious and alive for long enough that his skin could be peeled for him to be boiled alive while someone stretched all his limbs to kill him. Voldemort quickly collapsed to the ground, rapidly deforming into a mutating mess of flesh and body parts. Laura didn't miss a single beat of this, no matter how weird she found the situation to be, as she stepped forward at high speeds with her frozen sword in hand. Voldemort's eyes, which had multiplied from 2 to a population of tens to hundreds on his fleshy body, all watched the sword come closer and closer to him. His flesh began burning as the blessed sword came closer, and the moving and bubbling mass of flesh started to try and react in self-defense by turning into a thick gooey mass of emotions to protect itself by turning non-corporeal. But it was futile. Voldemort had long since devolved into an irrational mess of voices. His head was already fractured when Tom messed with Voldemort's mind by planting Dumbledore's corruption from Harry Potter, and the subsequent fight with Loki only worsened it. Voldemort's mind was essentially held up by the Beyonder duct tape, which used the domain of corruption of the Abyss pathway to slow down the mental corruption that Voldemort was currently facing. Just as Loki was about to rejoice that Voldemort was as good as dead because he regained his ability to think normally, his vision flickered and he returned to looking at the world normally, broken out of his spirit vision. For a second Loki thought it was simply his glabella spasming which led to his spirit vision being turned off, since this was the first time he'd used spirit vision for this long. But then, just as Loki was about to activate his spirit vision for a second time, he was suddenly distracted by an ant biting his feet. Activating spirit vision failed. Loki's spine chilled at the realization of what had just happened. He did not attempt to look at Voldemort directly anymore. Instead, Loki immediately vanished from the spot he was standing at. Stealing the spotlight these many times should be more than enough for me to safely ascend during the ritual. I don't care if a true god interferes. No one can stop me from advancing anymore. Loki shouted in his mind as he reappeared in front of the demon that had been left unprotected. This is all I can do for Laura. It is up to her after this point. I'm sure she has had her fair share of brushes with true gods. I'm sure she can manage what is likely an outer god. Arriving in front of the demon that was just sitting in the center of the hundreds, nearing thousands, of bodies, Loki grabbed its head with his hand before almost immediately using his Beyonder ability to teleport away again. The demon didn't even attempt to retaliate against Loki. It was so positively terrified that it barely even registered Loki arriving in front of it. As his hand grabbed the demon's head, Loki felt another chill travel down his spine as he felt something far beyond dangerous lock its penetrating gaze onto him like he was its prey. Loki didn't spare a single glance to look at what was trying to attack him. He knew quite well that whatever outer god had taken control over Voldemort's body was going to try and kill him, since he was probably ruining Voldemort's ascension ritual, but Loki didn't care. Without a single sound, Loki was about to teleport away when a devious idea popped into his head. As Loki teleported away along with the demon in his hand using apparition, he dropped down a stray creature he always kept on him to use as a prank. The creature, whose terrifying gaze was on him, stabbed its hand forward to catch Loki midway through the teleportation, but he vanished without a sound in a swirl of colors before it could get to him. Loki reappeared in a different part of Britain entirely, a place that he had prepared before, and looked at the demon in his hand that was beyond terrified even though it was in Loki's hand and they had already left the place. Loki looked around himself to make sure that there wasn't anyone else present in the area, and after some assurance, turned to look at the demon that he had captured by activating his spirit vision. Quite the peculiar creature you are. I thought you'd be more, how do you say it, scary. The demon didn't look powerful, or even something that was capable of defending itself. But that was mostly only because in the little time Loki had arrived in front of it and teleported with it, it had been corrupted almost completely by the outer god that possessed Voldemort in the last second. Branches and roots stuck out of the little demon's body as Loki investigated it thoroughly for any other traps or misgivings that might give him a hearty surprise later. It seems like she didn't have the time to leave me anything scary. But I guess unless you're Adam or Aemon, you probably won't be scaring me anytime soon. Loki then raised his hand with the Ring of Harvest on it and pointed it at the demon that had almost died after Loki had rudely separated all corruption from it by converting it into a rune for later use. But since the corruption was deeply intertwined with its body, Loki had also ripped apart a large part of its body instead. But the demon didn't die so easily, or rather hadn't died yet. The ring quickly grew a thin toothy mouth out of which a thin and long tongue swirled out. The tongue wrapped around the demon's body before its soul was grabbed by the ring and it was eaten, consumed as fodder for Loki's pet ring. With a soft burp, the ring then puked out the demon's body. Loki looked at the dead demon with his spirit vision and quickly started fleshing out the mystical item that contained the sequence 4 parasite Deander characteristic. Meanwhile, in the arena where the wild Voldemort was, Laura trusted her spiritual intuition to retreat from the area as soon as she felt her holy frozen sword become corrupted. To make her blessed sword corrupted at such a rapid pace meant that something had gone terribly wrong. And since Loki had stolen her ability to feel emotions, and Voldemort's control over her spirit threads had vanished, Laura retreated. She apparated away only because the creature's attention had switched to Loki instead of her, trying to catch him as he apparated away. In her last moments, she was about to stop to protect Loki, but when she saw him smile and vanish, she escaped too without a second thought. Bellatrix and Harry too instinctually chose to flee the area in spite of being blithering fools who couldn't maintain a single rational thought since they had prematurely exposed their mythical creature forms. Bellatrix vanished using apparition while Harry simply jumped away from the area using his enhanced strength. Voldemort on the other hand appeared to be fully healed. He was currently standing in his spot as he looked at the spot Loki had left from with a deep and angry frown. But as soon as Loki left the area, a different person suddenly walked into view. The person was wearing a large royal witch's hat, and exquisite blue robes that were so long that they dragged on the floor. The person's face was dainty and pretty, it looked effeminate but at the same time, it looked sharp and masculine. The man who had walked out of thin air looked at Voldemort in front of him and smiled. And even though Voldemort didn't have any hair on his body, it all stood up. "Hello there, missed me so much that you called me to witness you fight." Everything in that moment felt scary and wrong to the creature that had possessed Voldemort. It was as if it could feel the constantly radiating and pulsing divinity of the creature in front of it. A heavy pressure was forced onto possessed Voldemort's shoulders as it faced a seemingly simple and calm person who looked like a harmless and happy visitor. Voldemort's body trembled. The entity that had possessed it felt fearful as it stared right at the simple man who had appeared before it. "It has been such a long time, hasn't it, you silly tree?" the man asked, a cane forming in his hand as he started to walk by tapping it on the ground with each step. "Talk. Why did you call me here? Did you miss me? I've missed our private talks very much, have you missed them too? Do you want to have another private talk?" the man asked again, his voice so soothing that the possessed Voldemort almost fell into a trance. For a moment, the possessed entity within Voldemort spasmed as it almost lost control. But almost instantly, a small wooden stake formed in the possessed Voldemort's hand as he stabbed his own thigh with it, brutally, breaking bones in the process as he quickly took a few steps back, making sure to step away from the man that was looking at him with a smile. The possessed Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously as it extended its hand and snapped its fingers. It might not have seemed like much, but the soft snap was enough to induce corruption in the boggart, causing it to mutate into a fleshy sack of organs that hung low from the corrupted tree it had formed. Even still, the face of the man did not vanish, it kept looking at Voldemort with the same gentlemanly smile as it spoke in a kind manner. "I will be returning soon, you silly tree. I hope you prepare a warm welcome for me." Possessed Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously as it snapped its fingers again, sending out a strong and visible pulse of degeneration, corruption to infect everything around it. The wave crashed into the man's face with full force and stayed that way for a few seconds as his face started to vanish along with the godly presence he was emitting, but he never stopped smiling. The entity possessing Voldemort finally breathed a sigh of relief when the man was gone, before turning around and controlling the wave of corruption that was spreading around itself. Even though it looked like it did nothing to the man himself, the short pulse of madness was enough to awaken all the comatose captive humans who had been given a short rest from torture after their jailer was kidnapped by Loki, sending them into a flurry of pain once again. The comatose humans all stood up from the ground like puppets being pulled on strings, before opening their mouths and wailing in despair while simultaneously exhaling an unholy cacophony of screams filled with pain. The entity possessing Voldemort then flicked its finger, causing an ethereal silvery liquid to flow out from its tip. The liquid coalesced into a thin sheet, turning into a thin mirror that reflected not light, but what appeared to be the abyss itself. The entity then closed its eyes, basking in the madness surrounding him as the people around slowly started to show signs of losing control. The humans were being edged to lose control without ever giving them the release of actually losing control. So they remained in a perpetual state of existence where their consciousness was slowly being obliterated continuously as their bodies fought to become mindless beasts before returning to being human again. The entity waited under the symphony for a few seconds before extending its hand into the mirror and pulling out a small vial of a unique potion. The potion was deep red in color. It shimmered with a unique shine that made it seem insidious. There was a deep sense of life radiating out of the vial, but it also felt like just a single drop of the potion was enough to kill anyone by forcing them to come in contact with horrors they had never known. It seemed like the vial had unwillingly captured the blood of a mythical entity that was in absolute pain when its blood was extracted. The entity possessing Voldemort then uncorked the vial, before bringing it close to its lips and gulping down the entire potion in a single swig. At that moment, everything paused for a few seconds, be it the cacophony of screams and wails, or the cool soft night wind blowing through the scene. It all paused as if the world had come to an understanding and then acceptance about respecting the strength of the being near it. Voldemort's body repeatedly turned ethereal, transforming into a black mass of chaos that flickered around with a variety of emotions all relating to pain and despair, but each time that happened, the ethereal mass would pulse for a second before reforming into Voldemort. The pulses got longer and longer until they slowly stopped occurring, leaving behind a Voldemort that looked just as fresh as he did after his recent rebirth. Once framed, Voldemort looked around for a few seconds as if confused about something, and then his eyes widened as he seemed to realize what really had happened. His eyes fell on the deep black curtain that was isolating a portion of the arena from him. He frowned as he looked at it, knowing that it was a waste of time to bother with the people inside it. He then looked around the arena and frowned further. Everything that had happened here today had been a mess. Not one thing had gone his way. It all started when the person pretending to be his own Horcrux appeared. Then it shifted to the boy Loki dueling on equal terms with him. Once Laura appeared, Loki was still able to nearly kill him with some trick that he could not understand fully, yet. He knew what Loki had done, but he could not understand how the boy had come in contact with it. If it was as he suspected, that meant that the boy was a lot more dangerous than he'd estimated before. He looked around and then decided that now wasn't the time for him to stand here and ponder his failures. He would definitely be arriving here soon, and although he had grown stronger, he was still not able to fight him off without relying on sufficient preparations. Voldemort frowned. He did not like the outcome of today's battle one bit. Especially because he had almost died once and was only saved because she herself had descended into his body. And so with one last glance at the curtained area, Voldemort flicked his hand a little to do what he had already planned to do earlier with the defiling seeds that he had already planted. Voldemort looked at everything one last time before vanishing from the spot he was standing on by teleporting away as a wisp of smoke that was seemingly sucked into an air vent. All the people who had just been screaming with undue horror suddenly collapsed as the entire arena became silent as the night once again. Inside the curtain, Sirius paid constant attention to the battle outside. He could see outside, but he hadn't used his spirit vision yet since he could feel the profound sense of danger that lingered outside. Through the shadows of the various beings outside, Sirius felt exactly how strong everyone out there actually was. So he remained silent along with the rest of the Beyonders who had fought and destroyed the Findfire Dragon. The out-of-control Beyonders had been suppressed but not killed, just in case the Unspeakables had a way to reverse their corruption. Except that was their biggest mistake. Daphne's eyes suddenly widened as she noticed a sudden sense of misfortune befall her and the people around her. Her eyes rolled around as a sudden vision took hold of her sights, making her see something that she did not understand or even think was possible. Without a second thought, Daphne vanished in a swirl of colors from her place, apparating away as she reappeared right beside Hermione. But before Hermione could even understand what was happening, Daphne pushed her away with force befitting a sequence 5 before. B B B B B B O O O O O O O O O O M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M M. A silent explosion, one that did not disturb any part of the surroundings, occurred. The fleshy out-of-control Beyonders all suddenly wailed in painful agony, as their torturous screams echoed in everyone's ears. Each Beyonder used their own means to stop hearing the screams and wails, with most even forcing shut their eyes to prevent themselves from seeing anything that they shouldn't. Except, no matter how unprotected they were, no one heard anything. It was as if all the sounds in the world had been silenced. Everyone looked at Sirius to see if he had done something, but their eyes caught a different spectacle. And Hermione gained a front view seat to what was happening. Her eyes widened as she looked on in horror when Daphne's eyes and ears burst open, her limbs exploded and her body spat out a fountain of blood everywhere. Some blood got into Hermione's eyes and forced them to shut right before all the out-of-control Beyonders exploded like bombs of flesh too. Hermione thrashed onto the ground after Daphne had pushed her away and rolled a few times before she managed to push herself up and frantically looked around everywhere to search for Daphne in all her sights. The sounds around her went in and out of focus as a constant ringing sound echoed through her ears. She couldn't feel pain from the terrible way her skin had been scraped from rolling on the floor. She didn't even feel Sirius holding her and trying to keep her back. No way. Hermione's lips moved but no sound came out, at least none that her mind could recognize. She knew exactly what had happened. Having worked alongside her for the past year, Hermione knew exactly what Daphne had done. She had most likely seen what had happened to Hermione in her vision, but then she probably chose to save her by attracting the calamity that was about to befall everyone towards herself. She sacrificed herself to protect everyone else. What should have been an event that would have led to the death of everyone around her and herself was turned into an event of Daphne's sacrifice alone. Hermione suddenly felt a tightening pain in her chest as the reality of the situation started to sink in. It felt tortuous, far more than the pain she had to suffer by fighting the out-of-control Beyonders. She had a sinking feeling of guilt that started to eat and consume her alive. Hermione looked at the spot where she had just been, and instead of her body or even Daphne's body, she found herself staring at a puddle of fleshy organs and blood instead. Loki looked at the body of the little devil with his spirit vision and then lightly flicked his wrist. An object inside the devil's body flew out of it and into Loki's hands. He then carefully lifted the thin tiny object that had come into his possession into the moonlight as he observed it all carefully. A needle, huh? Loki then wrapped the small item in his spirituality and carefully studied the runes that were carefully and methodically etched into it. The precision of the runic arrangement was so incredible that it almost felt like a machine had fabricated the object. What a strange item, Loki concluded as he studied the runes. Even though it was made out of the Beyonder characteristics of a sequence 4 parasite, the main function of the item is not to parasitize something, but the ability to be able to steal only a part of whatever is targeted. But it will only work as long as you are alright losing some of your intelligence. As the needle trying to parasitize the person it comes in contact with. So that the Beyonder can revive itself in some way using the remanent will. But the little guy was able to keep himself sane even after using this item on so many people. Is the effect just that weak? Well, whatever. I can only steal an entire item right now, which is why it is so difficult to steal away corruption without doing some damage to the body of heart and mind of a person. Will I be able to take out deep-rooted corruption when I advance to sequence 4 too? Loki looked at the body of the little devil and then fed that to the Ring of Harvests too. While the ring was enjoying a scrumptious meal, Loki first looked inside it to check the condition of his surprise weapon which he had used against Voldemort. It's in shreds. I don't think I can fix that. Not unless I ask someone from the Mother Pathway to help me. But would I even need it again? You know who will likely protect himself from this sort of attack the next time he comes knocking on my door." Loki stared at the shreds of his weapon, and frowned as he thought back to the time he had just used it against Voldemort. When Loki was wondering about how he would hurt Voldemort in the Saphira Castle and reenacted the scenario in the Tarot Club and found a solution by asking Fleur about the question, he had realized something simple. To harm Voldemort he had two ways: emotional and physical. Normally, Loki would have chosen the physical route since it was much more tangible and could be calculated and executed perfectly each time. After all, who knew if a monster like Voldemort even had the capability to feel emotions? Especially when the sequence 8 of his pathway was cold-blooded. But that was when Loki remembered something strange he had done earlier at the end of the second year. Loki had fed Tom Riddle's soul to the Ring of Harvest. Not by making the ring eat it, but by grazing the soul. As such, if Loki chose to dabble in a little bit of esoteric magic, he wondered if there was a way to hurt Voldemort by damaging a piece of his soul. The soul that he had carefully stored in the Ring of Harvest. Now, the one way to gain such esoteric knowledge was to go through the Black family's library. But strenuously spending weeks over at the Black Manor and reading through books while keeping it all a secret from Sirius felt like a hard task to do, and Loki didn't prefer it. Not when Loki had a better source with him. Tom Riddle. The Wonder Boy who had created a Horcrux at such a young age. Loki simply convinced him by using the built-in torture mechanisms of the Ring of Harvest to find a way to harm Voldemort through his own soul. What a generous person Loki was. He even allowed Tom to feel no pain in exchange for making Voldemort feel all the pain that he felt when he was going to be torn to shreds. And so when the right time arrived, when Voldemort assumed he was at his best while he was taking control of Laura's and Loki's spirit threads, Loki unleashed his final weapon to catch him off guard, and also because without doing so he would have died and his body would have become Voldemort's puppet. Who knew if he would also get access to the Saphira Castle after that? The weapon had worked flawlessly and Voldemort had been driven to the edge of death. He had instantly lost control because of the pain as his body was starting to become corrupted because of the sudden shock his soul had faced. Loki wasn't satisfied with the result. Not even when he saw that Laura was going to kill Voldemort. Because when he had asked Tom what his spell would do, Tom assured him that Voldemort would face instant death when he activated the modified runes. Loki couldn't ask Tom why it didn't work since the soul was currently in tatters, but he had his own guesses to the reasons. It was probably because he used the death blasphemy card in his revival ritual. It gave him some authority over the domain of death. But Loki was still able to hold back his curses because he saw Laura stepping in to finish the job and rid the world of the one fool that had been torturing it for the longest time. Voldemort would have died, if not for her immediately descending into his body. Simply because Mother Tree of Desire had possessed Voldemort through whatever strange method she had used, Voldemort had managed to live. Loki did not know if she could permanently remain in his body, but he guessed that she could not, because if she could, she should have already done so before all this. Loki simply shook his head. Now wasn't the time for such trivialities. There was something more important waiting for him right now. Loki then looked at the needle and calmly performed a simple theft. He stole the Beander characteristics of the Sequence 4 parasite from the needle. The Beander characteristic looked like a silly green worm that was frozen in time. Loki's first thought at this moment wasn't the potion he had to quickly cook up with the worm, but an idea for a fluffy toy for Elaine. She'd like a silly earthworm toy, wouldn't she? I'll get one for her later on. No, I should make one myself, she'll probably treasure that more. Elaine's face in his mind brightened up his day and made him happy about being able to survive the hell fight that he'd just been through. Loki calmly flicked his wrist once again and caused a small beaker filled with an incomplete advancement potion to appear in his hand. It was stored in the ring that Salazar had left for him in the secret chamber of the Chamber of Secrets. Loki looked at the worm-shaped Beander characteristic for one last time before he dropped it into the incomplete potion made only out of secondary Beander ingredients. Who was the person that messed with my memories though? Loki wondered with a crystallized focus, but then he shook his head again and directed his attention at the potion in his hand that had slowly started changing colors. To a normal person, the potion would have looked like a simple sea green liquid, but Loki could easily see just how lively it was. The potion looked deceptive in Loki's eyes. It looked eager to get into whoever was going to drink it and wanted to capture them and make them their host. Is this why the ritual was important? Because it helps anchor your humanity during the potion consumption. So that the will of the potion itself, remanent will of the previous Beyander characteristic, does not interfere with your advancement. Loki had known of this earlier too. But it was one thing to intellectually know something and another matter entirely to see it happen and experience it. Interesting. Loki slowly brought the potion to his lips and then slurped it all down in a single large gulp. The thick potion flowed down his esophagus before settling in his gullet where it began to heat up. Loki suddenly felt the potion split up and attack all the cells in his body. He opened his eyes and looked down at his hands as he saw them slowly bubble up and swell. But the changes didn't stop there. The hands soon started to turn into maggots and worms that started to act out of his control. It felt like there was someone else in his body trying to take it over. It felt like he was just a person parasitizing this life and now it was someone else trying to take it from him. Loki took a deep breath to calm himself before closing his eyes and focusing on the battle with Voldemort where he had taken the spotlight throughout the entire fight with the help of Cogitatin. He focused continuously as he reminded himself that he was the one in control. No matter what he was involved in, he would arrange things to always move towards his benefit. He wasn't just an actor. He was the director, the producer and even the audience. Everyone was just acting according to the script he had set for them. Loki slowly started to regain sensations in his hands that had been swelling just a few seconds before. They regained their skin as the worms slowly receded back into his body, forming his muscles and veins as the blood started to slowly circulate through them, making them an inseparable part of his body. This is it, Loki thought as he slowly opened his eyes to look at his body. I've done it. I've finally stepped onto the path of becoming a true god. Loki closely examined his body but something suddenly stood out to him. What? How? I see, I get it. Finally. After all this time, Loki ignored the change he had noticed, for now, and moved on to testing his new abilities. With a simple look, Loki targeted his ability to parasitize someone onto a random bug that was quietly climbing a grass stalk under the moonlight. The bug continued moving around casually, even unfurling its wings to fly around while jumping from one grass stalk to another to increase its air time. But Loki had vanished from his spot. Loki was currently piggybacking the bug since he had already parasitized it within a moment because it was a simple life form. According to his calculations, it would take about 20 seconds to fully parasitize a human, as in replacing them entirely in their bodies. This time could perhaps decrease as he digested his potion further, but it would surely decrease if he increased his sequence. Loki tried to exert his control over the bug to change its direction of movement and found himself to be easily capable of doing such a thing even though he hadn't fully parasitized the bug. Even still, Loki felt a slight resistance to his commands. But the bug couldn't do much else other than listen to him. I guess the more complex the creatures are, the harder it will be for me to influence them without deeply parasitizing them. Loki ended the parasitism finally by performing a theft to leave the bug, which was a required condition for him to undo his parasitization. Loki stole the ability to think from the bug, causing it to suddenly lose its trajectory in midair as it slammed face first into the grass stalk it was about to land on. Thankfully the bug was protected by a good exoskeleton and it would only remain dazed for a little while before it would go back to normal if it didn't get eaten within the 2 hours its ability to think would be missing. Loki was a little surprised by the ease with which he could parasitize and undo his parasitization, but then he moved on to testing his previous abilities. Loki's illusions could now even generate spirit body threads for his illusory objects, be it a normal daily use item or an entire person. Although simple on the surface, Loki knew it would be of much help since it would allow him to interfere with divination, albeit prematurely, by giving his illusions appropriate fates. It would also help against Voldemort. But it wouldn't just help to keep control of his spirit threads and avoid becoming Voldemort's marionette. There was another way it could help him very much. For example, if he fought Voldemort again, Loki could simply make his illusions lethally attack him and use fate to pretend as if they would do damage. This would in fact trigger Voldemort's threat perception and detection and show him a false vision of him being attacked. On top of that, it was a very useful ability to have when most of the Beander world ran around planning according to the fates of various people, places and items. Loki then finally looked at his theft ability. They hadn't improved as powerfully as the others, but they would now allow him to try stealing at least 3 abilities from a Beodner before he is forced to stop thieving. He had also obtained the ability to steal things only partially, as he had guessed earlier. Loki then felt his mythical creature form but hadn't activated or transformed into it yet because he felt he could easily lose control in such a state. Loki had the idea of trying to use his Beander abilities to prevent loss of control but doubted he could do it so easily, so he stored the thought of performing such a test at the back of his mind to do so when he could do it under someone's supervision. Which meant it was probably not going to be done for a long time. How nice. I'm growing stronger now. No, I can't get arrogant, not yet. I have plenty of enemies who can probably end me before I even say a word. But I did grow stronger. Now that I think about it, why haven't I heard those ravings and whispers during the last 2 times I've advanced my sequence? Why did I hear them in the first place? Klein heard them because of marionettes of the half-fool. Why did I hear them? Doesn't that mean that there's an error pathway Beander out there? Did he die or something? Is he connected in some way to the person who messed up my memories? Loki did not like where his thoughts were headed. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. With power coursing through his body, Loki stayed still for a few minutes, adapting to everything that was happening around him before he opened his eyes again and looked at the gray fog that was lightly swirling around him. It had gotten much deeper than before. There was a qualitative change which Loki could feel had thickened his control over the Saphira Castle. And although he couldn't directly teleport into it, yet, he could feel that it would be really hard for anyone to divine anything regarding him as long as he didn't allow it. Loki could now use the gray fog of the Saphira Castle to cause a strong interference in matters related to him or his actions. This gave him another definite advantage against his enemies. Will Daphne be able to see a stronger connection between me and the Saphira Castle now though? I mean, now that I'm so deeply intertwined with the Saphira Castle and the gray fog, I doubt that her mystical items can keep protecting her. Well, nothing that I can't handle when the time comes. I can probably steal the thought out of her mind as soon as she starts to show signs of losing control. Or I could just borrow her mystical item and parasitize it with a worm of time and increase its powers and ability to keep her safe. Would she have left the area? Well, if he is still there, I'm sure I can fight him better this time around. I should get going then. I'm sure everyone else is waiting for me there. With that thought, Loki simply stole his divinity and placed it into a rune so that other people wouldn't be able to figure out about it. He further hid it by obscuring its spirit thread using the gray fog of the Saphira Castle lingering around him through their connection. Loki nodded to himself when it was all done and with a soft rustle of the wind, vanished from the spot he was standing as he executed a flawless apparition. Loki arrived at the scene of the fight and was glad to see the curtain that Sirius had put up was removed without any indications of it being forcefully torn down. Although he had been pretty sure nothing would have happened to them because Laura had returned there to protect them in case something strange happened, he still felt a small joyful happiness sprout in his heart when he saw that things didn't have to go there. The best danger in his opinion was avoided danger, at least when it came to others. But all of it vanished the second he heard a familiar voice wail. Loki's footsteps unknowingly and unhesitatingly quickened as he found himself scanning the crowds for a familiar face. Soon Loki found himself looking at Hermione, who was wailing like there was no tomorrow while kneeling in a puddle of flesh and blood. Loki's heart wrenched a little at the sight, since he always treated Hermione like his sister at Hogwarts. She substituted for Elaine whether she liked it or not, and seeing her cry made him feel an unstable twist in his gut. Why isn't Daphne comforting her? Did something happen to Harry? I doubt Adam would have let anything happen to him. Loki quickly rushed to her side. Someone tried stopping him, but when Sirius waved his hand, they stepped aside as Loki knelt beside Hermione and quickly wrapped his arms around her gently. What happened, Myone? Why are you being like this? Hermione kept wailing and crying for a few more minutes as Loki stayed patiently with her in silence. He continuously wiped away her tears while conjuring a simple glass for her to consume some water to calm her down. Hermione took a few sips from the glass as Loki tried force-feeding her so that she wouldn't continuously be gasping for air as she wailed like a widow. The tactic seemed to work as Hermione's reflexes kicked in while she tried to gulp down the water that was so forcefully being shoved down her mouth. Loki searched around for Daphne, but not finding her, he rationalized it. She's gone to deal with the aftermath of whatever happened. Did something so major happen that she had to leave Hermione crying here in the middle of the street? Finally, Hermione got ready to speak, at least in broken partial sentences as her throat was pretty worn out from crying so loudly. Daphne, mess. Huh. What did you say, Myone? Did Daphne leave a mess behind for you to clean up? You don't need to cry for that. I'll help you. Loki looked around and tried to understand the situation by studying the faces of the other Beyonders who were on the scene. That was when his face fell on Sirius, who was looking at him with a terrible expression. He looked like a man who had been through a war and had seen the deaths of each person he was stationed with. The weight that Sirius had lifted off of him when he recovered while resting like a salted fish in the Black Manor for nearly an entire year after being free from Azkaban had all seemed to have suddenly returned to his face. His face was long, his eyes were red, and his hair was messy. It looked like he had just had a long night. Loki's subconscious had already gotten everything it would need to form a conclusion, but Loki's conscious mind had blocked it from reaching the end. Loki knew very well what had happened, he just didn't want to believe it. At least that was until Loki found himself staring into Hermione's tear-filled eyes as she finally spoke after taking a deep breath to calm anchor herself to reality before she spoke with tears flowing out of her eyes once again. Daphne, she died after pushing me away. It was so fast, one moment she was here, then the out-of-control Beyonders wailed, then she pushed me away, then they exploded. Loki looked at Hermione's eyes, which were trembling as if she still couldn't accept the truth. All signs pointed towards Daphne having died, but Loki didn't accept it so easily. Loki's eyes turned cold as he stole his emotions, leaning fully on the single sharp edge that was his rational mind as several thoughts passed by his mind in a matter of moments. Can I use the time trunner and create an illusion of her having died to save her? No. If I'd saved her so easily, then she was sure to detect me walking around. She wouldn't have let me leave alive. But why did Daphne kill herself? Just to save Myone. Not to make her sound bad, but she wouldn't have done that. Not unless she knew she could survive this. Does she have a plan? Loki stood up and quickly looked around the area, scouring it for even the smallest of clues to try and reverse the situation around. But Loki couldn't find anything. Not a twig or pebble out of place. No hidden messages. And no special clever tricks that one could see to piece together a solution to bring it all together. Perhaps she didn't have the time to leave behind a clue. Maybe she trusted that we would figure it out easily. Perhaps she wants me to use the Disc of Miracles to resurrect her. The sudden idea gave Loki the impetus to test out his theory. Loki suddenly vanished from where he was standing, apparating away, leaving Hermione behind in her shocked state. But seeing Loki's excited look, Hermione also remembered she could do something to see if Daphne was truly dead. She quickly pulled out her priceless pendulum which she had purchased from her salary as the Hogwarts honest mill employee and performed a simple divination. Daphne Greengrass is dead. Hermione repeated the statement 7 times regardless of the immense amount of pain it gave her to handle. However, Hermione didn't have to wait for the result, since Loki reappeared almost instantly with a deep frown on his face and his fingers trembling. Hermione then finally dragged up the courage to look at the pendulum, and what she saw caused her to wail almost instantly as if a dam of suppressed emotions exploded in her head. The pendulum was spinning clockwise. What? Loki couldn't believe what was in front of him. Is it not possible to revive someone using a wish? But Klein, is it only possible to revive oneself if you are a miracle invoker? But the disc of wishes didn't work, it just failed, just like how it failed when I wished to go back in time. It didn't lose power. None of the other iterations of the wish worked too. I can't just wish for her to appear in front of me, and neither does the wish to see her again allow me to teleport to her position or anything else. Loki looked around and tried using spirit vision to sense the spirit threads and check if Daphne's spirit thread was still lingering to show that she was alive in some way, but there was nothing around him. Loki felt a soft sense of dissociation. His mind felt like something had forcibly halted its progression as his mind stopped for the first time in a while, generating no new ideas or even a single ripple of thought. Loki found himself at a mental block as he tried to think of any possible way he could bring Daphne back. His hands trembled and his eyes reddened visibly, but his brain didn't spit out any more ideas. Suddenly a warm hand grasped his shoulder. Loki's head turned to the hand, which he traced to a simple woman who was looking at him with a solemn frown. Sorry. I should have known he would have done something like this. Loki frowned. I know she's not dead. How? I don't know, but I just know it. She's definitely not dead. Laura sighed and shook her head lightly. You don't need to deceive yourself. Things get hard sometimes. It is easy to lose yourself to the smallest mistakes during fights. It was my fault, you don't need to blame yourself. Loki's eyes narrowed as he tried his best not to blink to prevent any tears from leaking from his wet eyes. Loki then turned towards Hermione, who was in a similar condition to his. He looked around at all the people around the area. Most of them stayed some distance away, but he could see it, the pitiful gaze on them all. For some reason, Loki didn't like it. It felt irritating to him. Why are they pitying me? Did they think they know what it's like to lose a person close to you? Loki clenched his fist into a ball and grit his teeth with a frown. His eyes turned redder and redder, but he quickly wiped away the feeling from himself by stealing his capability to feel pain. Yet the empty hollowness somehow only made it worse. His throat clenched, and it became mentally painful to even speak. He grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her away from the disastrous sight. Harry was found by Laura, who quickly pacified him and pulled him out of his mythical creature form using a strange mystical item and returned with him to the scene. The return back to Hogwarts was silent, at least to Hermione and Loki, who were acting like they couldn't hear a single sound in the world. Laura apparated with them while the rest of the students apparated back to Hogsmeade on their own. McGonagall was the first one to receive them and became shocked when she heard about Daphne's condition from Laura. She then quickly hurried away from the area, and Harry, Hermione and Loki found themselves in the office of a rather madman. I've heard all about it from McGonagall. You fought the Dark Lord, she said. Moody asked, looking curiously at Hermione and Harry while his magical eye spun around in its socket trying to figure Loki out. Loki's condition was rather unique. Although he had stolen his ability to feel pain or even any emotions, he hadn't stolen his thoughts. As such, his brain was constantly working like a pinwheel in the wind to try and figure out how he could fix this mess. Every single disturbance annoyed him further. As such, Loki was in no mood to entertain the man, and so he created an illusion that encompassed him to make it seem like he was paying attention to whatever the man was talking about. In reality, however, Loki simply flicked his wrist and stole a simple part of the man's identity in front of him. Loki stole all the effects of the polyjuice potion that were lingering within the man. The potion instantly transformed into a rune that flew towards him like a charm, which Loki quite easily contained for later just in case he would have to ever use its effects to transform into someone else while he couldn't use his illusions. With the effect of the polyjuice potion gone, Moody quickly started to change. First were all the flabby wrinkles and scars on his face, but soon the mystical eyeball popped out of his socket and then his hair started growing with his bones rearranging themselves to form a much younger man. The young man was startled, but he quickly retaliated by looking at the three young kids and shrieking like a banshee. It appeared that he was of the Hanged Man pathway. The sudden shout caught Harry and Hermione off guard as Barty Crouch Jr. took the moment to ignite their body of heart and mind on fire and cause them to self-destruct before he wanted to run away from the area. Too bad for him, however, Loki flicked his wrist again and stole Harry and Hermione's ability to feel emotions, stopping their descent into madness immediately. Loki hadn't done this just because he was bored. He'd done it as an act of immediate revenge against Voldemort. But Loki only looked at it all with a bored expression. He knew it was better to perhaps use the man in some way to get closer to Voldemort and retaliate with something stronger, except his brain wasn't working right for now. It felt like he was spinning in circles, chasing a phantom pain that he couldn't quite pinpoint the origin of. The door suddenly smashed open and in came Dumbledore and the other professors, who looked bewildered at the scene in front of them. Barty Crouch Jr. had thoughts of rebelling and taking the children hostage, but Loki stole them too and he was left standing there like a bumbling idiot trying to figure out what he had to do. Loki had already tuned out all the professors and teachers interrogating Barty Crouch Jr. before they knocked him out and turned towards Loki, Harry and Hermione to know more about what had happened in Knockturn Alley. "Loki, what about you? You've stayed silent till now. Since you fought him the most, do you really think he's back?" McGonagall asked while Snape scowled looking at her. Snape had avoided getting Loki into the conversation till now since he could clearly see he was hurting, and so, when McGonagall tried roping him into the conversation, he gave her a scowl. "You don't need to answer if you feel uncomfortable about it," Snape interrupted. Loki sent an appreciative nod his way before he spoke with a sad smile. "Voldemort." Loki paused. He stopped himself and continued after fixing his words. "He was strong. He was trying to perform some sort of ritual, I think. Miss Laura was close to defeating him when she arrived, and she almost did since I saw him lose control. But almost immediately it felt like someone else entered and took control of his body." "Someone else took control of his body?" Dumbledore asked calmly while Snape's scowl only deepened. Loki nodded. "I didn't see who it was using spirit vision, since I felt my spirituality fail to activate it and voices warned me about it. But that very fact confirms that I wasn't supposed to directly look at what was in front of me." All the adults in the room took in a sharp breath before Harry interrupted. "I think something like that happened too. When I was in my incomplete mythical creature form, I suddenly felt an immense sense of danger that set off my instincts to run away from the area." Dumbledore thought for a few seconds before nodding. "You lot have been through a lot. And you have all done much more than any person your age could have hoped. For now, however, you all need to rest. Minerva, please escort them to the hospital wing." McGonagall nodded before turning to pick up the children and leave Dumbledore and Snape alone in the room with Barty Crouch Jr. Loki returned back to his listless look as he was about to quietly follow the deputy headmistress on his way to the hospital wing, but Harry suddenly asked a question. "Professor Dumbledore, how did you fail to notice all this when the unspeakables were clearly aware of it all and preparing for it? Why didn't you just warn me? Daphne might not have had to die if you'd just told me." Loki froze when Harry asked this, since it was because of what he'd done. It was because he'd given Harry's Dumbledore-loving corruption to Voldemort to destabilize his mental state that Harry was suddenly questioning the hand that fed him. Loki had actually planned what he wanted to do with this. Given time, he had wanted to manipulate Harry to stand completely against Dumbledore. It wouldn't have done very much, given how Dumbledore would have easily destroyed any such corruption that he'd left behind, but it was supposed to be a message from Mr. Error for manipulating Gairman Sparrow. But Loki had forgotten about all this as soon as he'd learnt about Daphne's death. The teachers all similarly froze too. Snape even dared to smile in the face of the surprise. Dumbledore was the most surprised, but he handled his expression well. Almost immediately he looked at Harry's body of heart and mind and found that his suggestion planted in it was missing. Someone removed the corruption from him. Perhaps being subject to volatile emotions due to Voldemort's desire manipulation degraded it. Or. Dumbledore mentally glanced at Loki but left the questions for later since Loki was not the problem at this time. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore and Snape looked at him too, wondering what reason he would give his estranged disciple. Dumbledore started off with an audible sigh. He paused for a moment but then spoke again with a calm but somber tone. "You are right in a way, Harry, since stopping him was never my intention." Harry's eyes widened and he quickly but patiently asked, hoping to give the benefit of the doubt to Dumbledore because he had known him for a while, but even then there was a seething undertone of anger and disappointment that laced his next question. "Why?" Harry's words were simple yet they carried a deeper meaning and they resounded loudly with everyone that was present in the location. Although McGonagall and Snape roughly knew what Dumbledore was about to say, they still looked at him with a curious sense of fascination. Dumbledore audibly sighed again and said, "Because I cannot currently go against him without worsening the situation for everyone else." Harry's eyes shrunk in confusion but Dumbledore didn't give him a chance to ask any more questions. He looked at McGonagall and spoke to her in a calm tone. "Please take them to Pomfrey Minerva." He then looked at Harry and spoke to him too. "We will speak again, Harry. There are a few more things I need to take care of for a while before returning to your questions. Please wait for me to come back to you." Harry was still confused but he nodded anyway and started to follow McGonagall when she whisked them away. Loki was still lost, his thoughts roaming around Daphne and her death, but he couldn't seem to bring himself to think much about it. It left him in a strange limbo that everyone around him noticed, especially Madame Pomfrey, who pulled him out of his bed in the middle of the night while he was staring right at the blank ceiling without blinking his eyes. "You're going to go blind if you keep that up." "Wouldn't change what I saw though." Madame Pomfrey shook her head at Loki's response before she stopped dragging him and walked up to the potions station in her room. "Help me make pepper-up potions for everyone. Students have probably caught a cold from staying in the Quidditch stands for the entire evening." "Come on, Madame Pomfrey, it's summer already, you really think they'd have caught a cough?" Loki was about to argue but Madame Pomfrey suddenly stuffed a disgusting concoction into his mouth which he was forced to drink since Madame Pomfrey was somehow stronger than him, who was a demigod. "The hell was that for?" Loki asked with a disgusted expression on his face as Madame Pomfrey put away the flask. She then looked at Loki and spoke with a soft giggle. "Huh, why are you laughing like that? Is there something on my—" Loki touched his face and suddenly found himself smiling. "Wah now way, you fed me a cheering potion. Ha. Madame Pomfrey burst out laughing as she looked at Loki, who had an unwilling derpy smile on his face and then shook her head before going to chop ingredients to make her pepper-up potion. "Come on, join me. Arg, this is going to hurt tomorrow. All my muscles will be stiff from smiling so much." Loki complained with his brows furrowed, but his derpy smile made him look silly. "It's fine. Sometimes a kickstart is needed to get you moving." Loki shook his head and joined her in making the pepper-up potion. The night passed by smoothly and Loki found himself in a better mood by the end of it, but not by much. Especially not when as soon as he returned to the Slytherin common room found Astoria passed out. Loki's heart clenched as he saw her face. Tear stains were strewn about and had marred her face. There were several scratches around her eyes and Loki found himself trembling at the thought of having to face her. Loki was about to take a step back and quickly go to his room and lock himself away, but Astoria woke up right then. Astoria woke up slowly, with her reddened eyes blinking rapidly before they landed on Loki, who was looking at her with trembling lips. Astoria's lips trembled too and then she rushed towards Loki before burying her head in his chest as she started bawling again. Astoria's small thin frame reminded Loki of Elaine, which made his heart only ache further, but he couldn't do anything. His expression started to turn numb once again as he was about to steel his emotions to lock away his ability to feel pain. But Astoria mumbled, "Did you see her when I mean sorry?" Loki's heartbeat quickened as a familiar pain stabbed his heart, but he spoke softly. "No. Myone was with her in her last moments. Daph sacrificed herself for Myone." "I see." Astoria's grip on Loki's clothes loosened. Loki opened his mouth and closed it, thinking if he should actually say what he suspected. He didn't know if it would be appropriate to give someone hope when he himself didn't know if it was the truth or false. But simply lighting up a candle for someone only to extinguish it afterwards felt a lot more cruel to do in Loki's view. Loki thought for a while as he watched Astoria bawl out like a baby for a while longer before he made up his mind. "I will only speak about it when I have something concrete. I'm sure the Greengrass family has their own ways of detecting if Daph is still alive or lingering about as a spirit somewhere. I'm sure Tori would have gotten any such news from her parents if that was the case." Astoria's warmth, however, allowed Loki to open up a little more. "I tried my best to use extraordinary means to save her, but I couldn't do much. Nothing seemed to work. It all just fell through. My expectations fell flat and nothing I did brought her back." Astoria nodded and let Loki go. She wiped away her tears for a few seconds before she quickly looked up and spoke in a fierce tone. "I want you to kill him." Astoria's furious voice coupled with her trembling eyes as she made an angry frown on her face, for the first time since Loki had seen her. And for the first time, Loki felt a deep sense of anger and hatred towards another person in his heart. He hadn't even felt this angry when he was corrupted by Cheek's mindless servants. He had felt more hopeless then, not angry. But today, yes, today Loki felt his blood boil. Before Astoria or Loki could speak any further, Tracy entered the common room from the door and rushed to Astoria. "Tori, your parents are here. They are waiting for you in Professor Snape's office." Astoria put on a fake smile as her eyes glimmered before she nodded at Tracy, who looked like she had bawled her eyes out too. Astoria made her wait for a few seconds as she turned to look at Loki. "Sorry for imposing on you, Loki. I hope we can meet again sometime later." Loki nodded, his eyes similarly glimmering as he watched Astoria run away with Tracy out of the common room towards Snape's office. Loki returned to the comfort of his room before sitting on his bed as a stray thought crossed his mind. It's all Voldemort's fault, isn't it? Miles away, Voldemort, who was recouping his losses and trying to gain control of his body that was constantly rapidly losing control because he had unraveled his protections against Dumbledore's corruption that Loki had implanted within him, felt a strong connection through malice directed towards him. He was about to curse whoever was stupid enough to make the connection with him to set an example, but a sudden vision stopped him. His vision was simple. The moment he tried to curse whoever was on the other end, he'd die by losing control. Voldemort trembled. Sitting on the table above the gray fog, Loki waved his hand and spread his spirituality to call everyone who was part of the Tarot Club. And all at once 5 figures populated the chairs around the long table of the Tarot Club. Hermione stood up and greeted Loki in a clearly saddened tone. "Good evening, Mr. Error." However, like usual when everyone expected her to greet them too, she didn't. She simply sat down in her chair. Loki understood why and didn't delve deep into the matter since he expected her to still be recovering from the shock of having seen Daphne die in front of her. It had been less than a few hours since Daphne had died and Loki was forced to play his role as Mr. Error once again. Loki simply nodded in her direction and looked at everyone else. Snape was the first to recognize that Mr. Devil was missing, but he remained silent as ever, sticking to his role as a triple agent, knowing that the more he spoke the more he'd have to lie or try and avoid certain untouchable subjects. Sirius wasn't as laid back, however. "Mr. Devil. He's no longer, pardon my excitement, Mr. Error. But may we know what happened to Mr. Devil?" Loki looked at Sirius and contemplated for a few seconds as he understood that Sirius was trying to compensate for the sadness he felt from Daphne's death. Before speaking, "He has served his purpose." Sirius felt a little stifled by the answer since it didn't really reveal Mr. Devil's state of being as such, but Loki didn't give him any more. Sirius quickly put it all past himself however and turned towards Mr. World and spoke to him with slight arrogance. I completed the task you had given me, Mr. World. I was wondering when you could finish your side of the payment. Mr. World sent a wordless glance Loki's way, and when Loki nodded he turned towards Sirius and spoke. All right, do you want the information to be available to everyone here or just you? Sirius frowned a little, wondering if he'd allow Snape to hear about it, since even though he didn't know who it was, he felt like he wouldn't really like Mr. Moon very much. And then he decided purely on instinct that he'd do it in private. I'd like to do it in private under the guidance of Mr. Error, please. Mr. World nodded, and Loki could see Snape's astral body gain a tinge of red, indicating annoyance and anger, but then it quickly dissipated into a calming green. Loki waved his hand and formed a quick dark barrier around Mr. World and Mr. Star to keep any outside ears away from it all. I fought to keep the students of Hogwarts safe, Mr. World. Well, I didn't, Sirius started, his facade breaking slightly. But Mr. World didn't give Sirius the chance to become depressed. He himself didn't have good control over his emotions right now, and so Mr. World simply interrupted him. It doesn't matter. Your presence prevented the situation from devolving into something worse. Sirius nodded, slowly, his hands gripping the sides of his chair as he looked at Mr. World for a few seconds before speaking in the same fake upbeat tone. So what is it that I would like to know about the Black family that I don't know about yet? Is it about an estranged family member that I fathered? I mean, I don't think there are any because I used the proper spells, but you know, I might have missed it. Just once or twice, or maybe thrice. Mr. World shook his head in an amused manner before he spoke calmly. Walburga Black is alive. She is currently fighting off something that is causing her to lose control. I knew it. I have a chill, huh? Sirius froze as he digested the words that Mr. World had just spoken to him. He looked at Mr. World for a few seconds before he moved to the edge of his seat and asked Mr. World. Could you repeat what you just said? Mr. World smiled and then spoke calmly, shocking, right? But Walburga Black is alive. She's currently missing because she's fighting off something that is causing her to lose control. Sirius's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish for a few seconds before he spoke again. Are you serious? No. You are. Mr. World joked, but the underlying message was clear. He wasn't lying about what he'd just said. Sirius collapsed backwards in his chair, his back touching the back of the chair for the first time since he'd come above the gray fog, since he was always excited about what was going to happen before. The upbeat persona that Sirius had been keeping up shattered almost instantly, showing just how tired he had gotten. Sirius looked into Mr. World's eyes, or he tried to, while looking at the general area of his face through the mirage. Sirius didn't know how to respond or handle the information he was just presented with. Is there any tangible evidence you have about it? Mr. World looked at Sirius for a few seconds in silence before speaking calmly. Although I cannot reveal my source to you, I can tell you with confidence that the information is true. Sirius's voice quivered for a few seconds before he asked another question. Can I learn where she is at right now? Is there a way to help her out? I do know her location currently. She is inside a coffin in the Black Manor that is helping her suppress her losing control by putting her into a deep slumber where she can use her dreams to turn the playing field to her advantage. Sirius had blanked out when he heard the first part of the answer. A coffin in the Black Manor. She's in the house. How? Sirius was bewildered. Although he hadn't ever checked the house properly ever since he got it because he barely spent any time in it, he suddenly started feeling guilty. Even though Walburga wasn't a proper mother to him, she still had been one. However bad, she had always performed her duties to him. He suddenly felt ashamed that he was learning information about her from an outside source rather than finding out about it himself. I see. Mr. World nodded and looked at Loki, who quickly lifted the veil covering them. The rest of the participants all looked towards Mr. Star and found him acting reclusive, causing a tinge of curiosity to grow in them about what Mr. World had told Mr. Start that had suddenly made him so silent. Snape smirked, happy about whatever it was that got his enemy to shut up, but didn't gloat about it for long since Mr. World had started to speak. I have an open commission for everyone here today. His words grabbed everyone's attention as they all wondered what crazy commission Mr. World was going to talk about today. I need any and all information you can gather on Voldemort, from the current location he is hiding in, to things from his past that might have held a great, sentimental, value to him. Everyone around the table flinched at the mention of his name and because of how boldly Mr. World had talked about it while devolving into a mess of their own theories. Mr. World is no longer afraid of speaking his name out loud. Has Mr. World gotten stronger again? Is he an angel now? He had been a saint recently. How did he digest his potion so fast and gain ingredients to become an angel? As expected of Mr. Error's blessed. Snape's ears perked at the mention of Mr. World's offer and he spoke in a solemn tone. What would you provide as payment? What do you suggest? I can try getting Beander characteristics for your next sequence potion, Mr. Moon. Or do you want me to knock someone out? Can I ask for information in exchange? Snape asked carefully. As long as its value is the same as the one you tell me. Snape nodded and fell silent for a few seconds as everyone looked at him. It was only after Snape gathered his thoughts for a while that he spoke again. I'd like to know about the method you have of getting rid of the corruption on the moon. Few people were confused about why Loki couldn't just use the time turner to save Daphne. It seems that I have failed to explain it well, so here are my thoughts. You are free to pick it apart. Loki is afraid that MTOD will notice him if he is there whenever she is there. He can't conceal himself in any meaningful way to protect himself from an outer god. So because he'll have to share the same battlefield or even be reasonably close so that he can save Daphne, he suspects that MTOD could notice him. Another reason is also because he didn't notice himself in the first place. If there was another person like him in the vicinity, his own spiritual senses should have alerted him, like they did in year 3 when he noticed himself while using the time turner and using his spirituality. But let's say he wants to go after MTOD has left and it's Voldemort alone once again. For that he'll either have to guess the exact time or divine it, both of which have a high risk of either coming across MTOD or Voldemort, both of whom are still stronger than him. Now, given those reasons, there is another reason why, but that would be a spoiler. No way. Loki shook his head. That is too expensive a piece of information to be given away just like that. How about something else? Snape nodded before speaking as if having expected this. What about information regarding the Forsaken Land of Gods in exchange for a list of people closest to him that he has assigned various tasks to? Loki thought about it for a moment. I could figure out if Voldemort has given out his Horcruxes that way. Especially since he knows that I can use them against him. He might have just given it to Bellatrix, but that's the obvious option. It's better to know the other people who he might have trusted his Horcruxes to. But what if he's now become scared of me targeting them? What if he keeps them on himself? No, that would be counterproductive. If he just kept it on himself, then anyone smart enough to lay an ambush against him, say, Adam, would be able to get rid of him very easily. So he's probably stored it away in some secretive place, or given it to someone he trusts to store it away in a secretive place. Loki frowned. Before answering, sure, that works for me, but since I don't know how much the list will help me, I will only give you a little bit of superficial information about the Forsaken Land of Gods unless I verify that the list contains what I need. How does that sound? You don't have to worry about me lying because of the Lord. Mr. World said, motioning towards Mr. Error. Snape nodded quickly and then spoke to Loki. That is fine by me. Snape quickly penned the list on parchment with the help of Mr. Error before sending it to Mr. World. The process, although not new, still amazed everyone else. Loki looked at the parchment and 3 things stood out to him. The first thing that caught Loki's eye was Voldemort has asked the Death Eaters to search for a specific snake. Why? But his attention was quickly diverted by the next few lines. Why is he after the Deathly Hallows? If I remember correctly, in the Tales of the Beetle the Bard, there was a story that said that hinted that the owner of the Deathly Hallows would become the Master of Death, but I doubt that is the whole story. Voldemort probably knows something else about the Deathly Hallows, which is why he's trying to gain access to them. Did he learn about it from Bellatrix? He did use her death blasphemy card in his resurrection. Loki thought about asking Sirius for more information about it for a minute but then shook his head softly. No, Sirius has already told us everything he probably wants to tell us about this. If he wanted to say more he would have already told us. I guess I can ask Walburga after I wake her up, she probably knows more about it than Sirius anyway. The third thing that caught Loki's eye, however, was a curious mention of some sort of a prophecy. What does he need a prophecy for? A prophecy would have been made with the help of someone from the reader pathway, or Adam. A stray thought suddenly crossed Loki's mind as he became distracted. Can you turn living things into Horcruxes? But if you can, I don't doubt it has its own risks associated with it all. An important snake, huh? Loki read the parchment several times in the span of a few seconds and finally lifted his head to look at Mr. Moon. He was prepared to give me this information. Either Professor Snape was able to figure out that Mr. World was closely keeping track of Voldemort's progress, or this is Adam's doing. And given how it is about the Forsaken Land of Gods, it probably is his plan. This is decent information. What would you like to know about the Forsaken Land of Gods? Snape was silent for a few seconds before he spoke. I'd like to know how one can enter the Forsaken Land of Gods. What a difficult question. What did they think I do in my free time? Did they think I have a habit of studying forbidden information? As expected of Professor Snape, he always asks things that would benefit him the most while paying the least. There is no way to enter the Forsaken Land of Gods directly. One way is to learn of its entrance through the Chaos Sea, since it contains a record of information about all that has existed through history. Loki wasn't lying or even making up the information. This was simply what he had gleaned himself by reading Rowena's books on the creation and tricks of magic. Snape frowned. It suddenly felt like he had been scammed. Loki noticed this and quickly started speaking again. That is the easiest method to enter the Forsaken Land of Gods. But, Snape asked, since he sensed that Mr. World had a different solution to it all. Mr. World looked at Snape and spoke calmly. The other way to enter the Forsaken Land of Gods is with the help of Mr. Error. Snape's pupils dilated a little, but then he quickly looked at Loki at the head of the table and waited for his response. Loki noticed it and simply nodded without saying anything else to keep his mysterious image up. This also wasn't a castle built in the air, or rather it was, since Loki was betting on the fact that by the time Snape could ask him to do such a thing he could trace the connection of the Chaos Sea to magic and exploit it to find information within it regarding the position of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Everyone had a similar thought at that moment. As expected of Mr. Error. Not even a problem that keeps the other gods out of the Forsaken Land of Gods is enough to stop him. Hermione, however, seemed to be the only person confused. What is the Forbidden Land of Gods? But she couldn't voice her question, or rather didn't have the mood to right now because of what had happened earlier. Snape nodded his thanks to Mr. World and then settled in his chair once again, thinking if Dumbledore would be happy to try and receive Mr. Error's blessings to venture into the Forsaken Land of Gods. Silence returned once again to the Tarot Club before Mr. World spoke again. I have another quest for those willing to take part in. This one is rather easy and can be done by anyone. It can also help you earn credit with our Lord so that you can ask him for help in certain matters. You could even ask him to fulfill a certain wish. Those words intrigued everyone, and Hermione was the first one to ask a question, since it seemed like a ray of light shining in the darkness she was trapped. I can ask Mr. Error to grant me a wish. What is it, Mr. World? Hermione's enthusiasm took everyone aback, since she had been mostly silent until now today, so they all immediately connected her eagerness with Mr. Error, drawing the same conclusion at once. She wants Mr. Error's help with something. Loki looked at Hermione's eagerness, guessing easily what she wanted, and gave himself a wry simile that was hidden from the others. I couldn't resurrect her myself. What makes you think it'll succeed if you make a wish? Perhaps by the time I figure out why the Disc of Wishes won't work, I can finally grant my own wish. But I doubt there's a way to revive Daphne anymore. Especially when her Beyonder characteristics were missing from the scene. Mr. World continued speaking after giving Miss Magician a short glance. The task is simple. All you have to do is set up a church and spread information about our Lord to any possible believers. As long as you spread the Lord's name enough, our Lord will fulfill one of your wishes. Everyone became slightly stunned at the words Mr. World had casually dropped. They all looked at Mr. Error from the corner of their eyes, hoping to see what reaction he had, but given how Mr. Error was sitting in the same relaxed posture as he always was, they felt a little surprised. Is it time for us to reveal ourselves to the world? Dominic was the least surprised, since he had sort of expected this, since they had already partially revealed themselves by killing Mr. X in Nocturne Alley. Especially since most other, evil god, organizations did something similar too. They all tried spreading around their religion at one point or another. But Mr. World continued speaking. This is an act that will help our Lord return from the forgotten history of the world and return to the real world once again. So that, he, can become the leader of the true gods against the enemies that have tortured us once again. The return of our Lord will address the change of times. It will mark the beginning of the era of rebirth. The world awaits his return, and none other than him is capable of sitting on this throne without being subject to corruption. It is our duty as the closest followers of our Lord to proselytize his faith and greatness to make the world embrace him. A small sense of pride emerged in everyone's hearts when Mr. World ended his short speech, since they did feel great to be closest to Mr. Error, but what overshadowed it was a sense of fear as they thought back to what Mr. World had told them all before. The return of our Lord will address the change of times. It will mark the beginning of the era of rebirth. Is it truly possible to name an entire era based on the actions of a single god? Why do we even need to fight? Can't we sort things out by talking to each other? But Hermione was determined. What do I need to do, Mr. World? Is there a specific goal you have in mind that you need to hit? Are there any specific people you want to target? Loki looked at Hermione with a little amusement but didn't reject her eagerness. Our aim is simple. All of Great Britain must be aware of Mr. Error's return from history into reality. Single quote question mark single quote. Everyone's mouth hung a little loose. What? As the gathering drew to an end after that bombastic revelation from Mr. World, everyone was slowly being sent back to their bodies in the real world, but Hermione was quick to signal to Mr. Error that she wanted to speak to him privately. Loki noticed it and stopped breaking her connection. He waited and looked at her for a few seconds with his spirit vision to study her thoughts. Hermione seemed to have progressed in keeping her mind shut a little, at least since she had a small wall of runes to protect her body of heart and mind. Not that it stopped Loki from looking at her thoughts, but he felt a little happy that Hermione was progressing. Hermione was fidgeting with her fingers and toes as she tried coming up with the right words. Her heart beat faster and soon she found herself with sweaty palms. Loki waited patiently, not rushing her even though he'd already read her thoughts. Mostly because he was already trying to think of an appropriate answer by debating with himself, but also because he didn't want to spook her right now. Mr. Error, I have a question. Loki only nodded calmly to indicate to her that he was waiting. Hermione gulped nervously before speaking. Could I know if someone who has been killed can be revived by making a wish to you? Loki's posture relaxed a little as he heard the question, and Hermione noticed this. Then he brought his hands together and intertwined his fingers as he rested his chin on the bridge they formed. Resurrection isn't something one should take lightly, Miss Magician. Loki's spirit vision turned blatant when Hermione suddenly felt like all her secrets were laid bare in front of Mr. Error. She felt a vast overbearing pressure lay on her shoulders as she was immediately forced to lower her gaze. Oh no. Did I anger him? Will I die? What is the use of me staying alive anyway when he controls who lives and dies? Will I be killed off too? Hermione's emotions rapidly took a turn for the worse as the general color of her aura changed from a tense red to a deep gray, almost black around her head and heart. Loki was being forceful towards her since he wanted to see what she would do in case he rejected her. He knew well that she was feeling lost and scared. But he wanted to ascertain that she wouldn't end up doing something stupid like old Neil in her chase after the chance for the resurrection of someone who saved her life. Above all, Loki didn't want to give her hope like he did not with Astoria, only to have it snatched away from them to only inflict more pain on them. But, no, my own. Daphne gave up her life to save yours. You need to live, if only to prove her sacrifice. Hermione quickly pulled herself back up, even if only by a thread, as she looked at Loki with firm eyes that seemed to have found the confidence to take charge of her own life. This was a development in the right direction, and so Loki changed his approach towards her while speaking in a calm tone. But, that being said, resurrection is not entirely off the table either. All souls are pushed behind the veil of death. Loki paused, wondering if he would share some information he had recently learned, and decided to speak in slightly more vague terms. Wizards have almost always tried to conquer death. Do you not know the stories, Miss Magician? Death does not need to be the final stop, especially when the death pathway exists. Hermione's thoughts and emotions froze for a second before, under Loki's vision, they started to bubble into a sharp crimson red that indicated her excitement. But Loki was quick to pour water over her rising emotions to control her expectations. But if you wish to exchange contribution points from the mission that my blessed has put out, it will be very difficult to do so unless you are able to outperform my blessed himself. Hermione's eyes widened and she felt a little shocked, but she didn't let her mood collapse. It's all right, my own. You'll figure something out. With that, they ended their short after-meeting conversation before Loki sent Hermione away. Sirius woke up on his bed and looked at the door of his room with watery eyes. His mind played the memories of a happy family. Of him running around the house with his brother with fake wands casting silly spells at each other. He could almost hear Walburga shout at them, complaining about them running in the halls while his father and grandfather had tea as they read the Daily Prophet or studied the papers that the Gringotts goblins had mailed to them about their various businesses. Soon Sirius found his legs had carried him to the family tapestry. His fingers traced across the several names of his cousins and relatives who were either mentally challenged to view the world with an unbiased perspective or were disowned for doing so. Eventually, Sirius's fingers brushed across his mother's name and portrait on the wall. That was when Sirius closed his eyes for a few seconds. Once he opened them, he looked at a blank spot in the room before whispering a name he'd almost forgotten because of how long it had been since he'd used it. Creature. There was a swift loud pop like the backfire of a car exhaust before an ugly creature suddenly appeared in the room. Sirius frowned as he looked at the creature while the creature did the same as it matched eyes with Sirius. They stood at a standstill for a few seconds before creature started his barrage of insults. Master Black finally learned how to speak again. With how silent he was for the last year, creature expected him to have gone mute. Perhaps being around muggles often had robbed his brains. Not that he had any in the first place. Oh, the horror for Lady Black. How terrible it would have been for her to see her own son devolve into a habit and routine fit only for a pig in a pigsty. Creature kept mumbling random things in an uneven voice, because of which Sirius kept missing more than half the things the small disgusting creature kept talking about. His mind filled it in with even more creative insults though. Stop, 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 you bumbling idiot. Tell me where she is. Where's mother sleeping? Where is that wicked old woman prolonging her suffering? Creature's body froze before he looked at Sirius with angry red eyes as he shouted, Master knows. Master has been informed by someone. Creature will not let Master kill Lady Black. Creature will never let Lady Black be killed. Creature shouted and started walking out of the room. And despite being insulted by him, Sirius followed him, since he knew no matter what Creature said or tried to do, he wouldn't be able to stop answering his question and was probably leading him to his mother's resting place. Creature hurled all sorts of insults and curses on the way, but slowly kept walking towards the basement, which Sirius followed. With every creak down the stairs, Sirius found his heart beating even louder. And slowly he felt it beat louder than Creature's curses. It felt like his intuition was trying to drag him away from the scene, but Sirius knew this was just his fear. He did not know what he feared or even how it had gripped him with such vigor, but he knew that it had and that it wasn't going to leave him alone. A sharp snap brought Sirius out of his thoughts as Creature opened the door to the basement with a simple snap of his fingers, allowing for Sirius to step in. The basement was spick and span, probably even neater than the rest of the house. After the short inspection, Sirius followed Creature once again. Sirius felt his heart come to the edge of his lips as Creature came to a stop in front of a coffin where he activated his spirit vision. A darkness pathway Beander didn't have spirit vision that was as advanced as a seer or even a marauder, and so all he could do was confirm that there was someone inside the coffin. What neither Creature nor Sirius noticed was the person standing beside the coffin who was leaning on a coffin that looked indistinguishable from the one in front of them. Loki looked at Sirius and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost didn't make it in time. Good that I took her before something could happen to her from Sirius trying something stupid. Now I just need to fix her. It's been long since I've avoided searching for the solution to her problem. I almost thought that she died after I stopped hearing her name in the whispers during my advancement ritual. She isn't dead though. But Loki then looked at Walburga for a second as he thought. Who knew the cause of her losing control was this of all things? Well, good for me, I guess. After making sure that Sirius couldn't tell the difference between the real coffin that he had hidden and the fake one he had created by using his illusion skills, Loki didn't wait any longer for this to have happened. Why did this happen? Loki didn't have any answers right now. He needed to perform divinations to understand the matter, but looking at Walburga's coffin, a different question came to his mind. Where do I go to wake her up though? Loki frowned since he still didn't have a place he could call home currently other than the Black Manor. I want to be somewhere safe when I wake her up. Making a ruckus in a place where others could interfere wouldn't be the most appropriate thing to do. Especially if I'm right about the sequence of the person I'll be fighting. I could use the Saphira Castle, but I don't want to have to tell Walburga about it. And manipulating her about it seems rather strange. What will I even tell her? That to repay me she'd have to proselytize the error god. That's not actually a bad idea. I could tell her that the error god helped me in saving her and that his payment is to help spread his religion around the world. I mean, wouldn't she be able to do a damn good job at it too? But still, revealing the Saphira Castle to her, that's a little strange. I could just tell her that the error god was the one that actually saved her by blessing me with his powers or something. That still leaves the question, where do I take her? Loki thought for a while before coming to a rather elegant conclusion. Don't the founders owe me for waking them up? Then borrowing the castle wouldn't be so bad after all. I've been using it to wake up people after all. Seems like a good place. Loki nodded to himself and smiled for a second before he vanished from the basement of the Black Manor and arrived at the Room of Requirement. Loki summoned the Marauder's map and looked at it to spot Dumbledore patiently pacing around his study while the other professors were either working patiently in their offices or taking a quick nap. Loki's eyes stayed on Dumbledore's name for a few seconds. Is he cooking up another plan? I hope whatever it is that he's planned for the next year, it isn't as dangerous as last time. It won't be dangerous, right? Can't I divine about it now that I have access to spirit threads? I should arguably be better than the mystery prior guy inside the Ring of Harvest too, shouldn't I? I should free him. Poor guy has been there in the ring for at least like 5 years now. Loki shook his head to put such thoughts aside and looked at the plain wall of Room of Requirements that would soon transform into a door. But instead of thinking about his wish and walking around the corridor, Loki's spirituality decreased a little as he touched the body of heart and mind of the room and inserted the thought into it. The room trembled as if surprised by what had just happened. The stone bricks turned on each other before swinging around to form wooden planks that slowly grouped together into an innocuous door which Loki opened to enter the room he had hoped to use. The room was mostly dark. There were no sources of light, yet an unmissable shine was spread out through the air, making it just enough for it to seem like the radiant light of the moon from the outside had infected the inside. Loki, however, was unbothered since he could see clearly in the dark. He'd done this specifically to help Walburga because she'd likely be able to use her powers better in this way, and it was more likely to eliminate all outside interference. But Loki wasn't satisfied by it yet. As the last of the stone blocks swiveled into place, Loki pulled out his wand and manipulated his spirituality into the shape of a half-moon with radiant stars around it. Once the symbol was complete, Loki thought about something simple, infused his spell with intent, and flicked his wand. Almost immediately a sense of isolation and concealment veiled the room, separating it even further from the world outside than it already was. Loki had asked for Salazar Slytherin to confine the room from the world. He didn't trust Adam to not interfere or try and do something stupid in case things got out of hand, so Loki chose to isolate the room with the help of one of its founders. Loki then carefully placed the coffin onto the centermost part of the room where the room had conveniently painted a target for him. He took a deep breath for a few seconds before slowly exhaling as he calmed his tense nerves that were taut because it had been too long since he'd seen Walburga. He was no longer the little boy she'd seen when he first met her. He might not have grown up by much. At least not when he compared his own age to Walburga. But he had probably been through quite a bit. In fact, it was likely that he had experienced more bizarre incidents than Walburga could have ever imagined. Could she have claimed that she saved an ex-true god? Loki calmed himself, and once his focus was set he slowly pulled out his wand before taking a few steps away from the coffin box that was standing stably in the center of the room without any other support. Loki's eyes flickered to take on a deep hue as he activated his spirit vision to look at Walburga. Everything was just as he remembered when he did this each year he visited her. Walburga was shaded with a dark grayish hue, signifying her time was coming to an end. But there was a slight difference this time. A difference that Loki was sure was the cause of all of whatever had happened to Walburga. Because Loki had increased in sequence, he could now see the spirit body threads of all things around him. As such, Loki could see Walburga's spirit body thread too. But that wasn't all Loki could see. Loki could also see a second spirit body thread that belonged not to the coffin that Walburga lay inside of, but it belongs to a different creature that has hidden in Walburga. Loki summoned the Ring of Harvest and was about to use the soul of the mystery prior in it to perform a simple divination. But he stopped at the last second before sending off the Ring of Harvest back into the Saphira Castle. I should be able to do it on my own. The owner of the second spirit body thread attached to Walburga. Loki repeated the statement 7 times before falling asleep with the help of cogitation. He used illusions to keep him supported as he slept so he wouldn't fall down. Loki's vision, which was dark because of the room he was in, gradually shifted to a different sort of darkness. Loki looked around for a few seconds and realized where he was when he spotted Walburga right beside him. Inside the coffin. But his vision didn't stop there. Loki's vision shifted slowly as he fell into Walburga, falling specifically towards her soul. A normal Beander who would have used divination wouldn't have been able to see much of what was happening because most did not have access to the soul directly. As such, they would have missed what Loki saw next. Attached to Walburga's smooth and stable murky soul was a dark and demented soul that moved erratically. Loki didn't have to think for long to understand what it was. Especially since he already had his guesses even before he performed the divination. A demon. It has parasitized Walburga, not deeply enough to take over her identity, but over the surface so that it can stay hidden within her. Like I did with the beetle that I tested out my abilities on after advancing to sequence 4. Loki frowned. What does a demon want with her? Why would it parasitize her in the first place? The vision broke as Loki returned to standing alone in the dark room. But Loki didn't stop there. He immediately activated his spirit vision and looked at Walburga. Or more specifically towards her soul. As expected, the parasitizing soul was missing from his spirit vision. The demon is probably just like the others. It is using some sort of item of the error pathway to hide itself while parasitizing Walburga. Loki frowned. And if I'm right, to be able to fool me, the item is from a higher sequence. Likely sequence 3, Mentor of Desiat. The thoughts hadn't come out of nowhere. They had emerged after Loki had poured most of his occasional time asking himself the same question again and again over the last year. It had started during the summer camp at the Flammels when Loki had asked them the question. What had happened to the higher sequence beyonders of the darkness pathway? Although Nicholas and Purnell had given him a logical answer about it being very difficult to simply stay alive after a person became a demigod, Loki couldn't digest the answer. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with it. And it wasn't because of a hunch or something superstitious. It was because Loki couldn't understand who could be strong enough to wage a war against the Black family and win at it. In a family where traitors were executed and rules were followed to the dot so that their perception to the outside world remained murky and mysterious, the Black name carried weight. Its weight was the first thing that was a deterrent enough for other people to not pick a fight with it. Especially since the weight of that name came out of the greatest pride of the Black family. It was the oldest and noblest house of Black. Normally being the oldest meant that the bonds surrounding it would have become a strain. Turning from elastic frameworks meant to prop up the structure into a bog that only worked to drown it. But in the Beyonder world, things were very different. Having more time directly equated to having more opportunities as long as you could remain alive. And Loki didn't think that remaining alive was a hard thing for a family that followed the darkness pathway to do. Especially with all their concealment abilities. But their concealment abilities weren't the only thing that should have helped them. It was clear to Loki that Salazar Slytherin had meant to have his descendants welcome the next error pathway Beyonder, either on direct orders from Loki himself or from divining things about fate after Loki had seemingly disappeared. But the preparations were far from stellar, weren't they? The only reason Loki even ever came onto the error pathway in this world was because of a coincidence of having seen the error blasphemy card. In ruling out Dumbledore's ability to have set up such a coincidence, since he wasn't knowledgeable of the Lord of the Mysteries pathways, it was clear that someone else had set it up. It was clear that whatever Salazar Slytherin had aimed to do had failed, at least partially. So what then was it that constantly made the Black family descendants so bold and open-minded, even though their high-level Beyonders kept dying so often? What had forced the Black family's descendants to abandon their protection to venture into the world so bravely when not even their pathway's true God had made it safely and was asleep? And even worse was that this trait was carried down each family member, even ones like Sirius who despite being against much of what the Black family's misunderstood tradition stood for was a total anarchist. The trait was present even in Sirius's brother, his uncle, Regulus Arcus Black, who had sacrificed his own life to take down a part of the soul of Voldemort. This trait was what set off a strange theory in Loki's head. Since each child of the Black family consumed excess Beyonder characteristics and then gave birth to children that were already at sequence 5, what if the wills of the ancestors of the family were carried through? Generation after generation without anyone realizing any better. What if that was a part of the plan Salazar had hastily planned for the future with the little time he had after he had to fall asleep in a crystal, waiting to be rescued by Loki in the future? The second clue Loki had was the murmurings that had stopped after ascending to sequence 5. Even though the fact that the murmurings had stopped was really weird. Why had they existed in the first place? Specifically, why was he hearing the name of Walburga in the murmurings that he heard during his advancement? He could understand his connection with Hogwarts since Loki hadn't yet forgotten the close feeling of spiritual significance it and the things inside it gave to him. Given his proximity to the Founders, it wasn't hard to think that Loki had left something for himself in the castle. But why Walburga? After Loki had taken the error blasphemy card from the basement of the Black family, why was his fate still connected to Walburga? This had struck a spark in Loki's imagination. Although I don't yet know why I heard those murmurings, if I heard them during my advancement ritual, was it to inform me about my connection to Walburga? That there was something about her that I had missed on my first glance. Perhaps Salazar Slytherin had hidden something relating to the error pathway in the family of his followers. And so when Loki's gaze locked onto the thin spirit body thread that left Walburga while following her own spirit thread closely, Loki had come to a simple but important question. Perhaps there was an incident that prevented Salazar Slytherin from performing any more preparations for me in the future. As such, he couldn't take the proper precautions to make sure that the information was delivered to me. So he took a rather complicated method to keep the information for me. And if it is assumed that she was the one responsible for Salazar and the other founders to fall asleep, that means that she had likely sent someone to spy on the Black family so that she could know whatever Salazar and the other founders had planned. Perhaps she was after the person Salazar was setting up the coincidences in the error pathway for too. And what better way to do it with the help of an immortal being that could be fully controlled without anyone ever realizing that it was with them. Loki's heart beat faster as he reached this conclusion, since he had only a single solution to all these points he had uncovered. Salazar's preparation for me has to do something with the error pathway. And if she wants to learn about it, that also means that it has something to do with the error pathway. Above all, the murmurings, although I don't have proof to accuse someone of creating them for me, are also linked to the error pathway. So whatever she did to keep an eye on the Black family throughout history involves the error pathway in some way. And the only way that comes to mind which would support all these conclusions would be the sequence 3 or higher error pathway beyonders or mystical items of a similar level. Since only those sequences have the ability to hide in wait inside a human without anyone else's knowledge. The demon, throughout history, has probably been parasitizing the lives of the head of the Black family at each generation, trying to figure out and keep an eye out to learn of the plan that Salazar Slytherin had created. It had likely been siphoning the life force of each family head to extend its own lifespan, a side effect of which was what drove the multiple Black family heads to insanity through loss of control. And observing Walburga's soul had only proved it right. Walburga's soul was currently parasitized. As such, Loki looked at it all with some glee before taking in deep breaths to calm himself. This will be a little difficult, but interesting. Loki sent a thin blanket of spirituality over the coffin and caused its runes to show up. The intricacy and skill required to carve the complex runes on the coffin were impeccable. But in front of a pseudo-master of alchemy and rune crafting, Loki could easily spot several flaws that he could exploit in this work of art. Loki flicked his wand rather casually and created a special shape with his spirituality that shot out and landed on the coffin. And instead of a loud bang or even a soft click, there was only silence for a few seconds before the runes on the coffin visibly started to rearrange themselves as the symbol Loki drew with his spirituality started to unfold and crawl around the entire box like a mold or parasite that was growing by consuming the wards on the box. The continuous ripples that were sent across the surface of the wards protecting the coffin made it seem like the individual components were trembling because of Loki's spell. But Loki wasn't done. Switching to his spirit vision quickly, Loki searched for his target with the help of its spirit body threads. To any normal person or even a high-level beyander of a pathway with strong spirit vision, Walburga's body would look sick and her soul would only look corrupted. But none would be able to point out the reason for it all happening. Loki's first ideas about how to help here Walburga were based on trying to help Walburga gain anchors by creating a following for her such that she wouldn't have to depend on Salazar Slytherin anymore like the other Beyonders. But Loki knew that doing such a thing was extremely risky, especially because several other high-sequence Beyonders would immediately be able to connect the events of the two things happening. But now he had another option opened up to him. A new method that had only risen above the horizon after drinking his Sequence 4 parasite potion. He could clearly feel that given time, he could very easily siphon of the life of his host and slowly make them lose control while extending his own lifespan drastically. The idea had left Loki with a simple and almost poetic solution to the entire problem. Loki would simply and elegantly subject the demon to exactly what it had been doing all this time. Loki had used his Beyander ability through the indirection of the Saphira castle so that he could keep his attack hidden from the demon. He was parasitizing the runes on the coffin box with the help of a worm of time from his mythical creature form. Specifically, Loki was modifying the runes on the coffin box to do the exact opposite of what it had been programmed to do. The coffin box was suddenly going to extract all the life energy of the person inside it instead of helping the person preserve it. But the target of the coffin was no longer Walburga. As soon as Loki's spell captured the runes on the entire box, it began to slowly infiltrate and attack Walburga herself, trying its very best to devour her. Or at least that was what it would have looked like to other people until a sudden shrill screech filled the air, pouring out of the coffin like a banshee trapped in a well. The pulsing runes that had been consumed slowly started to tremble wildly under the continuous maddening screeches that erupted from inside the coffin. A swirling dark portal opened up beside the coffin for a moment as whatever made the sounds tried to guide it into the abyss, but with a simple flick of Loki's hand the portal vanished as if it never existed. Loki had stolen away the creature's ability to open portals to the abyss. And since the area was concealed by Salazar Slytherin himself, she was never alerted of the event occurring. The creature tried to do the exact same thing again and again, but Loki bluntly stopped its attempts at running away each time with little to no effort. But the creature didn't stop and kept trying again and again since Loki had conveniently trapped it in a loop of thoughts. Loki had manipulated its body of heart and mind by stealing its thoughts whenever it saw the result of summoning a portal. Since the creature didn't know that Loki was constantly shutting down its portal, it kept trying again and again, failing to realize that it had already opened a portal and had failed in doing so. Loki could have easily killed the creature by now, but it wasn't in his best interest to do so. Since if he didn't return the life that the creature stole from Walburga, she'd end up dying anyway, even if Loki freed her from the parasite. And so Loki continued to work his magic. The runes consumed by his life reversal spell started to rearrange themselves as Loki directed them like an orchestra conductor. Each rune was pulled out of the array that was etched into the coffin before it was dragged around and rearranged into an entirely different sequence with a different target, the parasitic demon. Where before the runes simmered down the life energy of Walburga so that she could live longer with what little life energy she had left, now the runes told a different story. They were ruthlessly dragging out the life energy of the parasite and stuffing it into Walburga. Of course, the demon and Walburga were deeply connected during this time, but Loki didn't know if he could separate them without doing something drastic. And since it was only for a short amount of time, Loki left it as it is. The screeching only got louder as Loki continued rearranging the runes, making the connection between the parasite and the coffin stronger by each passing second. Slowly Loki started to hear something inside the coffin try and create deep trenches into the thick enchanted wood, but nothing inside could scratch its way outside. It seemed that the Black family ancestors had made the coffin out of wood strong enough to withstand the family member inside the coffin becoming a creature that had lost control. Loki flinched a little as he imagined how painful it must be for Walburga to go through what he was doing. But he knew it was for her best that this process was done as fast as possible. Like ripping off a band-aid in one jerk to feel the least pain you could. Loki's eyes suddenly narrowed, however. Walburga stepped right through the coffin. Although the coffin was meant to keep a maddened creature inside it, its makers hadn't realized that its occupant could deceive the laws of nature. Loki had bet on the fact that he could keep the demon distracted for long enough to kill it immediately when Walburga was safe and done, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. It seemed like the demon had realized that Loki was messing with its mind and used the mystical item it was using to parasite Walburga to simply deceive the coffin's runes about their position. As such, Walburga, who had just been scratching the unbreakable coffin door, with enough force to break her nails, suddenly appeared in front of Loki. "You wouldn't happen to remember me, would you, Grandma?" Loki asked with a wry smile as he looked at Walburga, whose eyes were crimson red. Blood leaked from her fingers and hands as they dripped at her feet. A warm puff of air was released from her nose as Loki spotted the simple demon climb over his shoulder as it stared at Loki with a menacing look. The demon itself was a disgusting-looking worm that had tied itself around Walburga's neck as its deep mouth with an uncountable number of sharp, jagged shark teeth blared at Loki. Deep dark blood leaked from the hollow eyes of the worm as it looked at Loki, and he could swear he felt it curse him in the language of foulness. "Did I disturb your stay, my lord?" Loki asked in a humorous tone, even though he could feel a sense of suppression from the higher sequence item that the demon was using. Grr. Loki ducked just barely as he saw Walburga's arm swing over where his head had been moments prior. Walburga's nails had regrown, but not humanly. They had regrown as dark black sharp claws like the ones demons had. Curses. Loki grabbed Walburga's hands and tried to move her back without damaging her, hoping to get her back to the coffin so that he could continue with the process of siphoning the life essence of the demon and push it all into Walburga. But just as Loki wrapped his hands around Walburga's arm, the demented demon acted with cleverness and speed that Loki had not expected. The demon spat out like a fire extinguisher. Except it didn't spit out carbon dioxide. It spit out cursed black flames that aimed at cursing Loki directly. Loki quickly left Walburga and rushed backwards, except to his shock and horror, Loki found his feet stuck to the floor. The demon had used the error pathway mystical item once again to deceive the laws of nature, to trick it into fixing Loki's current position and the position he would have moved to, freezing him in place. Damnation. With not much he could do, Loki apologized to Walburga in his heart. "I'm sure the Black family has a method to regrow one's arms, Grandma. I'm sure I can even ask Madame Pomfrey to help fix you. Or even that strange shopkeeper at Rob's store." With the jet of fire rushing through the air to burn Loki's head off, Loki suddenly twisted Walburga's arm upwards, snapping her elbow as he stuffed her entire hand into the demon's dastardly mouth. With the demon shocked at its mouth having been suddenly stuffed, Loki acted immediately. With a firm grasp on Walburga's body, Loki bashed his head into the demon, crushing its head to some extent with the immense strength his body had gained after becoming a demigod. The head bash seemed to have stunned it further, as Loki quickly kicked Walburga in the stomach, launching her straight back towards the coffin as he flicked his wand and opened its lid to trap Walburga and the demon back inside. But the demon required quicker than Loki could have imagined. It acted with fierce determination, choosing to do the exact same thing to Loki as he had done to it before. The crazy demon wanted to trap Loki in his own thoughts, forming a loop in his actions so that it could take advantage of the situation and immediately kill Loki. The demon's act started with making use of Walburga since it had deep control over her body after the strange ritual Loki had enacted to siphon its life. The demon expelled spirituality from Walburga's body to rapidly drag Loki into a dream so that his thoughts of escape could be stolen and he could be trapped in the dream forever until it killed him. The demon though didn't know that Loki was connected to the Saphira castle and wouldn't lose his consciousness in the dream. However, things didn't have to even reach that point. Just like the demon had control over Walburga's body, Walburga had control over herself and it. She had been a little startled by the sudden influx of pain and torture that had captured her and thrown her awake while she was inside the coffin. But now that things were becoming rather clear, she could see that the demon was trying its best to harm Loki. And Walburga was not going to allow that. As soon as the demon tried to drag Loki into sleep, Walburga acted almost on instinct and redirected her ability towards the demon itself and not Loki. The demon was almost about to fall asleep, but having lived through the lives of several darkness pathway beyonders before, it had the perfect counter. The demon used the error pathway mystical item to deceive the ability Walburga used, making it feel like it worked, when in fact it had done nothing to him. Except, to the demon's misfortune, Loki had finished his task. Since the start of the ritual to transfer the demon's life essence to Walburga, Loki had never discounted the fact that the demon might escape the coffin at some point, so even though he was surprised that it had escaped, he was prepared for it. Loki was prepared for it since he had already sent out worms of time from his mythical creature form to parasitize the error pathway item itself. And although it had taken some time to do so since the item was made from a Beyonder characteristic of a sequence higher than him, he was able to partially parasitize it, just enough to stop the demon from using any of its abilities in the short future. As such, Loki looked at the demon and whispered, "Checkmate." Loki lifted his leg again and kicked Walburga into the coffin, flicking his wand immediately after as he locked Walburga inside the coffin once again. "Bear through the pain, Grandma. It is to return your life energy back to you. Loki shouted as best as he could so that Walburga wouldn't think that Loki had betrayed her and try to stop the ritual. Loki displayed his extraordinary control over runes and continued to mess with the coffin even as a thin puddle began to form under the coffin. Loki noticed the blood but did nothing. A little loss of blood wasn't much to a demigod. The demented demon seemed to have woken up again once its life was being siphoned again, but Walburga made sure to keep it locked inside the coffin along with her. The screams and screeches slowly died down and Loki finally stopped manipulating the runes on the coffin. Without any help from Loki, the coffin lid loosened before it slowly creaked open to reveal the person inside. A pair of eyes suddenly opened in the deathly darkness inside the coffin. The eyes were pitch black and looked at everything around them with great intensity. The eyes quickly focused on Loki since he was the only other being in the room and relaxed slightly. Loki's grip on his wand tightened but he wasn't tense in the least. He was pretty relaxed. But he was slightly worried for Walburga. "Lo, not now, Grandma," Loki interrupted. Before anything else could happen, Loki flicked his wand. Walburga's clothes pulled her out of the coffin towards Loki, who quickly helped her stand on her own while she looked at him with intrigue. Loki didn't have the time to engage in a chat, however, since almost as soon as he separated Walburga from the coffin an illusory mess of emotions jumped out of it to follow her. Given the darkness, it would have been impossible for anyone to be able to tell it apart. Even Walburga almost missed it, but Loki did not. His spirit vision and night vision gave him a clear view of the creature. Loki wasted no time to flick his wand and lock onto the creature's soul. Colorless spells blasted from Loki's wand as everything flew straight at the spirit that was hell-bent on getting to Walburga. The spirit froze in midair before it performed an immaculate dodge as it slipped past Loki's spells and dove closer to Walburga. Walburga defended herself instantly by flicking her hand to cause thin hair strands to appear out of her back and rushed to capture the spirit creature. There were so many thin hair-like strands in the air that they felt like a layer of darkness had been induced into the very space that was gathered around Walburga. The hair all floated for a moment before engaging in a dive of speed where they moved directly towards the emotional mess to capture it and freeze it in its place. The mass of emotions dodged every batch of hair Walburga sent at it, performing nearly impossible maneuvers as it changed its shape and size from one moment to the next to bypass all the hair in the air, sneaking in through the razor-thin gaps between them as it moved towards its one and only target. Walburga wasn't inexperienced in such matters, however. With a simple flick of her working hand, the hair that the mass of emotions had evaded so cleverly till now all suddenly revealed the weave they were a part of. Walburga pulled her hand back and caused a single knot to form near her fingers, which she dragged back in the air, causing all the hair strands to converge to a single spot inside the spirit, to trap it in the net she had laid. Walburga watched like a hawk as all the hair around the area came down to bind the spirit and capture it. But under her absolutely stunned and surprised gaze, Walburga watched as the serene hair strands all passed through the demonic entity without touching it for even a single moment before she felt them all entangle around the neck of the person controlling them. Herself. Loki clicked his tongue lightly since the mystical item had thrown off his parasitism and allowed the demon to use the Mentor of Deceit characteristic to pull such a move off by deceiving Walburga's powers. Walburga could suddenly no longer control the serene hair strands she had summoned. They were out of her control and they were being used to kill her. In spite of Walburga being confused and shocked, Loki hadn't given up just yet. Although he couldn't reveal his sequence abilities to Walburga, which meant that he had to do a little bit of jumping around to fight the demonic entity that was a mass of emotion now, it didn't mean that it was hard for him to do what he was about to do. Loki flicked his wand lightly and spoke the name of the spell he was casting to put on a show. Steal. Walburga, who had never heard of such a spell, was rather shocked when she saw the serene hair strands that were choking her disappear and reappear around Loki's wand. Loki wasn't done just yet though. As soon as the serene hair strands appeared on his wand, Loki flicked his wand again and spoke the name of a new spell. Vita Parasitus. Loki had stolen the control of the hair from the demonic entity which was using the mystical item and immediately controlled Walburga's ability instead of the demon. The serene hairs that had knotted around the tip of Loki's wand glowed ominously for a moment before they were shot right at the demon. The demon dropped low to avoid the spell and allow it to fly above him, but Loki's spell worked in ways it couldn't expect or respond to. Since Loki had hidden his intentions using the Saphira castle, the demon had missed the trap Loki had laid for it. The flying knot of hair that left behind a trail of ominous purple in the air was just an illusion. The real spell was silent and colorless. The spirit that had just avoided Loki's spell was struck right in the face as it moved into the path of Loki's invisible spell. Walburga admired Loki's skill with magic, but in the next second it turned into a profound sense of pride. He's a proud name in the Black family line. The demon that was struck by the spell coalesced into a tangible form. It looked mostly like the worm it had been before, but now it appeared to have been robed of its artistic beauty since much of its life essence had been stolen away, leaving only a few drops behind. The worm's vertebrae started to show before it was suddenly turned into a pin cushion prepared by stabbing all the serene hair strands into its body. In spite of the horrifying pain the procedure promised, the demonic worm hung soundlessly as if enjoying a peaceful serene dream in its mind, since the hair strands had that effect on it after coming in direct contact. Loki twisted his wand by holding it at a point in space as if turning a dial, and the spirit figure slowly started to move out of its control. Each one of its joints was snapped as the worm was compressed and packed into itself before it spit out something under itself. Loki flicked his wand lightly and caused all the hairs to vanish, leaving behind a simple pile of flesh and a single attractive object that remained behind in the form of an illusory ring. But at this point, Loki wasn't very interested in the corpse or the Beyonder item that had dropped. He had a pretty good guess as to what it did, and so he turned towards Walburga, who was looking at him with a smile. "You've grown up so much. And you're just the same as the last time I saw you, Grandma." Loki looked at Walburga with a soft smile as she gave him a fond look. But before Loki could do anything else, he suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine as Walburga's eyes started getting scarier and scarier. "But, you brat, do you know how much it hurts to have your elbow forcefully snapped? I'm an old lady, and I'm not your doll. Come here, you fool. I'll snap your elbow too. I need to beat you for it." Walburga tried to drag Loki into a dream as she rushed towards him to prevent him from dodging her, but Loki quickly snapped himself awake, completely disregarding Walburga's attempt at trying to discipline him. "It was for your own good, Grandma," Loki shouted as he was finally cornered into the wall of the dark room. Demonic Walburga reached Loki and finally, after taking a deep breath, calmed down after she pinched Loki's cheeks with her only working hand and then finally let him go. "Foolish brat, where are we?" Walburga asked, looking around the dark room Loki had brought them both into. "This isn't the Black Manor. Did you have to sell it to gain capital for someplace else?" Walburga was frowning by the end. "What? No." Loki was flabbergasted when he saw how little Walburga trusted him. "Oh, then," Walburga asked with raised eyebrows. "Grandma, don't you trust me even a little bit?" Walburga gave Loki a dead-eyed look. She still remembered seeing Loki's strange choice for an outfit when she was awake, and then deliberately measured him with her eyes to show how little he was when she'd left him to handle things alone. "Come on, I've grown up. A lot." Loki rolled his eyes, causing Walburga to smile. "And you've become a fine young man. Tell me, you've set your eyes on any girl?" Loki shook his head and quickly interrupted Walburga lest she start talking about something absurd. "Forget about all that. I need your help." Loki quickly sprang his problem onto Walburga. Walburga's eyes narrowed and she looked at Loki with a stern gaze. "What happened? Did someone try and bare their fangs at the Black family while I was gone?" Loki shook his head. "No. The Black family has fared well for now. It even has an additional member who has returned. The trouble is with how I helped you recover." Walburga nodded a little as if she had expected such a thing before asking, "What did you do anyway?" "What is that thing? An extinct magical creature or a demon?" Loki nodded his head. "Your guess is right. It's a demon. And although I don't have all the information about why it was haunting you, I have a few guesses." Walburga leaned in to show her interest in the matter and Loki continued. According to my guesses, the demon was sent to haunt the family head by an evil god whose name I cannot take. But given the matter is related to demons, you should know who it is related to. Walburga's eyes widened with Loki's words. You know who? Loki nodded. Voldemort is only her lackey. Walburga flinched at Loki's usage of Voldemort's name, but when nothing happened she looked at him with confusion. I fought the madman once already. He's pretty weak. He won't try and take me on directly for now, so don't worry about that. Walburga's eyes widened and almost immediately narrowed as she stared at Loki with a gaze filled with disbelief. Except Loki wasn't interested in expanding further on the matter and continued with his plan. But you must be wondering how and why the previous family heads have also been losing control and dying out after reaching sequence 4. Loki asked. No, I don't care about that. Are you alright? You said you fought him. Later. I'll tell you about that later. For now the problem I have is more important. Loki waved his hand randomly. Walburga breathed deeply, filling her chest with the cool refreshing air of the room as she calmed herself and held onto rationality as she continued to ignore the pain in her broken arm. And then Walburga looked at Loki with a scrutinizing gaze as she tried to understand what Loki had just said. And his words only made her confused, since none of the members of the Black family had ever found such a thing. Especially when you said that it was you-know-who's true goddess that had put the demon to work, but you also indicated that all the previous Black family heads were infected by the same demon. How did we not find this for all this time? And how did you find it so easily? Loki shook his head. It wasn't easy. You didn't find it because of a special and particular skill set that the demon had. It contained this mystical item. Loki said, pointing his wand at the pile of bones and dragging to himself the illusory ring that was inside it. Walburga walked closer and observed the ring for a little bit, but since she hadn't delved deeply into runes and their functions, she found it a little hard to understand what Loki was talking about, so she looked at him. And Loki obliged. It's a ring that can allow you to parasitize your enemy. No way. I would have noticed something like that happening to me. Loki shook his head. Why don't you try using it on me? You'll understand what I'm talking about easier that way. Walburga frowned, but true to the madness of a Black family member, she trusted Loki fully before slipping the ring onto her finger as she channeled her spirituality into it. Loki stood still and waited for Walburga to activate its effects. Walburga looked around for a second after pouring her spirituality into the ring, trying to get used to all the new things she was feeling. The first thing she felt was that she could simply extend her hand and rob something from Loki who was in front of her. Several runes floated around his body, and each one of them seemed to be tightly wound to him, along with several thoughts in his body of heart and mind. But she could feel that with her delicate hands, she could usurp any one of them without Loki even noticing anything had been done to them. That was when Walburga spotted. Is that his soul? Walburga was familiar with the concept of the soul, since as a Black family member she delved into dark magic before, several rituals involving the soul directly. But she'd never seen one as clearly as she was seeing now ever before. Loki waved his hands and spoke. What happened? Walburga spoke. Your soul's still pure, you haven't delved into dark magic. At least it looks like that. I thought I'd have to call in favors to help fix your soul and purify it from the corruptions of evil gods. Why do you think I'd ever delve into dark magic? I'm a pure soul. The purest there is. Well, not exactly, since I'm sure Elaine's would be purer than mine, but Walburga tuned him out and then examined the second feeling that the ring was giving her. It was the sense of closeness that Walburga felt towards the clean small blob that was floating in the center of Loki's chest. Walburga extended her hand, and within a second her entire view changed. She found herself sitting right beside Loki. Like a kangaroo baby in its mother's pouch. She found herself seeing exactly what Loki was seeing through the darkness and hearing all that he was thinking. He studied occlumency. But she could clearly see Loki's mastery over his thoughts, with how none of them were unordered or unstable. They were clearly just waiting and observing her, who was suddenly attached to his soul, just like how she was observing him. That was when she heard a thought from Loki's mind speak directly to her. Don't deepen the connection from this point on, that will force you to kill me and take over my body if you want to leave. Walburga stopped supplying the ring with her spirituality and observed everything through Loki's senses. The ease with which it was done was a little unnerving. Walburga wondered, as long as one doesn't have the ability to feel the soul, it is a hard ability to counter easily. Loki nodded, causing Walburga's vision to shake before he spoke again. Precisely. And I doubt with Salazar Slytherin having gone mum for the last however many centuries there was a way for any demigods or even saints in the Black family to protect themselves from this parasite. Walburga frowned in thought before speaking. Do you know why it is here? Loki nodded. Not exactly, but I have a guess. Walburga noticed the uncertainty in his tone and spoke calmly. You don't have to tell me if you've sworn to some true god not to tell about it to anyone. I understand that telling me even this much was a risk. Loki shook his head quickly. It's not that I can't tell you about it. The trouble is if you can believe what I've done. What did you do? It's not like you would have sold the Black family to some evil god out there. Walburga asked pointedly. I mean, Loki was suddenly at a loss for words. I knew it. That spell you used, what did you do? Which god is it? The true creator? Or the chained god? Stop. Stop. Don't ramble away the names of true gods while you are attached to me. I don't want to become a target and be smote by the heavens. Ha! As if anyone's gaze could penetrate the concealment of the place we are in. Walburga argued further, since from the moment she'd stepped out of the coffin she had felt a deep affinity for the darkness they were in. Loki was a little embarrassed, but he still didn't want to act any more emboldened and reveal just how fearless he actually was. Try parasitizing me a little bit deeper. Don't go at it in a full-blown assault. Just try touching my soul and you'll understand what I mean. Walburga did exactly as Loki told and expended a tiny bit of her spirituality, pouring it into the ring to try and touch Loki's soul. What's so scary about getting close to a soul? I'm sure there are several rituals performed in Nocturne Alley that take the cake. Walburga froze midway as she suddenly felt herself become insignificant. In the first few moments Walburga tried to go closer to Loki's soul, she felt a strange dissonance. As if she couldn't make out the difference between herself and Loki anymore. She felt it was rather easy to parasitize Loki and kill him if she wanted to. But that was where the feeling of power ended. Almost instantly a sense of creeping hunger and madness took hold. Walburga looked at Loki's soul and found herself staring at a dense gray fog pulsating and throbbing around Loki's soul. It felt like a barrier had been erected around it. A feeling of inferiority that she'd never felt before in her life as a member of the noble House of Black. She suddenly felt like she was back in front of her grandfather, who'd displayed authority as a demigod to her and wowed her. Yet Walburga didn't shout out in pain or even bow her head against it. Much unlike Sirius, who was rambunctious in front of what he feared, Walburga only became more noble. Her posture stiffened, but it remained straight. That was when Loki spoke, using his thoughts again. As you can see, Loki paused, and you have the protection of a true god. Walburga completed. Precisely, and you can probably guess. It came at a price. Loki nodded and explained, the price was to spread the name of Mr. Error around the world. Walburga frowned. So you indebted the Black family to a random evil god. Walburga didn't like this, but Loki shook his head and made up a reason for his involvement again. It wasn't like I did this on purpose. I was taking stock of the old items in the underground vault and I happened to pick up a really old pinwheel that was just tossed away randomly. That night the pinwheel broke as a flood of red light engulfed me and teleported me to Mr. Error's divine kingdom. Walburga's frown deepened. I don't know how that pinwheel was related to him, but it was. And now, after taking his help on certain matters, I'm indebted to help him in his resurrection. Walburga nodded in understanding, since the fate of Beyonders was not always a straightforward thing. Simply possessing an item that is contaminated by the aura of an evil god could change the course of one's life unknowingly. How did you take his help in reviving me? Was it those weird spells you used? Loki nodded. There's a profound secret to the magic that everyone uses. It is what maintains the sanity of various true gods, both evil and otherwise. Mr. Error's aim is to introduce new spells to the world of wizards and witches. He aims to create anchors for himself through the usage of his spells and regain his sanity once he is revived. Walburga's eyes widened immediately, but she didn't make any immediate comment, opting to digest the information instead of speaking mindlessly. Single quote. Single quote. Loki waited patiently for her to speak, and Walburga did after a few seconds. I understand. I can help you with that, so you don't need to worry about that. Loki was about to sigh with relief when he heard that, but then Walburga spoke with an unusually warm tone. I can do that much for a child in the Black family house, can't I? Loki didn't realize, but the burden of his worry about Walburga not accepting or recognizing him suddenly lightened. His body relaxed and he spoke in a similarly warm tone. As if I'd let you abandon me. I'd stick to you like a parasite. Walburga laughed before warning him in a stern tone. If you ever become like Sirius, I'll take no time to beat you up and set you straight. Ah, Sirius. Loki suddenly had a weird expression on his face. Walburga saw the several stray thoughts that popped up into Loki's mind, with the most dominant one being womanizer, and frowned. You went to Azkaban to meet him. I mean, I did meet him, just not in Azkaban. Walburga frowned even more. He escaped from there. Her tone was stern and her sentence was disapproving. Turns out he wasn't a mass murderer after all. It was Peter Pettigrew who faked his death and framed Sirius. Are you serious? Walburga asked. Her voice gained a sharp, glassy hint of threat while a soft tremble hinted at her own insecurities. Loki didn't want to turn their first meet-up after such a long time into a soppy one, so he tried joking. I'm not Sirius. Your son's name is Sirius. There was an awkward pause after that, where Walburga suddenly had a flashback to how terrible Loki's sense of style was, but the short distraction gave her a better handle on her emotions. That was when Loki spoke while gathering 3 runes from around his body towards Walburga. Use the object you're holding to steal them and get back your normal body. Walburga suddenly felt a worm crawl into her thoughts as she looked at Loki and spoke in a gossipy tone. Why do you want your grandma to go away from you? Is it because you want to go somewhere to meet someone? Loki just rolled his eyes and pushed the runes further into Walburga's soul until she was forced to steal them because he kept pushing them into her face. Walburga returned to her body, and after making sure everything was in its place, she looked at Loki. They made eye contact for a second before Walburga smiled along with Loki. By the way, where are we? You never told me. Loki explained casually, since he didn't want to go in depth about where they were. Hogwarts. And before Walburga could panic about Dumbledore, Loki added, it's a room that not even he can look into, so don't worry about something happening. Walburga frowned at this piece of information, but she nodded since she trusted Loki. Let's return. I'll have to leave without greeting Sirius though. Why? Did he do something to you? Walburga asked in a stern tone that was almost begging to scold her child by pulling on his ear. Loki shook his head to stifle his laughter over imagining Sirius being scolded by Walburga before he spoke jovially. I haven't met him in my real body ever. I met him in the divine kingdom of Mr. Error. Walburga's eyes widened. Even. Yes. You can see how closely the Black family's fate is tied to him. Walburga nodded, her eyes narrowing to show she was taking this matter with extra seriousness now. If before it was a 10 on a scale of 1 to 10, now it was a 20 on the same scale. So please don't tell him about me. I'll reveal myself to him later on, but for now, I don't want to. Walburga nodded, even though she didn't really understand why Loki insisted on staying away from her son. Loki vanished for a few seconds and returned after having stolen Skelegro from the Hogwarts Matterhorn for helping heal Walburga's broken bones. This is a modified version of the Skelegro potion to work on Beyonders. It should work immediately, but it'll also cause a ton of paw. Before Loki could finish his sentence, Walburga was already gulping down the entire bottle. And true to her stance as a noble, Walburga made not a single sound as her broken bones snapped back into place and healed with a sickening crunch that caused even Loki to wince. Teleporting the empty bottle away, Loki extended his hand to Walburga before taking her hand and vanishing from the place they were standing, reappearing in the Black Family Manor's underground vault. Loki looked at the sobbing, drunk Sirius, who was complaining loudly about the illusory coffin he had set up, before looking at Walburga and speaking while keeping their conversation from reaching Sirius. "He just learnt that you were in the basement in the Divine Kingdom." Walburga nodded. She was confused as to how Loki had created such a realistic illusion, but she chalked it up to the new, evil god's powers. Staying invisible the entire time, Loki replaced the illusory coffin with the real one and helped Walburga get back into it before nodding to her. "I'll leave the rest to you from here, Grandma." Walburga nodded with a warm smile. She tousled Loki's hair a little for fun before turning away from him to look at Sirius, who was positively wasted. "Tisk. No elegance. I better teach him to become a proper heir." Loki noticed this and a funny idea crept into his mind. Since Sirius was so wasted, Loki easily planted a simple thought into the man which he thought was perfectly reasonable and logical. "If you were still here, Mom, I'd do anything you would have asked of me. I'd even have sworn to never go out in the night again. I'd become the perfect heir you always wanted me to be. I would have made you proud. If only you were here." Walburga's brows rose before a smile walked onto her face. Loki looked at the scene for a last time, watching with an amused expression at the perfection he'd created before he vanished. Loki's reasoning for setting up all of what he did and revealing the identity of Mr. Error to Walburga wasn't a fluke. It was all meaningless or something Loki did purely out of his bond with Walburga. He had done it to set up his advancement ritual for Sequence 3. Well, now's not the time to think about all of that. Entering the Great Hall, Loki found its usual end-of-the-year decorations missing. The banners for Gryffindor or Slytherin winning were missing. In their place was a dark black banner covering the tall walls of the hall, reminding Loki of his loss. The measure and tone of the hall were somber. All the students observed silence. Even the sounds of spoons hitting the plates or goblets being placed on the table were muffled and almost inaudible. The students from Beauxbatons and Drumstrang were all wearing black robes to add to the atmosphere of mourning that had settled in the hall. Loki walked over to Astoria, who had decided to remain at the castle for the end-of-the-year feast. He gave her a comforting hug before he sat down beside her and tried to lift her mood up by cracking a silly joke. "Did you know?" "What?" "I heard a rumor that all the Hogwarts goblets are made from the students who successfully turned rats into goblets in the end-of-the-year test that Professor McGonagall set up. But it didn't quite land." The usual cheery Astoria was missing. In her place was one whose eyes had lost their shine and lips that had started to tremble under the weight placed over them. But Astoria tried. "Is that why everything I drink out of them tastes so terrible?" Loki gave her an awkward smile before deciding that it was best for him to not speak anymore. Astoria was of the same mind, since for the rest of the feast she said nothing to anyone and silently ate her food. At the end of the feast, Dumbledore stood up from his seat at the head of the table and spoke calmly. "The year gone by has been one filled with surprises and danger for all of us. Yet each of us stands proud here after having bested them with the help of each other." Dumbledore gave a soft pause before looking at Astoria, whose eyes were trembling and teary. "Of course, as you may know, one of us has most unfortunately been left behind, but we must remember their most noble and courageous sacrifices. Their sacrifice is something the world will always let live alongside us in our memories of who we thought they were." Astoria grabbed Loki's hand to stop herself from trembling too much, and he gave her hand a warm squeeze to reassure her that she had nothing to worry about. Dumbledore maintained a soft silence after those words, which everyone showed solidarity with by raising their wands lit at the ends with the simple Lumos charm. The hall was silent and comforting. It gave a much-needed sense of closure to Astoria, who had suddenly been torn away from someone that she considered her other half. But Dumbledore's speech didn't end there. "To all those who understand the sacrifice that the older generation has made to end the last war, I want to remind all of you that another war is coming towards us." Everyone in the hall looked at Dumbledore with full focus. Even Fred and George, who were generally cheery, looked at him with furrowed brows. Being the center of attention wasn't something new to Dumbledore, however, and so he calmly continued to speak as if he was talking about his breakfast and lunch. There was much less severity to his voice, which made Loki wonder if it was intentional or if he was just so used to wars that he didn't take it as seriously as he probably would have liked to anymore. And in this coming war, I hope that each one of you will give your full support to everyone who stands ahead of you, protecting your freedom to live, protecting your freedom to love. I hope you always remember that those giving their lives to protect yours are sacrificing much of their own. The words sent ripples across the hall, especially since Loki easily noticed that Dumbledore had messed with the collective sea of subconscious to plant a subconscious hint in everyone's body at once. A hint that would make them subconsciously want them to support him. Seeing this, Loki's hair stood on end. Not in fear or even awe of Dumbledore's abilities, but since it clearly indicated that Dumbledore was afraid of losing support. So much so that he clearly wanted to morph the views of innocent children into helping him. Loki almost frowned when he realized this, but he held it in somehow, since this wasn't the place to be discussing such things. Things are going to get troublesome. Much more than I imagined. My prediction wasn't too wrong after all. But why is Adam afraid of losing support? Loki frowned for a few seconds, since he knew that Dumbledore wasn't really scared of anything, especially not of some random fool sitting in the ministry. But he didn't have to think for long, since his mind spat back several answers faster than he could think casually. The Black Emperor pathway, they're taking sides and supporting Voldemort. No, if that was the case, the people inside the ministry would rebel, and Adam would have been more explicit with his claims against them. Adam is trying to push them into a corner. But why? Because of the nobles. Because most of the nobles support Blady Voldy under the status of normalcy. He wants to rat them all out and find a reason to get rid of them by making everyone else rebel against them, since he can't do it himself as the White Lord. I see, so Adam's going for a rebelling theme for the next chapter of his book. He wants Harry to become a rebel. Something big is going to happen next year. Loki shook his head and kept his thoughts at bay, not wanting to let Adam know that he'd realized his intentions. After packing his luggage, Loki walked back to his silent compartment on the train beside the prefect's compartment, with no one disturbing him during his return. Though it might have had a little something to do with Loki planting a subconscious thought around himself to make people who arrived there to walk away when they came near him. Loki stared blankly at the sky as he thought about everything that had happened this year. This has been the busiest year. It feels like such a long time has passed. I almost feel older than 14. Loki laughed at himself for a while before focusing on his current issue. I need to get Laura's husband back from the abyss. That means I'm going to be sending a puppet in there this year. Hopefully, she doesn't realize. That would be the best case scenario, but I can't depend on that. I need to have a weapon prepared just in case, so she can't pull off some bullshit against me, even though I'm just sending in an alchemical puppet. Loki then opened his palm and looked at the ring he'd taken from the spirit that was parasitizing the Black family. I need to absorb the Beyonder characteristics in this thing too, so that I can make stronger avatars when I get to sequence 2. I need a way to gather several Beyonder characteristics of the error pathway too. If I want to be independent and make my own believers, I need several avatars of my own. Difficult. But then Loki smiled when his thoughts reached there. I'm starting to enjoy it a little, I think. All this Beyonder stuff, it's making me tingle like back when I read the book. Dumbledore stood in front of his frenemy mirror with a dull expression on his face. Greater Rhodes, could you zoom in on the facial expressions of the person playing Tom? The Greater Rhodes complied without question while seeming overly excited about what it was currently doing. The scene being displayed on the mirror dimmed as it zoomed in, but Dumbledore suddenly frowned. But he didn't stop Rhodes yet. Instead, Dumbledore carefully observed many things as he made several references and drew outstretched but very detailed connections. That boy, he's not Tom. Clearly, a very poor imitation too. He has his mannerisms down, the pauses, the gaze that loves to bask in the spotlight. the slight terror that it makes you feel as if the boy lives in his own world where everything around him is in his control. But it fails at something fundamental. Dumbledore commented. This Tom's gaze lacks the fundamental authority of worthlessness, the casual dismissing of human life like it has no value. It is humane. Dumbledore continued to look at the scene, making soft remarks as he studied the boy he had known so well. He had watched and manipulated his path enough so that he'd become his muse to success. Harry destroyed the diary, rather thoroughly, I made sure of that, but... Dumbledore leaned in closer, his eyes glimmering as he studied the boy for a few seconds longer. Kinder Rhodes, could you show me the point when Tom sees this child? Rhodes complied once again as he zoomed in on Voldemort's expression, showing no fear for the Dark Lord who could use this as an opportunity to corrupt him. In fact, the demented mirror seemed a little gleeful regarding the chance. But obviously, Voldemort did not take such a chance. Instead, he calmly ignored provoking the Great White Lord. Has Tom changed? Dumbledore asked after seeing Voldemort feel confused about seeing his younger self. Rhodes then continued to scrub through the footage of the crime that was taking place. I guess Mr. Sparrow is a decent actor after all, Dumbledore commented after watching Tom push Voldemort. Words formed on Rhodes' mirror as it asked Dumbledore a practiced question. Truth or punishment? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows lightly, but not from the choices he was given or even the memories of the past few times flashing in his head. Instead, Dumbledore spoke kindly, making the best use of his grandfatherly tone to issue his next command. I was not done yet. I wished to see student Loki's reaction through all of this. Rhodes froze for a second, its delay noticed or not went uncommented on by Dumbledore before Rhodes quickly complied with the request. The view of the scene displayed on Rhodes' magical mirror surface shifted, pivoting around Voldemort to glance over several people that Dumbledore recognized easily. The Lestrange couple, Death Eaters whose postures were enough for Dumbledore to determine their identities, even briefly on Voldemort himself even though he had just examined him, but Dumbledore seemed much more interested in a figure that was hidden by darkness. A figure that seemed elusive and forgotten. Dumbledore's attention was on Loki himself. The entire series of events began to play through from the beginning as Rhodes made sure to play everything from Harry and Loki teleporting to the graveyard, Bellatrix's untold assault. Dumbledore raised his hand to pause Rhodes' retelling of the events. Dumbledore leaned in closer to the mirror as he closely examined Loki's expression while he was under the Cruciatus curse. He nodded every few seconds as if understanding something different and making note of simple things while mumbling out loud. A high pain tolerance. Non-verbal, wandless casting of an advanced confundus charm to avoid cognition of pain. Quick thinking. After a few more seconds Dumbledore dropped his hand again, indicating for Rhodes to continue. Rhodes did as asked and the scene soon stopped once again when Dumbledore lifted his hand. The mirror had turned hazy and cloudy for a second as the crimson moon shone through the clouds, making Dumbledore shiver a little as he watched a botched-up version of Voldemort's revival ritual. Dumbledore didn't stop there however and continued to watch Rhodes divine the scene, making it play out in front of his eyes as if he were actually there. He watched Loki pretending to eat something when Tom and Voldemort were speaking. Dumbledore frowned, a little confused but he only popped in a cockroach cluster into his mouth, making sure to bite the last limb of one of the critters as it tried to escape by slipping in between his lips. A potion or alchemical item to heal the body after intense damage from suffering the Cruciatus curse. But that would mean student Loki expected the attack. I suspect his reasoning of possessing something is dangerous to be something along the lines of preparing for the third task. But he is smart enough to know that the teachers would have stepped in before things ever got that dangerous, even me, myself. So either student Loki was afraid of our dearest Professor Moody using the Cruciatus curse on him to torture him, or he predicted something like this happening. Could it not be both? With the help of the great sage, he realized the true identity of his professor and expected him to attack him. The child didn't seem very surprised when he saw his professor turn into a different man after all. If I remember correctly, his eyes held apathy and disinterest. How similar. Does the boy hold Tom's potential? Quote. But as long as Tom's around, I don't need him for now. Not that I can do much while she stands guard around the boy like a hawk. Dumbledore stayed frowning for a few seconds until he urged Rhodes to continue. But the mighty mirror suddenly shivered. Rhodes apologizes for the inconvenience, but it will not go further. A higher being is watching its every move to evaluate its life and death. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. There was only one being that he knew who could gaze at something so near him, while hiding its gaze from him. Dumbledore's lips thinned and he nodded. I guess she still wants the boy for something important in the future. But what could it be? Her work only involves the balance between chaos and order. But the child is protected not only by her but also the hidden sage, and the Ravenclaw ghost. Is he related to Rowena? Dumbledore was left stumped by Loki's clear apparent worth that hinted that the boy held important secrets. Yet no matter how he had tried, the boy he hadn't revealed much apart from frightening talent for runes and magic in general. A melee scholar, I suppose his acting principles involve scholarly studying his opponent and then acting by mapping out the perfect plan. Perhaps that is why the boy remained hidden in the shadows to find the opportune moment. Should I assign him the position of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the next year? That would pit his curse on the boy, and it would try and manipulate the boy to any extent it could, trying to lead him to death. Dumbledore paused as if carefully considering the rough plan, but then quickly shook his head. No, I cannot let my plans go awry because of a hunch. The boy is very tempting though. I'm sure Gellert would be very interested in him. A very kind child though, he feels very deeply for the loss of Eris Greengrass. Another child that still hasn't seen the ways of the world. Before Dumbledore could move on to anything else, however, the scene of the mirror was covered by a thick fog as words formed on its shiny mirror. Truth or punishment? Rhodes asked curtly. And it seemed to be very annoyed for certain reasons. Dumbledore sighed and then spoke. Punishment. The fog within the mirror swirled once again, this time projecting an uplifting mood filled with mischief as words appeared on its surface again. Conduct a ritual involving the primordial demoness and asking her about her experiences as a man. Dumbledore first frowned lightly, thinking it was a joke, but when the words never changed he paled visibly. Loki sat down in his room in the leaky cauldron that was sealed off from the outside by walls of spirituality, his eyes focused on the Beander characteristics that he had forced to be expelled out of the ring he'd looted from the spirit that parasitized Walburga. They were the excess Beander characteristics in the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit Beander characteristics within the ring. Loki was consuming them so that he could make stronger avatars in the future when he eventually reached Sequence 2. Loki picked up a clear beaker and splashed in all the subsidiary ingredients, creating a baby pink potion that was waiting for the main ingredients. Not delaying things anymore after having already divined that the current time was suitable for the consumption of the parasite potion once again, Loki tossed the Beodner characteristics into the beaker and watched it bubble and sink into the concoction, turning its color from the baby pink it was before to a deep sea green. Loki quickly verified that the potion was normal and didn't contain any corruption or such before slogging the entire this in a single gulp. Loki's skin bubbled and morphed for a few seconds, but all abnormalities receded after Loki used cogitation to calm his spirit and mind. Loki didn't feel any more powerful than before, but he did feel fuller. It felt as if he was holding more of something inside the container that was his spirit and his body. Loki flexed his muscles for a few seconds and even used his ability to steal random things from the well-off people walking in the alleyway beside the leaky cauldron to test his skill and abilities before he returned them to stray orphans or beggars that were mixed with them based on his Sequence 9 acting principles. Everything's functioning smoothly. With the short experiments conducted to his satisfaction, Loki lifted the wall of spirituality and used his whistle to call Rowley. And with the flick of his hand, Loki used his illusory abilities to create a simple letter that was directed towards Cassandra Trelawney. Hoot hoot. The owl emerged out of the portal to the spirit world and landed on Loki's shoulder, who just gave it the letter, which it clamped down on using its claws, and flew back into the spirit world after taking a few well-deserved pets and scratches. I promised to show her my abilities when I became a demigod. But I think I can do better. I can just explain to her the runes that it uses and how it can be replicated through magic with my help. The only way to complete the advancement ritual for Sequence 3 is this, and it is also the fastest way for me to digest the parasite potion. I need to set things up properly though. All in due time. But I do wonder why she needs it though. What use would she have of them? Is it a part of some sort of advancement ritual to become a Sequence 3 cognizer? Like the Sequence 3 mystocologist that needs to analyze a drop of blood of a mythical creature. Not even a minute later, Rowley returned with a letter of its own. Loki examined the letter for a few seconds and quickly opened it to study what was written in it. Inside were the simple words, "You can meet us tomorrow. If you have no issues regarding my request, I would like to see your abilities then." Loki nodded and burned away the letter before turning towards the next person he had to talk to who could help him with what he was going to do next. Loki closed his eyes for a second as he imagined the place he wanted to be at, and then without a word or a sound, Loki vanished from his room in the leaky cauldron before reappearing in a simple garden. Loki looked around at the plants and various creatures that were rushing around and busy in their own tasks like trimming the hedges and chasing gnomes around, and smiled. This place still has that calming feel to it. I think I understand why this place exists here a little better. Ahem. Loki looked at the door and saw Nicholas looking at him with a warm smile. "Sorry for coming in unannounced, but I didn't think my owl could find you without doing something rather extreme." "Something urgent?" Nicholas asked with a frown when he heard that. "Not really urgent, but I definitely wanted to be quick about what I was about to do." Nicholas relaxed when Loki said that. "What do you want to do this time?" "Purnell had a vision regarding your trip to the abyss. Something related to that. The alchemical puppet. I doubt I can optimize the functions of the runes any better than you." Loki laughed with a little embarrassment before shaking his head. "Yes. I want to make sure that the alchemical construct I made can't be traced back to me. I'll be venturing into a rather dangerous part very soon, and I don't want to be connected to it in any way." Nicholas's pupils dilated slightly before he frowned. "What are you going to do with it? Where exactly do you want to send it?" "The core of the abyss. I promised to save someone," Loki stated calmly, speaking in a firm tone that caused Nicholas's eyes to widen slightly. But before Loki could say anything else, Nicholas did something completely unexpected. "Purnell. He's here. He's doing something even crazier. He plans to go into the core of the abyss." Loki winced when he understood what Nicholas had just done. "The hell did you do that for, you snitch?" Loki whispered, hoping that Purnell hadn't heard what Nicholas had just shouted. He slowly walked up to Loki and patted his shoulder while speaking with a good-natured smile that made Loki annoyed enough that the veins on his forehead started to twitch. "Consider it payment for stressing me with your stupid ideas." Loki frowned and shook his head before giving Nicholas his storage ring. "The construct is inside this. It contains a part of me, and so I want you to make sure that nothing can bypass the protections in it and come at me. No curse, no magic, no nothing." The part of him that was inside the construct wasn't Loki's soul, it was just a worm of time separated from his mythical creature form, but it was disguised using the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit characteristic. "This damn thing is even more temperamental than the Ring of Harvest. Keeps trying to make me forget it exists so that it can parasitize me and take over my body." Nicholas just laughed before he vanished with the ring, leaving Loki standing still in the garden to stare at the open door where an old woman was looking at him with a frown and squinted eyes. "What did I hear you doing?" Loki sighed and started to explain. "I mean, I'm not exactly going to their me's." The spatula in Purnell's hand snapped. Loki trembled a little and made sure to avoid eye contact with the woman while paying attention to the small alchemical creatures that were running around on the ground, their already chaotic runs made even more chaotic when Purnell's divinity was imposed onto the world. Loki heard heavy footsteps step out of the house and into the garden. He was worried that he was going to get beaten up like the last time, but since he was a demigod this time he hoped it wouldn't hurt as much. The footsteps stopped right in front of him, and just as he was worried about being beaten up, Purnell grasped his arm in her own and began to drag him into the house. Huh, this is out of expectations. Where are we going? Loki asked in a timid tone that was also confused. Expected something? Purnell asked, her tone was still harsh. I mean, aren't you angry at me or something? Purnell didn't stop and continued walking in silence for a few seconds before she spoke again. I am. But I know I can't stop your idiocy. So we will prepare. Prepare. Yes. Prepare for every eventual outcome so that you know what to do in case anything fails to go according to your plan. Loki suddenly looked at Purnell with wide eyes. He truly hadn't expected this. Purnell continued to talk and scold Loki for the next few minutes as they walked to her experimental room in the basement, but Loki strangely felt a similar feeling from her that he felt from Walburga. Ah, this last year, it did a number on me, didn't it? But, wait a second. Wait a second, Loki said out loud. By preparing me for the abyss, are you going to perform some dark ritual and modify my soul and make it stronger or something? Loki asked, since Voldemort's resurrection was still fresh in his mind. He knew it wasn't something Purnell would ever do, but he just wanted to pull the old woman's leg. Loki's eyes widened as he concluded this, pretending to really believe that Purnell was in league with the dark wizards. He saw Purnell's lips tremble, but then he saw her eyes turn even fiercer. Do you want to get beaten up again? No, ma'am. Good. Then forget about such silly things. Loki nodded, but there was an irreplaceable smile on his face. They'll make good friends if they meet. Miss Trelawney, when will brother come back? Elaine asked while Cassandra continued to brush her hair as they lay on the bed with Elaine reading to Cassandra the stories Loki gave to her. Cassandra smiled lightly as Elaine struggled to stay awake, rubbing her eyes as they tried to shut away and keep her from her brother. We'll go to Diagon Alley once you are awake tomorrow. He promised to meet you there, didn't he? Elaine pouted cutely before she complained. Big brother is bad, he never comes home. Cassandra gave Elaine a warm smile before smiling and telling her a simple solution. Then why don't you invite Big Brother home? Elaine's eyes widened suddenly as if she'd learnt of a great secret unknown to most. She then turned towards Cassandra and gave her an everlasting gaze as if she didn't trust Cassandra very much, which caused Cassandra to laugh a little. What happened? If Miss Trelawney knew this, then why did she tell Elaine only now? Does Miss Trelawney not want Big Brother to come home? Cassandra simply chuckled a bit and shook her head before explaining calmly. You know everyone takes away their favorite member of our family once they come here, don't they? What if Big Brother takes you away? Elaine's eyes widened once again before she narrowed her eyes to think hard about it all. Then, as if satisfied with a solution she had come up with, Elaine nodded to herself and put on a satisfied smile. If Big Brother wants me, he can stay here forever. Cassandra simply smiled and shook her head before giving Elaine a soft pat. Come, let's go. Eleanor must be waiting for you. Elaine nodded quickly. Quickly getting down from the bed, Elaine jumped onto her stubby legs, balancing using her hands as she picked up the book she was reading and walked towards the bookshelf in Cassandra's room. Elaine carefully stuffed the book back in its place before extending her hand for Cassandra to take it and walk with her to her bed. Cassandra did just that, and they entered another room with 7 children in it, sharing bunk beds with most fast asleep. There was a soft bluish glow to the room because of the bedside lamp on one of the walls beside which another girl was sitting, nodding off as she continuously fell asleep and woke herself up. Elaine quickly, but silently so that no one else would be disturbed, rushed to her and gave her a hug. Eleanor, Elaine said excitedly. Eleanor woke up, just barely, and once her gaze landed on Elaine she spoke lazily, finish talking, brother. Elaine only nodded, even though she hadn't been able to talk to Loki today because he hadn't used the two-way mirror today. Eleanor hugged Elaine before simply tucking herself into her bed while pulling Elaine with her. Cassandra smiled as she watched this before covering the 2 girls with a thin blanket. Good night, Miss Trelawney. Elaine spoke softly before dozing away herself. Cassandra nodded and left the room. She closed the door softly behind herself, but instead of leaving, Cassandra stood behind it. Then with a simple and soft sigh Cassandra expelled spiritually, causing it to vibrate as a soft poem recited itself. The girls in the room who were already fast asleep had their minds pulled into a fantastical dream that would make sure to keep them occupied. Cassandra didn't even have to turn around when she quickly knelt down as she realized someone else was in the corridor with her. "Good work, Cassandra. I shall put in a good word for your daughter with Albus." Cassandra only nodded as the man simply walked past her while grabbing her wand and opening the door to the girls' room. None of the girls woke up, courtesy of Cassandra's spell, copied from the darkness pathway from her trusted friend Walburga, as Grindelwald moved with purpose towards Elaine's bed. Standing over the girl, Grindelwald looked at Eleanor for a few seconds as he reminisced about something before simply flicking his hand and pushing her away. Then with his wand out, Grindelwald tapped it onto Elaine's temple. Carcerum lucem. A soft glow caused the wand in Grindelwald's hand to tremble. There was a soft flicker for a second which caused Grindelwald to frown for a few seconds, but once he poured in a little bit more spirituality into the spell, the light at the end of his wand sunk into Elaine's mind. Elaine shifted around a little uncomfortable as if she were having a nightmare as she clawed the sheets with her tiny hands. But Grindelwald only smiled when that happened. He nodded to himself and walked out soundlessly, dropping off Cassandra's wand into her hand before he vanished just as silently as he'd arrived. Cassandra, who had been staring at the floor the entire time, raised her head. Her eyes trembled with focus and anger for a few minutes as she wordlessly looked at Elaine through the door. She then sighed softly as she closed the door, her lips moving barely as she whispered into the night. "Numbskull has no idea what he's messing with." Loki sat in his seat in the Saphira castle as he stared at the card of blasphemy in his hands. Advancement ritual. Parasitize a fundamental force that is being observed by several higher-level beings and change its function. The higher the level of the beings deceived by the change and the greater their number, the smoother the advancement. Loki looked at it and sighed softly. He has a clear idea of what he wanted to do, but felt a little hesitant to act on it since the risk was too great if he got caught with it. The only fundamental force that I know about which is being observed by several higher-level beings is magic. I can parasitize the system of magic to include my own spells in its catalog so that people begin using them. But I don't doubt that the other gods, good or evil, will do their best to figure out how I did this, and they might even go to extreme lengths to try and get to me for this knowledge. I just need to keep Elaine safe, while making absolutely sure no one catches onto my tail. Is it possible though? If I want to parasitize the system of magic, I need to set up an individual and new system from scratch in its entirety, so that I can grant those spells with the help of a worm of time inside the Saphira castle. This would ensure anonymity, but this isn't really parasitism of the existing system, is it? To hack into the original system, I'll need access to the Chaos Sea. Or, I could piggyback onto the system used by a different god and make a deal with them. I did free Rowena. I could ask her for the location of the Chaos Sea, but I could also ask her to let me piggyback onto her connection. But if I ask her for permission, it's no longer parasitism, is it? That's more of a symbiotic relationship. Or, now that I'm Sequence 4 and my Dream Stealer abilities are stronger, I could search for the Chaos Sea through the Sea of Subconscious. But will I be able to do something if even Adam couldn't do it? Loki thought hard about it for a few seconds before a strange idea took hold of his mind. Could I use the convergence of the Sephiras with each other because they are part of the original creator to trace the others? Loki frowned when he thought of this, since it meant exposing himself to the original creator's will and could potentially cause him to awaken the original creator in himself. That's too risky. For now, I could just implement my own system using the Saphira Castle and then somehow merge it with the system of the Chaos Sea once I have access to it in some other way. Interesting. Loki was sitting on a chair in Prenel's experimental lab while she sat on the chair opposite to him and held her wand in her hand, giving herself the appearance of a strict teacher. "What preparations have you already made?" I prepared some pure unicorn blood to purify the alchemical construct that will be entering the abyss in my place, along with several other purifying artifacts. I also have a way to isolate corruption from myself, should that be necessary. Prunell closed her eyes to think for a few seconds before she opened them again to speak calmly. I want you to learn one of my personal spells before you leave. Your spells. But are spells really going to do anything to stop me from being corrupted? I mean, what if the gods that support the spell betray me at the last moment? Prunell shook her head. This isn't about stopping you from being corrupted. It is about empowering you to be able to fight. If it's about fighting, I already have plenty of spells in my arsenal. Prunell shook her head once again. Nothing like what I have in mind. The spell I'm about to teach you is of my own making and corresponds to my own Beyonder ability. So they will only work if I provide you with the blessing to be able to do so and don't depend on any other gods. This got Loki interested and he leaned a little closer to look at what Prunell was about to do. Prunell flicked her wand and drew a clear figure in the air with her spirituality. The shape was glowing like fresh molten magma had suddenly been frozen in place using telekinesis and left to hover in the air. Loki's brain quickly deciphered all the symbols that Prunell had used and easily figured out what the spell was meant to do, but that was what shocked him. Are you sure about this? Loki asked with a little shock as he looked at the spell that Prunell had created for him to use. I am sure. It is a spell that has been tried and tested. The spell can cause any act performed under the domain of desire to be inflicted upon me as soon as you are inflicted by it. This means, Loki interrupted, that I won't be affected by the curse for even a second after I cast the charm. You're doing this to help me think straight for the entire time I will be in control of the alchemical construct I will send into the abyss. So that I don't make any stupid decisions under the influence of my desires. But this will just affect you instead. Are you sure about this? Prunell nodded and her expression was grave and serious. I hope you realize that she is not someone that can be so easily hidden from. Especially inside the abyss. She roams everywhere inside the abyss. The devils long fled from the place, and any that remain are corrupted deeply by her. So don't trust anything or anyone in there. Everything will be a trap to drag you into a quagmire of muddled emotions which you can never come out of, so make sure you will never let go of your mental stability. Loki nodded at the seriousness with which Prunell was explaining things to him. It felt rather reassuring that instead of dissuading him with stories of danger and warnings, she was explaining to him how he could protect himself. To be able to navigate the abyss, one must be able to drop down anchors all around the place. Anchors? Loki asked confused. He only knew that navigating the spirit world was confusing and needed anchors from the ritual a sequence 5 traveler had to undergo, so he was a little startled when he heard Prunell say even the abyss had such a restriction. Prunell instantly caught onto Loki's source of confusion and explained patiently. The anchors system is something I realized was needed after I studied devils roaming the spirit world using their unique pathway abilities. While in the spirit world anchors are necessary to orient and guide you, in the abyss, they are necessary for you to be able to enter and exit the place. Seeing Loki still confused, Prunell elaborated. The abyss is a place that constantly saps your desire to leave from it, slowly turning you into a demonic being that can only reside there safely. Loki nodded since he had read about that earlier and had prepared his alchemical puppet by shielding it with the concealment rune to keep it safe from being turned into a puppet for the Mother Tree of Desire. Do you know why this happens? Prunell asked with raised eyebrows. I don't know for sure since I haven't examined the abyss myself, but I assume it is because her corruption is rampant in it. And the abyss allows her to perfectly exercise her domain of corruption, so everyone inside it is slowly corrupted by her. Prunell shook her head. If it was so simple, the devils wouldn't have left the abyss. They could have taken help of the other pathways through their Beyonders and found a way to isolate an area in the abyss that was separated from her influence. Then, there is a strong reason why they had to leave, which is that the abyss itself is a single entity. The abyss is the body of the primordial demon. The primordial demon? Loki asked with shock. This wasn't a name he had ever heard. But if there was the primordial demoness, it meant that there was also such a thing as the primordial demon. Purnell nodded. Although only a carcass, it still is the body of the first demon to ever exist. The carcass is what the abyss is. And this carcass has been corrupted by her. This is what gives rise to the constant corruption that slowly brainwashes people to give up their senses to only become a puppet. It means that the entire abyss is already corrupted, there is no safe place. I understand, but what is the relation of this with the need for anchors? It is because while, unlike the spirit world, the world of the abyss does not change due to the body of the primordial demon being a carcass, but the remnant will of the primordial demon itself does change locations. Loki's eyes narrowed as pieces started to fall into the right places inside his head. You mean, yes. Purnell nodded, as long as the will of the primordial demon is focused on you, you will fail to protect yourself from corruption irrespective of whatever measures you take, since the will instantly make you forget the entrance and exit, even the thought about trying to exit. Loki frowned. And the anchors are a way to make sure you don't forget while helping keep track of this moving mass of will that can kill you in a single moment. It is also what the devils use to sometimes enter the abyss when they need to. And how do I set up these anchors? Loki asked with slight worry. But Purnell smiled. Why, how else? Of course, you need the help of the oldest and noblest house that you're a part of. Huh, the Black family. Purnell nodded with a smile, precisely. The Black family is famous, well only me and Nick know about it and now you, but still, famous for owning the locations of several devils in the real world. These are places that they have been kept safe from being discovered and are protected by the Black family. As long as you ask them for help. You can anchor yourself and always keep track of the will of the primordial demon. Do I ask Walburga about this directly? Or to Sirius in the Tarot Club? Does Sirius even know about this? I'm pretty sure he'd have been bragging about it all in case he'd have known about the devils, given how much he loves to brag about random things like his nightly adventures. Loki thought for a few seconds before he looked at Purnell and nodded. All right, I understand. I'll ask Walburga for help. She's back? Purnell asked with raised eyebrows. Yes, she woke up today. I just helped her. A parasitic demon was attached to her. Don't worry about it though. I sort of exorcised it. Purnell's eyes narrowed as she asked, do you know why it was there? I guess it was there for the location of the demonic beings, but I'm pretty sure that the Black family had suspected something like that happening to them, so it's probably hidden in a very convoluted way. Purnell nodded. That makes sense. She wanted an army of the devil kind, but her plan was thwarted each time with the help of a few true gods and eventually sealed when the devils all left the abyss and chose to abandon the place to go somewhere else with the Black family. Loki nodded. Thank you for telling me about all this. Purnell only smiled before brushing Loki's hair and speaking calmly. I know the allure all this holds for you. But I want you to know that as long as you can return back safe and sound, a second chance is always better than a life-risking run. Loki pushed away Purnell's hands, feeling a little embarrassed. Don't do that, I'm 14 already. Purnell laughed and quickly gripped Loki with her strong hands before rubbing his hair to her heart's content. Fool. Don't try to tell me how old you are, because I'm always going to be older than you. Locked in a headlock, Loki didn't try and separate himself from her since he knew she was a lot stronger than him. He had been taught that well from her punishing him. But he found it in himself to joke around and escape by catching her off guard, so he said in a sly tone. The first time I've seen a woman take pride in her old age, you old hag. Gasp. Purnell froze and Loki quickly used the opportunity he created to rush out of the room and hide in Nicholas's experimental room to use the cloaking device that Nicholas used to hide his problematic experiments from Purnell, while she herself rushed out similarly to catch him. Purnell missed Loki closing the door to Nicholas's experimental room, on purpose or otherwise, but Nicholas just laughed when he saw that. Did you anger her again? Anger is an understatement, Loki said, turning around and looking at Nicholas, who was tinkering with Loki's alchemical puppet. sticking his wand at various spots on its body and chanting various spells as he examined the runes etched onto its surface and melded within the structure itself. What's up with the puppet? Is it fine? Well, by my standards it should be fine. But I can't judge this with my standards alone. I don't want to get the cold shoulder from Purnell after all. Seriously. Yes, you little brat. And I can see the several places you've tried to get away with scribbling runes in a jam-packed way so that I might miss the few corners you've cut. Loki stuck out his tongue a little with a silly expression and spoke like a toddler. Ah, you caught me. Nicholas only continued to tap the various spots in Loki's puppet and fix any errors he saw before asking Loki a simple question. Where did you get the charm that allowed you to pilot the puppet? It wasn't easy. I don't know if they will be annoyed at me for revealing this, but the founders gifted me a charm after I helped them with something last year at Hogwarts. Loki made up a reason on the spot. Nicholas's brows rose. Helped them with something. Were you the one responsible for his reappearance? Loki stayed silent, not wanting to discuss any further, but his silence was also an answer. Still, Nicholas understood that Loki didn't want to discuss this further and hence didn't question him about it. This charm is invaluable. Are you sure you want to use it for this? I thought about it for quite a while, and I think I should do it. Especially since I promised a person that I'd do it for them too. Oh, you swindled someone else out of something again. Loki laughed lightly before just waving his hand in embarrassment. Calling this a con job would be hard. I mean, I'm actually doing what I'm promising them. A payment is only fair. And the payment is worth equally to your job. Well, given how dangerous Purnell makes it seem, no payment can match it. After all, isn't my life priceless? So any amount of price promised to me is still worthless in actuality. Nicholas laughed for a good while before shaking his head, spoken like a true swindler. Since it would take the Flammel couple a little longer to perfect his alchemical construct, Loki left for Diagon Alley the next day in the noon, since that was when he'd promised Cassandra that he'd meet up with her and Elaine. During the night in between, Loki had spent inscribing only illusion and theft, his abilities in a diary using runes and replicating them so that his worms of time in the Saphira Castle could respond to people using them. It was a manual to translate his abilities into magic with very elaborate wand movements and diagrams, but it was only built as a test project for Cassandra since Loki had promised to share his abilities with her much earlier. I should make this a part of the official handbook of the Error God's religion, shouldn't I? I'll ask Aunt Cassandra to give me a list of any errors she noticed so that I can improve it before giving it to everyone in the Tarot Club to publicize. It feels like it's missing a few cool stories like the ones Furs wrote for Gehrman Sparrow. I could just make a few up and then this would become a proper religious textbook. I'll do that soon enough. The night ended and the next day soon arrived. Loki was particularly happy to meet Elaine once again after all this time. He had gotten an idea that she had prepared a gift for him from Cassandra and had done the same for her as usual, along with a stuffy toy worm which he had decided he would give to her earlier. Loki waited patiently at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor while waiting with Elaine's favorite burger flavor and his own favorite pixie dust. Loki heard the pitter-patter of feet come from behind him and a smile showed up on his face. She's here. Elaine quickly placed her hands on Loki, awkwardly, since she was still a little smaller than Loki when he sat on a chair, but Loki made sure to slip a little down and let her place her hands over his eyes. Guess who am I? Loki put on a thoughtful expression, doing his best to keep the smile on his face from appearing. Are you my friend from Hogwarts? No. Are you my professor from Hogwarts? It looked like that was it for Elaine's patience, since she rolled her eyes and huffed audibly before speaking. Arg. Big brother forgot. It's Elaine. Loki cheered, turning around and picking Elaine up into the air as she giggled like the little girl she was. Elaine cheered as Loki spun her around in the air while making sure to keep them hidden using an illusion for everyone else. Making weird noises, Loki rubbed his face against Elaine's and finally put her down only after she started protesting with a smile. She wanted to talk with him after all. I bought your favorite ice cream already. Wanna eat it with me? Loki asked and Elaine nodded before climbing onto her chair and eating the ice cream while making delicious noises. While Elaine ate the ice cream with Loki, he made his illusion give his handbook about his powers to Cassandra, who was standing slightly away as usual. Illusory Loki asked Cassandra, "Will this do?" Cassandra was suspicious and was wondering if Loki was backing out of their deal, but once the old lady scanned the book she frowned and looked at Loki. "I thought I was the prophet in between us, how did I not know about this?" Loki frowned too, but then remembered he'd written all of it in the Saphira castle, so he waved it off. "Don't worry about it, but can I know why you want it?" Cassandra remained frowning for a few seconds before speaking after a sigh. "My daughter, she's been corrupted by him." Loki's brows raised. He has long guessed that Professor Trelawney at Hogwarts was related to Cassandra given their same surnames, but he had never really investigated it even lightly, preferring to leave such matters for when Cassandra might bring it up. It was also especially since he hadn't wanted anyone to investigate the reason for his connection with Cassandra to keep Elaine a secret from everyone else. So when Loki realized Cassandra was talking about Dumbledore, he felt a slight chill travel up his spine. Now that I think about it, Adam could easily be doing what he'd done to Harry to the other less knowledgeable professors too. Perhaps that is how he keeps their wages unpayable. As such, I could. Loki tried to help, since in his view Cassandra had been nothing but helpful to him by taking good care of Elaine so far. "No, I have to do it myself. It's the least I owe my daughter after my mistake." Loki just nodded solemnly and dispelled his illusion and went back to enjoying the ice cream with Elaine. But he was taken aback by Cassandra's stern refusal for his help, so he ended up activating his spirit vision to scan through her emotions and thoughts. "Not that I can probably see deep since she is using a Clumenk. No mental shields." Loki was shocked, since if her enemy was Dumbledore, she should have at least had basic shields. There were the usual ups and downs in her emotions, but Loki's eyes widened as he scanned her thoughts. Elaine has been corrupt. Loki almost immediately suddenly felt the urge to grab a certain someone's, an old woman who had a daughter at Hogwarts that taught divination, throat and interrogate her regardless of how old she was. But Loki exhaled and calmed down before. Did they do something to Elaine? Loki's eyes glazed over Elaine without letting even Cassandra notice what he was doing. Loki's eyes narrowed, but he quickly used illusions to keep his emotions hidden and his mind under wraps. "Several things don't add up. She's decided to support me, that's probably why she doesn't have mental shields, and Cassandra already knows I'm strong. Seems strange, I mustn't jump to conclusions. Allowing me to read through her mind itself is a greatly risky idea, but why would she do that?" Contract. Loki looked back at Cassandra without letting her know, then paid full attention to Elaine instead. "What did you make for your big brother, Elaine?" Loki asked with a derpy smile on his face. Elaine giggled a little before shaking her head with a soft blush on her face. "Big brother first. Ah." Loki wanted to pinch the little girl's cheeks, which were colored like a strawberry's insides. Loki wanted to surprise Elaine with his gift for her after she gave him hers, but seeing how his little sis wanted to steal the show, Loki quickly poked holes into his dreams and wishes and snapped into existence a simple box that was wrapped in white silk and had a pastel ribbon on top. Loki had only reconverted the object back from a rune, but he made sure to do it in a showy manner to entertain Elaine. The box was small, just about 2 or 3 inches on all sides, enough for it to fit on Elaine's tiny hands. The silk cloth had silly bunnies embroidered on it that were all munching on some grass stalks or carrots by themselves. They were animated. Elaine's eyes were immediately attracted to the simple box. She looked at Loki eagerly for a second to see if she could open it, and Loki nodded calmly. Elaine's fingers gently pulled off the ribbon as she slowly tugged at one end of it to release the knot. With the ribbon off, Elaine went on to open the box, and with her delicate fingers she lifted the cover. Inside it was an extravagant silver glass necklace that looked like a frozen teardrop. Elaine carefully pulled out the locket and flicked it open, only to be surprised by what was inside it. "Big brother. That's us." Loki simply nodded with a smile as he patted Elaine like he was doing in the picture. He had taken a note out of the two-way mirror's runes, a bit of tomfoolery with the protean charm and his illusions along with a worm of time, and added it all to a necklace that would always mimic him and Elaine inside the glass mirrors. The illusions were supported by one of the simpler excess Beander characteristics of Sequence 8, Swindler he got from the mystical item of the demon. It was a continuous live rendition of the two of them. As long as we're together it'll show up in the necklace as one picture, Loki explained to Elaine. If I or you go too far away from each other then the picture will split down the middle to show us both individually. I have a complementary one, Loki said, pulling out a necklace that was exactly the same. Instead of using those cumbersome mirrors, we can just use our necklaces to talk now, all the time, Loki said, showing Elaine how useful the necklace was by spinning a small dial at the side of her locket which caused the sounds Loki was producing to be replicated inside it. Like it? Loki asked with a smile. Yes, I love it, big brother. Elaine said happily, quickly putting the necklace around her neck with small stars in her eyes. He also gave the little girl his worm of time, stuffy worm, which she loved very much. Will I be able to make things like this too when I go to Hogwarts, big brother? If Elaine studies hard she will. Loki nodded. Study? Elaine made a frowning face, remembering all those other times she was forced to study in the orphanage with the other kids. Loki brushed the little girl's head before asking her about her gift. What did you get for your big brother? Is it a dinosaur? Elaine blushed for a second as she put her hands into her pocket to pull out a gift that seemed to have been packed as best as she could, which was woefully inadequate when comparing it with Loki's gift wrapping skills, but then she quickly pushed away her blush before showing Loki the small box she had gotten for him. Elaine couldn't look at Loki and he clearly noticed this, especially when she was trembling a little while holding the gift. What's this? Loki asked, looking at the paper box that was in Elaine's hand. I worked hard to get it for you, big brother, Elaine said while looking at the floor of the ice cream store. Loki gently picked up the box from Elaine's hand and looked at it for a few seconds. He opened the box soon after and his eyes widened as he saw what was inside it. When Elaine peeked over her bangs to see Loki's reaction, she spoke quickly in a soft but high-pitched tone. I want to marry big brother when I grow up. A smile showed up on Loki's face almost instantly. He didn't know what to feel. There was a silly smile on his face as he heard that, but he also wondered about something else. Elaine, who taught you about marriage? Elaine looked at Loki with clear eyes. She felt as if she was being tested and she didn't want to let down her big brother. All people who come to the orphanage are married. They come to the orphanage to take my friends away. If I marry big brother I can take them with me. So that big brother and Elaine can always have friends. Loki just laughed a little, but it made Elaine slightly sad since she thought he was laughing at her conviction, but instead of tears she tried to cover it up by looking at Loki with an angry expression. HMPF. Elaine doesn't like big brother anymore. But Loki didn't let her say anymore. He just laughed a little while stuffing Elaine's mouth with her ice cream, giving her a terrible case of brain freeze. All right, I will keep you to this promise. When Elaine grows old enough, I will marry Elaine if she wants me to, okay? Elaine's eyes widened cutely before a smile blossomed on her face as she stood out of her chair and rushed towards Loki to hug him. Loki just calmly patted her back before shaking his head and returning her to her seat while trying his best not to laugh at the little girl's antics. Loki and Elaine talked for a while longer before Loki finally sprung another surprise on Elaine. Elaine, do you miss Granny? Elaine's brows furrowed a little when Loki said that. She tried searching for memories about who Loki was referring to but couldn't figure anything out since she was drawing blanks. Ah, you forget her so soon. Wasn't it just yesterday when she gave you that plushie that looked exactly like you? Elaine liked doll. Loki nodded. But Elaine doll was made by Aunt Cassandra. Loki deadpanned. Elaine frowned hard as she thought about what Loki was saying before she shook finally her head. I don't remember. Loki just shook his head. Grandma is going to be so disappointed. But then does she want to leave the orphanage? It seems like she's grown attached to the place. Elaine, where do you want to live? If you had the choice, would you like to live with our relatives or at the or? I won't leave the orphanage. Elaine shook her head quickly with worry. Huh, why are you so sure about it? Loki asked softly, gently caressing her hair to calm her down. Elaine buried into Loki's hand and explained her reason quickly. I promised Eleonora that I'd be with her for the entire time she was there. And I don't break my promises because I'm a good girl. Loki smiled at Elaine's cute pout and simply nodded. All right, you can stay in the orphanage. But, will I get to meet Big Brother every day if I go to our new home? Elaine asked softly while twiddling her thumbs. Loki almost wanted to tease Elaine by saying yes, but he felt a little bad for taking advantage of his innocent little sister, so he just shook his head and patted her on the head. I'll be with you anywhere you are. Didn't I just give you the necklace? Elaine's eyes brightened up and she nodded with vigor. Yes. Loki and Elaine then spent the rest of the day walking around Diagon Alley in the Muggle world. They spent some time watching movies like A Baby's Day Out before Loki let Elaine return with Cassandra, and he left to go train under Pernell and master the spell she wanted him to learn while studying under Nicholas to see what improvements could be made in his alchemical puppet. They're so worried it's almost as if something really terrible is actually going to happen. How silly. But then as Loki returned to his previous thoughts, his eyes narrowed dangerously as his divinity almost broke through his concealment. They tried to mess with Elaine's mind. Why? Loki kept frowning. Gellert Grindelwald. What does this fool want exactly? Loki's hand tightened into a fist as he keenly recalled the corruption that had been intertwined deeply with Elaine's body of heart and mind. He hadn't touched the corruption just yet since he didn't want to alert anyone about it going missing all of a sudden. The purpose of the corruption was rather simple. They want to take hostage Elaine's memories. For what purpose? She's not a Beyonder for her to suddenly lose control if her memories were erased, and neither is it something that'll impact her so terribly since she's still just a child. What's the plan? Too bad Aunt Cassandra doesn't know what Mr. Grindelwald wants. Should I pay him a visit myself? Also, why can't he use a wand though? Aunt Cassandra's memories about it are too vague for me to be able to understand what he was doing without a detailed investigation, or I could just ask Aunt Cassandra about it directly. But I don't want to derail her plan. I'm pretty sure she will turn soon after she's saved her daughter. Did she let me peek into her mind knowing that I would trust her? Now that I think about it, how much does she know about me in the future? Back in the Flammel's house, Loki trained with Pernell on her new spell she had made for him. Pernell looked at Loki's spell with a frown and chided him lightly. Why do I feel like I will get scammed if I accept your spell? Loki laughed softly before speaking. Well, your instincts would be on point since I'm pretty dangerous. No, this isn't just about danger. I feel like as long as I accept the spell you can do something to me. Seriously. Do you think I'll do something to you? I'm pretty sure you'll have me hanging by my legs if I even tried something. Loki attempted to laugh it off. Pernell gave him one last glare before nodding. All right, I'll stick out my neck because you promised me. As soon as Pernell accepted his ritual and responded to it with the flick of her wand, Loki suddenly saw the spell he had cast take effect. A dim golden light encompassed him before washing through his entire body as it searched for something. However, since Loki wasn't currently corrupted or even affected by the corruption of some god, he found himself free of inspection as Pernell opened her eyes calmly. Good. You got it. Pernell nodded with a smile and Loki immediately questioned her. So I'm good to go to the abyss according to you? Pernell frowned instantly. Yeah, I forgot you were doing this for that stupid idea of yours. Well, whatever. It isn't my problem if you die off suddenly now. Not even after I taught you my secret spell. Loki's smile just broadened before he walked up to Pernell and gave her a tight hug. Thanks, old hag. And then went to Nicholas's experimental room to hide himself. What do you think? I'm ready, Loki asked, with a slight nervous undertone. Even without looking at Loki, Nicholas sent out a gruff laugh. Why? You don't think you're ready after Pernell gave you the go-ahead? What? Are you two connected to each other or something? How did you figure that out? I literally just walked from her room and arrived here. Nicholas laughed and said nothing else, creating a soft silence that Loki enjoyed. After a bit more of the usual wand-waving, Nicholas finally looked away from Loki's alchemical puppet. How's it? Nicholas looked at it for a while before nodding. It's fine. Better than anything I could have built at your age. Seriously? Loki asked with joy at the compliment, causing Nicholas to shake his head before he matched his gaze and spoke seriously. Promise me you'll do whatever you're doing carefully. Loki nodded before adding a snarky comment. If I don't, I'm sure Pernell will come wherever I am to beat me up. And don't be so serious. I ain't going to the abyss myself anyway. It's just a puppet. A puppet that has a piece of you in it. Nicholas gently reminded, and Loki scoffed casually before packing his alchemical puppet and walked out of the room with Nicholas so everyone could have Pernell's lovely lemon cake and biscuits that she'd baked herself. After spending 2 days of his holidays with the Flammels, Loki finally left their home to visit someone he'd promised he'd meet soon. Waiting at a secluded spot in Nocturne Alley, Loki looked around for his client, but seeing no one there yet, he simply pulled out the alchemical puppet and began testing it one last time. Still can't get used to the split vision I have when I pilot the damn thing by myself. It took a while of waiting, but Loki eventually sensed a short disturbance in space and closed everything before looking in its direction as he saw someone teleport to be right in front of him. He quickly steadied the alchemical puppet and covered it under an illusion. He made it look as human as he could and waited for his guest to show up. There was a soft pop before Laura came into view. Her eyes scanned around for a few seconds before they landed on Loki. Why here of all places? Well, it's just easier to hide in a place like this from everyone else anyway, Loki said, shrugging his shoulders. Laura nodded before looking at the puppet that Loki had beside himself. An alchemical puppet? No, it's alive. And animals controlling it. Loki just smiled without responding to the lady's questions. He was surprised that Laura could tell what he had was an alchemical puppet. He'd expected her to mistake it for a human. But he guessed that she had seen her share of weird things since she headed the Unspeakables. Everyone's got secrets, and if I told you mine it wouldn't be fun any longer now, would it? Laura simply rolled her eyes at Loki's antics before asking, what are you going to do? I'll send it into the abyss after a few days. I only need what I asked you to get. Did you get it? Laura nodded before tossing towards Loki a brass ring. Loki grabbed it from the air and looked at it for a few seconds before tossing it to his alchemical puppet. It was a ring that Nathan Drake owned, something that was close to him, and so it would help Loki use divination from the Saphira Castle to figure out where the man exactly was at each moment. He still couldn't continuously keep divining about it since that would also alert Mother Tree of Desire, but it was better than going in blind. Why do you need a few days to send it to the abyss? Laura questioned softly. Loki looked at her and shrugged before giving her the real reason. I need to strike a few deals to be able to navigate the abyss effectively, and that'll take me some time. But I'm sure I can do it, so you don't have to worry about it. Laura nodded since Loki had kept up his part of the bargain until now, and then they vanished from their spots in Nocturne Alley after discussing Loki's real reward, the Time Turners. But all that Loki learnt was that he wouldn't be getting his hands on them until the end of the year. Once he apparated away after converting the alchemical puppet into a rune, Loki arrived in front of a house he was very familiar with while staring at the door with a little bit of worry. I mean, Grandma shouldn't reject me, right? Right, she didn't even discriminate against me when I helped her out. She was pleasant and worryful. But I wonder how Sirius'll react to this. Loki was about to grab the knocker on the door and give it a tug to show he was standing outside and waiting for someone to open the door, but as soon as his muscles twitched, the door opened on its own. Didn't something like this already happen the first time I was here? But this time, instead of the door being left open, Loki quickly spotted a shifty haze leave the door, but since he was standing in the way it froze and tried to figure out what to do. Loki easily recognized that Sirius was trying to escape from home using a cheap invisibility cloak, but before he could simply step aside and not react to whatever was going on in the Black family, Loki heard a soft creak on the stairs. Walburga walked down from the upper floor and her face lit up when she saw Loki. But the moment she saw the misty haze, her eyes froze before she whipped out her wand and sent a stinging hex in its direction. OOOUWWWWWWWW. You wretched old lady, why did you send a stinging hex towards me? And why does it hurt so much? Did you use dark magic for this? How cruel. Zip it. Walburga complained in seething anger before she looked at Loki and smiled once again. How nice of you to come here, Loki. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Loki smiled and extended his hand when Walburga walked past Sirius, whose invisibility cloak had fallen. Sirius was left stunned when he saw his mom smile, and several stray thoughts entered his mind when he saw Loki laughing along with her. What about Da? Before Sirius could say any more, Walburga hit him hard enough to knock his teeth out. Speak a word more and I'll make sure that you never go to that wretched meeting of yours. You still wag your tail like an obedient mutt for that foolish old man. How long will it take you to understand that the world doesn't run on white and black? I don't care if it doesn't. Since I'm sure your heart is as black as the abyss. Sirius complained, walking back into the house by stomping his feet, leaving Loki's handshake hanging. Loki's ears perked since he deduced that Walburga was talking about Dumbledore, but even though he didn't understand much yet, he was able to easily deduce what was going on. Meeting. Is Adam finally going to do something about Voldemort? With Sirius locked in the house, Loki gave Walburga a wry look as if apologizing for the trouble he'd caused, but Walburga just patted his shoulder before walking. Don't worry about it, that wasn't your fault. I just have stupid children. Walburga complained loudly enough for Sirius to turn back and glare at Loki for a few seconds before huffing and looking away. It caused Loki to laugh a little since Sirius was acting like a child. But stuffing away his laughter, Loki quickly followed Walburga to the living room, where she sat down and Creature brought them some snacks. Creature acted as if this was the first time he was seeing Loki, but he still got him the muffins he used to love eating in the house. Loki thanked him with a smile before turning towards Walburga, who had engulfed them in a confined space to prevent their discussions from leaving outside. What do you need? Walburga asked politely with a smile. I need to contact the devils that the Black family has contact with. I need a particular set of abilities that they have to orient myself on a trip into the abyss. Walburga's pupils narrowed instantly and she straightened her back as she leaned in a little before asking. What? Loki sighed, knowing that he had to explain to Walburga exactly what he was doing. I'm using a mechanical puppet I made to help Laura Drake get her husband back from the abyss. He's currently hiding there using the Ternoset brass notebook. And before Walburga could speak again, Loki said exactly what she wanted to hear. I negotiated it for receiving their help in a mission that the god whose blessed I became asked me to complete. I also negotiated the right to use the Terncest brass book 3 times upon recovery. Walburga's eyes widened slightly before she closed them to think through everything Loki had just told her. After about a minute of contemplating, Walburga quickly opened her eyes and shook her head. You shouldn't have negotiated for the right to use the Terncest brass book thrice. What you should have done was ask the Bones family to give you 3 blank favors which could have been passed to the Black family in case you perished regardless of the success of the mission. But since the Terncest brass book is probably a high-level item that belongs to the Arbiter pathway, you still did well. Loki realized that Walburga didn't know that the Terncest brass notebook was actually the uniqueness of the Arbiter pathway, so he mentally shook his head, wondering what her reaction would be when she learnt of it, so he calmly nodded for now. But I can't allow you to go to the abyss, Walburga said snappily with furrowed brows. Firstly, the matter concerning the abyss devils has been recorded in the darkness pathway and one will learn about it once they get to the right sequence. I haven't learnt about any of it even though I'm a demigod. I know. Loki interrupted with a soft smile on his face and a nod. Then why do you want to go into the abyss? Loki shook his head gently. You've got me wrong. I don't just know the restrictions regarding the information about the abyss devils and the abyss itself. I'm telling you that I know what the forbidden knowledge regarding the abyss actually is. Walburga's eyes narrowed before she was about to speak, but as if reading her mind, Loki shook his head. No, I can't tell you about it without risking you to corruption. In fact, the reason that the spirit devil was attached to you and all the other demigods of the darkness pathway before you was related to this secret. And it was probably for that reason that the information was concealed by the Black family ancestors using the pathway. They likely wanted the people that trod on this pathway to be much stronger so that they could defend themselves before they were exposed to this information. And it was also what the spirit devil wanted to learn, the location of the abyss devils that the Black family helped. Walburga frowned since she felt like she was the younger one of the two suddenly. How does he have mysticism knowledge that surpasses mine? Ah, that evil true god. Walburga thought about everything that Loki had told her for a few seconds before she asked a simple question, so you know how I can access the information without me reaching the right sequence? Loki nodded with a smile. I noticed your connection to the information earlier. But I'll need your help doing something rather risky. What? Walburga asked doubtfully. I'll need you serious to forcefully absorb the Beander characteristics of a higher sequence until your connection to the concealed information grows stronger. That will be when I can use the help of the Lord to exploit the connection and learn the knowledge myself. Walburga frowned since this was a substantial risk that she'd have to be taking. If it wasn't Loki that suggested this to her, she'd have already ignored the person talking to her, thinking they'd gone mad and were close to losing control. But since it was Loki, Walburga thought about his request for a while. Are you sure you can keep me serious from losing control? Loki shook his head. I won't be keeping you from losing control. It'll be him, Loki said, pointing up. Walburga looked at Loki's finger with confusion as her brows furrowed. Who else other than the true god of the darkness pathway? Walburga's eyes widened, but Loki cared very little about it as he casually continued. He owes me a favor and he'll help you out for a while. Walburga's eyes widened a little as she mumbled out words in confusion. This, how? The true god who's blessed you are. Is it because of him? Loki really wanted to destroy Salazar Slytherin's scary image by telling Walburga that her pathway's true god was his fan. But since he didn't want to be suddenly captured by shadows and become lost in the darkness, he only smiled lightly, pretending that was the case. With whom will the procedure take less time and be safer? Walburga asked Loki. That would be serious since he has digested more of the potion than you have. But I'd prefer you over him since I don't want to reveal my capabilities to him just yet when he's related to him. Walburga got the hint since she wouldn't have preferred using anyone related to Dumbledore in her own plans either way. After a few considerations and ideas, Walburga finally looked at Loki with a smile that caused the hair on his neck to stand a little before asking. Pray do tell, you aren't going to be using your helpless old grandma for nothing, are you? I'm sure there's something you'll give her to do all this. Something like a gift. Just to motivate me in the right direction. Loki's smile twitched. The hell is she acting like a swindler with me? But Loki wasn't one to back down easily. He used his illusions to add a few sparkles in his eyes as he looked at Walburga with a heart-wrenchingly innocent expression while he spoke. Oh, Grandma, you know I don't have much. But do tell me what you need. I will do my best to fulfill your wishes within my means. Oh, really? Walburga asked with a smile that caused Loki to feel even more scared. Really? As long as it is reasonable. You wouldn't want to burden your grandson, would you? Oh, don't worry, this is simple. Walburga waved her hands innocently with a nice good-natured smile. Loki continued to look at her and Walburga spoke in a sweet voice that was completely uncharacteristic of her. It's nothing big, I'd only like you to officially join any and all business you've constructed in the span of these few years with the Black family. Loki's eyes widened. How did she know? The picture of a shabby creature whose name rhymed with it came to his mind. Creature. What do you say? Isn't it a bargain to have the full support of the Black family behind you? Walburga spoke as her smile finally turned sinister. Loki shivered. After agreeing to Walburga's terms, albeit unwillingly since even if Loki knew that Walburga would probably be able to handle things better, Loki didn't want to part with what essentially felt like his baby. Loki and Walburga decided on the dates they would work through it all. In the meantime, it was decided that Loki would stay in the Black Manor. And so they were all currently having dinner around the table. Sirius looked annoyed, but Walburga acted completely calm and turned to Loki as she asked him a question: "When will you bring Elaine here?" Loki almost choked on his food when Walburga asked him that question, since he'd kept her identity a secret from almost everyone around him. But hoping to hint at Walburga not to talk about it for now, Loki quickly responded, "Aunt Cassandra is taking care of her like you asked her to. We can go meet her there." Walburga nodded at those lines, but she realized from Loki's lack of details about his sister that he didn't want to talk about her in front of Sirius. That was when Walburga turned to Sirius instead. "You never told me how you were pardoned for killing that rat." Sirius looked annoyed that his friend was called a rat when Walburga didn't even know the truth, but he couldn't get too angry too, since Peter Pettigrew really was a rat. Sirius ground his teeth for a while before he started speaking in short sentences. "I was never given a proper trial, thanks to someone pulling away their support from me because they wanted to teach me a lesson." Walburga scowled as she looked at Sirius with a gaze filled with anger and pride. "You chose your side. Why did you never ask him why you didn't get a fair trial? Never thought he would betray you once you had no more use to him, did you?" "Dumbledore did not betray me. He just—" "Don't take the name of that foul man in this house. I will not stand for filth entering this house." "Filth? What about the filth your ancestors created? The absolute abominations and experiments they conducted on humans? What about those? You think I haven't read the books in the library?" Walburga scowled. "Those were for the betterment of the house. They were done to make sure the Black family survived beyond any calamity." Seeing the argument getting heated and turning wild, Loki tried to intervene. Cough cough, please don't argue." But his words were too soft, so Loki had to bear through eating his meal while listening to the background noise of two people arguing over dinner. "Dumbledore. Dumbledore. 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 Now what will you do, you old hag?" Walburga flicked out her wand and pointed it at Sirius as she flicked it wordlessly to cast a simple spell at him, causing a thin beam of pink light to hit him square on his chest. All of a sudden all the hair on Sirius's body came alive as they all grew longer, as if they were alive, and swung into his mouth, blocking any sound that came out of it, almost choking him in the process. Yet that wasn't where it all ended. Sirius quickly used his superhuman strength to pull out and rip apart his hair, causing his scalp to bleed. "Is this what you'll do, you hag? Kill your only remaining son? Like you killed my brother by pushing him towards the Dark Lord?" Loki's eyes narrowed at that insult as he saw Walburga freeze for a second too. He saw her eyes redden, but Walburga didn't respond verbally. Instead, she flicked her hand this time and caused several serene hair strands to appear around Sirius all of a sudden. As each strand started to bind Sirius and paralyze him to sleep, he activated his own ability and caused even more serene hair strands to show up as they battled against Walburga's. Loki looked at all this and finally decided that he'd had enough. Finally, after letting it go on for a few more seconds to see if they would stop, Loki stood up from his chair and flicked his wand. He hadn't really used a magical ability, but he used it to disguise his ability to steal. Loki used this disguise to steal both Walburga and Sirius's ability to control serene hair strands. Walburga was slightly annoyed by Loki, but Sirius was completely shocked. "How? This spell? Why can't I activate my Beyonder ability?" Finally, just as Sirius was about to speak up and ask Loki a question, he simply silenced Sirius with a glare. "Shut it. Both of you," Loki said with an annoyed frown. "If you two keep acting like this, Uncle Regulus will die once again in his grave from your codswallop." Walburga nodded, somewhat proud of Loki taking her side, but then he turned towards her and Grandma. "Are you seriously going to not tell him the truth? Doesn't your only remaining son deserve to know the truth about his dead brother? Do you really think he'll know to respect him without knowing the truth?" Walburga's eyes narrowed along with Sirius's as they looked at him with a sharp gaze. "What do you mean by the truth?" Sirius asked, aggrieved. There was some pain in his voice along with a soft tremble as he looked at Loki first and then at Walburga. Walburga's already teary eyes that had formed because of Sirius reminding her about her son's death slowly changed to firm ones that showed no vulnerability. Loki, you should stay out of this. Loki looked at Walburga with an annoyed expression. He knew why she didn't want to explain the truth about his death to Sirius since it involved Horcruxes, something that was a key point regarding Voldemort's powers. It was knowledge that once spread around would cause them to incur wrath from both the white and the dark side since both sides would want it, irrespective of if the blacks had such knowledge or not. So instead of arguing with Walburga, Loki inserted a thought into her body of heart and mind, I know about it and I already destroyed it. Walburga's eyes widened when she heard what Loki said. Her eyes teared up a little before she quickly blinked them away. Loki meanwhile simply picked up his desert and walked away to his room on the upper floor, leaving Sirius and Walburga to discuss the rest. Loki heard loud voices from below a few more times during the night, but it was mostly interspersed with sobs and loud cries, from both sides. With all the talking and arguing about death, Loki was reminded about Daphne's passing. And so he tried distracting himself by trying to parasitize the creeping hunger with one of his worms of time so that it wouldn't be as hungry as it usually was. I mean, there are only so many souls my Dementor butler can get for me from Azkaban. After a long time of arguing and silence, Loki finally heard a knock on his door just as he was about to fall asleep himself. Yes, Loki said, opening the door and looking at Sirius, who had several tear strains on his face. I wanted to ask you about the spell you used earlier. Sirius said softly while paying close attention towards Loki's expressions. Loki nodded and explained as if it wasn't a big deal, you're better off asking Walburga about them, she was the one that taught me about it. Sirius nodded as he turned around and left. It made sense to him that his mother would know such a spell since the Black family had delved into black magic for several generations, it was family tradition at this point. Perhaps she had picked them up from such a moment. On his way back though he paused for a moment before looking at Loki for a second as he whispered a soft, thanks, and left to go to his room again. Loki simply nodded. My pleasure. Standing in the basement, Walburga looked at the potion Loki had crafted for her with strange eyes. Are you sure you'll be able to keep me safe from harm? Loki rolled his eyes and flicked a piece of paper towards Walburga. The details of the ritual are written in that thing. Make sure you don't do anything disrespectful and you should be good. Walburga nodded stiffly as she looked at the various lines on the piece of paper Loki had given her. Loki gave the basement one last look before stuffing his wand into his holster and walking away. As soon as Loki left the basement, he walked into his room and locked himself inside it. He quickly performed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual to enter the Saphira castle. In the basement, Walburga knelt in front of the 3 candles that were placed on the altar in front of her. Walburga then looked at the paper and after memorizing all the lines on it started the ritual by lighting up the leftmost candle. I pray for the power of time. I pray for the power of errors. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to bless me by giving me the ability to maintain my sanity during and after the time I consume the sequence 3 horror bishop potion without having digested the sequence 4 potion fully. Beetle grass juice, a herb that belongs to the domain of error, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Twilight dew, a fragrance that belongs to the limbo of time, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Walburga kept her eyes closed as she focused on feeling if there were any changes taking place around her or even in her. Loki inside the Saphira castle suddenly saw a crimson star in the distance start to pulsate rhythmically. Extending and covering the star in his spirituality, Loki found himself looking at Walburga, who was kneeling in front of an altar. Using his illusions to create the image of himself speaking, Loki sent the projection to Walburga through the connection of the crimson star. In the basement, Walburga suddenly opened her eyes as she found herself looking at the spirit world. The view then tilted as it rose quickly through the directionless space as several spirits rushed about. The view rose further and soon landed on the elusive 7 lights of the spirit world that were recorded in the Black family mysticism books. Walburga recognized them at a glance because of the various experiments of the Black family ancestors, but when the view rose further and entered the gray fog, she became a little shocked. There was a place above the spirit world. A being that controls the spirit world. Walburga didn't think much else about it all, however, since she reasoned that if the devils had a ruler for the abyss, it was highly likely that someone ruled the spirit world too. But she was shocked nonetheless that this being managed to stay hidden from such a well-connected and integrated place in the wizarding world. Soon her vision was filled with a dim fog that was lit up by crimson, in the center of which a slim man sat on a chair fit for giants. He rested his head on his hand as he looked at Walburga, who felt like he could see everything about her. "I'm aware." The words, although simple, resounded deeply within Walburga. Especially when her vision was suddenly blinded by a warm light that wrapped around her like an angel's embrace. Her vision quickly vanished momentarily after that before it returned, and Walburga found herself back in her basement. Walburga stood up slowly and looked around for a few seconds before her eyes landed back on the crimson-violet neon potion in front of her on the table. Walburga picked up the potion and with a simple swig emptied out the container. Not even a moment later, Walburga felt every single cell in her body rebel with outrage at the sudden sense of power that had been injected within her as the potion dissolved. But surprisingly enough for Walburga, as soon as her body rebelled, it suddenly quietened. As if the cells forgot the will of the original creator within her body, forgot that it even existed. Walburga only felt her strength increase and soar in both quantity and quality. But she also frowned when she realized that there was something in her body that was preventing her from truly absorbing the entire potion and kept it separated from her, not allowing her to truly advance to Sequence 3. Having done something similar earlier with Hermione, Loki above the gray fog in the Saphira Castle quickly picked out the new runes around Walburga's body. Runes that weren't part of the normal advancement process. Loki was looking for runes that were meant to test her sequence to give her the appropriate mysticism knowledge once she reached the right level. He was doing this because this was the easiest way Loki could think of someone hiding the information within the pathway itself. He searched through a variety of runes before he landed on the right one that had popped up during her advancement and hence frozen it so that he could tinker with the connection and deceive the test so that he could gain the corresponding information. The test is not only for her to be a Sequence 3, but also that she is a direct descendant of the Black family. Is this why they were so proud of their lineage? So that they could always access the knowledge that was locked behind their advancement. Loki didn't delay his work anymore as he casually used his spirituality in combination with the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit mystical item to deceive the test so that it assumed that Walburga was already a Sequence 3 horror bishop. Walburga didn't realize any of this happened. She only remained puzzled about what was happening to her since she could feel that she wasn't yet a Sequence 3, but neither was she as weak as a Sequence 4. Loki on the other hand grabbed the connection that the residual wills of the ancestors of the Black family attempted to make with Walburga and pulled the connection to himself by deceiving the will to think he was Walburga instead. The ravings that Loki heard were not only unbearable and kept trying to make him lose control, but they were also confusing and useless since they started corrupting him by causing him to mutate one worm of time at a time. No information about the devils that escaped. Loki paid closer attention to the ravings and soon realized what was happening. I see, so they're testing if I can handle being corrupted by the knowledge and if the devil possessing them is truly gone and eradicated by the current Black family member. If the devil was still here, the corruption wouldn't do anything since it was probably already corrupted by her. And if it was truly gone, the person would need to be able to sustain learning the information. A strange test, one where your ability to become corrupted proves your humanity. Loki quickly expended more spirituality to deceive the secondary test by deceiving the probes of the will of the Beander characteristic that extended around Walburga's body, acting like bait to be latched upon by an unsuspecting devil. As soon as Loki deceived the probes, nothing happened for a few seconds before he suddenly found a rush of knowledge pouring into his mind. Loki's eyes shone ominously as the information was organized inside his mind. Is that so? This is too easy. A coincidence. Loki quickly looked at Walburga and stole the potion that was close to being digested in her body. He then sorted out all the individual ingredients he'd used to concoct the potion along with the Beander characteristics Walburga had provided from a secret vault before laying them out on the table in front of her. All of this happened within moments. Walburga, who was riding on a sudden high of power, suddenly found herself become a measly Sequence 4 Nightwatcher demigod once again. But Loki cut off Walburga's connection to the Saphira castle quickly before returning back to his body in the room inside the Black family manor. Loki then retraced his steps to the basement where he knocked on the door and asked Walburga a question. "Are you done, Grandma?" Walburga, who was recollecting herself after the strange incident, found herself puzzled as she couldn't understand if the task had been completed or if a wrench was thrown into it. "Yes, I'm done. You can come in." And as soon as Loki entered, Walburga asked him a question. "Did it work?" Loki simply smiled and nodded. "It did. My lord asked me to inform you that you did great, Grandma." Phew. Walburga released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding before she looked at Loki and asked him a simple question. "What did you learn?" "There is a very specific ritual that can be performed to open the door to the devils that live in the spirit world, but this is not as you suspect it to be." Seeing Walburga eager to learn more, Loki spoke calmly. "There are several ingredients that are needed for the ritual. One needs to have a high-level Beander characteristic from the criminal pathway." Walburga's eyes narrowed sharply, but Loki continued as if what he'd just said wasn't impractical. "One needs the blood of the head of the Black family manor, and finally, along with a few herbs and charms, one also needs to prepare a sacrifice for the devils." "Why the sacrifice?" Walburga asked softly. "That's what I meant earlier by opening the door to the devils that live in the spirit world. Although we will be performing the ritual in the spirit world, all it will accomplish is giving us a connection that the devils can respond to. And once they respond to it, it will be up to the devil that responds if it wants to allow us to enter the devil's turf or not. Hence we need a sacrifice worth their attention. We need to tempt the devils." Walburga nodded in understanding, but then she spoke her worry quickly. "And how are you planning to get a high-level Beander characteristic from the criminal pathway?" "By attacking other noble families. Death Eaters." Loki shook his head. "No. I have a Sequence 3 Blatherer Beander characteristic. I got one from destroying the Horcrux that Voldemort made out of that locket that Uncle Regulus sacrificed his life to obtain. So you need my help for the sacrifice." Walburga nodded, albeit a little shocked, but she didn't say much about Regulus. Loki shook his head. "I have an idea for a sacrifice they won't be able to reject. The Horcrux Voldemort made when he was young." Walburga's eyes widened. "That? How do you plan on getting that?" "You're going to bargain with one of his closest circle of Death Eaters. Or make an exchange with them. That'll be hard, if not impossible, unless you take his help and forcibly make them change sides and betray you know who." Loki shook his head and interrupted Walburga before she could spin off conspiracy theories. "Tom Riddle, Child Voldemort, attacked the school in the second year. I have his soul trapped inside a mystical item. I also have a spare body to use to stitch the two of them together with Mr. Ayre's help. I will sacrifice him after I am successful in doing so." Walburga sighed again. "You are better prepared than I thought you were. Good, you are as a member of the Black family should be. You've grown up well." Loki smiled with a little pride and then spoke in a soft tone. "I learnt from the best after all." Walburga pinched his cheeks lightly as she spoke with a warm smile. "Let me know if you need any more of my help." Loki nodded and spoke quickly. "I have something that needs your help. But Mr. Ayre told me to tell you that he'd help you with your advancement ritual for helping me by risking yourself." Walburga's eyes widened immediately. "But," Loki nodded, "I know, your ritual requires you to observe the nights of 50 years. But Mr. Ayre is confident in being able to pull it off for you." Loki wasn't talking out of nowhere about this or making a baseless claim. He had actually noticed that he could help Walburga attempt to complete her ritual in advance by using the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit Beander characteristic. But this couldn't be applied to most other people, not even Sunny. Because Walburga had already suffered from losing control once before, Loki was guessing that he could forcibly stabilize Walburga's condition because she had already observed nights for about 45 years or so, but also because Salazar Slytherin had resurrected. Walburga's hand trembled a little before she closed her eyes to think about it all, and she nodded. I can agree to that. Let me know when he will be ready to help me out. I can plan things around that. Loki nodded and then shared his concerns with Walburga. There is another thing I need your help with, Grandma. I suspect that he is up to something that alters the balance of fate of the world. You don't need to be worried about that. With me here, I will make sure he doesn't overstep his bounds. I might not be as powerful as him, as a Beander, but the noble and most ancient House of Black isn't afraid of just anyone. Walburga's pride was almost infectious and caused Loki's chest to swell up too. But Walburga quickly switched up the mood when she finally asked Loki a question since they were alone. What about Elaine? Are you not going to bring her back? Loki bit his tongue, and after seeing Walburga's kind gaze he melted a little. I mean. When Walburga leaned in to show her anticipation, Loki finally sighed before almost speaking the truth. She made a promise to a friend of hers in Aunt Cassandra's orphanage that she would stay with her. Loki saw a slight disappointment in Walburga's eyes, but he quickly tried making it up to her. You could go meet her at Aunt Cassandra's orphanage. I'm sure she'd love it and is waiting for you to show up. Walburga's eyes widened and a small smile showed up on her face as she nodded. I just might. Any more questions, Grandma? Walburga shook her head. No. It's just nice to be back among the living once again. Walburga brushed Loki's hair out of his eyes before turning away and walking back up the stairs as she calmly spoke to him. Make sure you get all the documents regarding your business ready and prepared by tomorrow evening. I'll be visiting the Gringotts Bank during the night. Loki sighed and shook his head, but he had an amused smile on his face all along. With Walburga gone, Loki began to examine the various components of the ritual that he would need to perform to establish contact with the demons. I doubt I can attempt to use Tom's soul more than once. I doubt I will even get it back from the demons after sacrificing it to them, so everything about it needs to be perfect. I also need to make sure that Tom can't do anything once he is out of the ring. Even though he's dead, I don't want Voldemort to suddenly appear in the spirit world to try and wrestle away his ex-Horcrux. Miles away, Voldemort sat at the head of a long table as he looked around at the various people that had gathered around him. They all bowed their head in complete silence as they waited for Voldemort to speak to them, to give them new orders they had to follow and complete lest he take their lives. Surprisingly, Voldemort was never the type of person to plant a secret curse on the bodies of his followers. Even the dark mark he etched onto them was a simple corruption that allowed him to communicate with their body of heart and mind. And while he could ask Mother Tree of Desire to further the corruption to kill them, Voldemort had never done such a thing yet. Voldemort would usually hunt down traitors himself and publicly torture them and humiliate them before they were killed. That was what kept them on a leash. Since they knew that no matter what happened, Voldemort would never let them run away from him. Their bond was a strong one. And it was a bond for life. As such, when Voldemort's gaze surfed over the fearfully bowing bodies of everyone around him, they trembled a little while trying their best to stay calm and project a fearless side that was ready with fanaticism to execute his next orders. Bellatrix was the only one, however, to match her gaze with Voldemort as she looked at him with true fanaticism. But Voldemort quickly turned his gaze away from her. Voldemort closed his eyes for a few seconds as he thought back to the meeting he had had a few days prior with a man he knew very little about personally, but whose name was etched deeply into the annals of history of the wizarding world. There weren't many things Voldemort feared. Especially not since he didn't even know what fear was anymore. Although he could manipulate and control people's desires and induce fear in them by torturing them or destroying the things dearest to them, Voldemort felt untold fear in the moments he'd met the man for the first time in his life. Tom, the man asked as he silently appeared in front of him when the hall he was sitting in was void of Death Eaters. The casual tone and the sudden presence of a person other than himself inside his range caught him off guard and surprised him a little, but what he felt the most was intrigue and curiosity. So Voldemort turned towards the remarkably old man and looked at him with slight confusion before noticing that the man in front of him was at least a saint like him too. "Who are you?" The old man smiled and then calmly waved his hand. Voldemort didn't see what happened directly, but he almost immediately felt the clear distinction in his surroundings. It suddenly felt like he and the man had been pulled out of the world. Like someone had concealed their presence. Voldemort wasn't surprised by the concealment ability since it was something he had come across before while he had one of the Black family members working under him during his previous rise to power. What did surprise him however was that the man who used it clearly wasn't a Black family member, at least not one he recognized immediately. "Who are you?" Voldemort asked again in an even calmer tone. He hadn't retaliated in any way yet since he didn't feel any hostility from the man. As such he chose the more decent option. He uncharacteristically decided to talk because he felt a slight warning from his intuition about attacking the man. Nothing great enough that he would feel threatened. But just enough to know that if they were to fight then coming out on top wouldn't be very easy, making him sure that the man was about as strong as he was in a fight. The man only looked at Voldemort and smiled again without answering his question directly. "You must have already guessed who I am by now. But that is not very important. What is important is that I have something to offer to you. Something you desperately need and something that you desire." The old man's voice was carefully toned. Even though Voldemort had met countless demons before, the man's voice sounded much more like the sweet whispers of a devil. Even still, because he didn't have any emotions, the words did not evoke the right feelings. The old man noticed all this but didn't let his enthusiasm simmer down. Except Voldemort frowned almost immediately. Now that he had observed the man for a few seconds longer, he suddenly realized that the man was very much like him. In that, the man didn't have many emotions, it was almost as if the man was just as cold-blooded as him. But since the man clearly wasn't an Abyss Pathway Beyander, Voldemort for the first time in a while felt a little surprised. He had never seen a person like this naturally. Even the closest murderers he knew displayed emotions for their favorite things. They might have been devoid of emotions normally, but when they were committing the act, they were usually exuberant, or scared, or just something in between. But the man was emotionless. Even though he looked exuberant visually, his emotions were dead. That was when the old man's smile widened as he spoke. "You want to be free of her leash, don't you?" Voldemort's blood froze cold. From what he knew, it was impossible for anyone to divine anything about her. At least not without dying immediately after because of coming to comprehend information regarding her. As such, Voldemort almost immediately raised his defenses. His spirituality was primed as he moved to attack the old man in front of him, but he controlled himself from acting on impulses at the last second. Not because the old man spoke to him or even created remarkable defenses to stop him from attacking. No. It was entirely because even though the old man had thought of and spoken about her, he wasn't corrupted yet. Her gaze hadn't even arrived at his position for a moment even though the man had very clearly thought about her directly. This meant that whatever means the old man was using to conceal himself and Voldemort from the outside world was keeping her gaze away. "Ooh, scary." The old man shivered as if he was scared, but he held a sarcastic smile on his face as he looked at Voldemort, staring him down as if he were looking at a foolish child. It irked Voldemort, but he remained calm since he could still feel his connection to the abyss, which meant that should things come to the worst he could still move into the abyss. By this point, Voldemort had already pieced two and two together and come up with the most possible identity for the person in front of him. Gellert Grindelwald. The old man nodded and gave Voldemort an exaggerated bow. "In the flesh. Why are you here?" Gellert looked at Voldemort with his eyes gleaming as he spoke in a simple but lethal tone. "We wish the same thing and I am here for it." Voldemort was a little confused since he wished to be the strongest. Did Gellert aim to fight him for the title? Gellert only shook his head while maintaining eye contact with Voldemort. I guess I know you better than yourself. Voldemort instantly frowned at the arrogance Gellert was showing, but he wasn't given a chance to speak. Don't we wish for the downfall of the White Lord? Voldemort's eyes instantly widened. You see, I cannot make a direct move against him, because of a few reasons. But that doesn't mean I cannot help someone else make a move. You know, nudge things along the way so that the same thing I need happening, happens. Get to the point. Voldemort spoke, impatient since Dumbledore had been the one wrench in his plans ever since he had learnt more about him, from the Mother Tree of Desire. Ah, the younger generation. Truly impatient. Gellert shook his head with slight disappointment, but the smile on his face still remained. And then he spoke with an even wider smile. Voldemort opened his eyes once again and found himself sitting in the room with the rest of his Death Eaters, and as the silence stretched thin, Voldemort finally pulled his thin lips apart as he spoke in a hissy voice. Your next mission is to find a way to destroy all the prophecies in the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries. The Death Eaters all frowned simultaneously, even Bellatrix. In fact, Bellatrix was the one that frowned the deepest, since the order was a little uncharacteristic of Voldemort's usual ruthlessness and violence. She even began to suspect that Voldemort had been replaced by Loki once again. This order was almost as if it had been planned to do something deeper, something more sinister. Something which was uncharacteristic of Voldemort. A person who attacked from the front with wands blazing. And while they did not understand what it meant, they did realize that something had changed, or rather, something about Voldemort had changed itself to become much more sinister. With the aim to merge Tom's soul with his previous body, which was corrupted by Cheek's will still, Loki started to work. The body had already begun shrinking since Loki hadn't taken care of storing it away properly in any decent way. But the Saphira Castle, or rather the grey fog within it, had kept Loki's body in proper condition, not allowing it to go much beyond the point of initial stages of rigor mortis. The body wasn't exactly cold to touch, but it wasn't warm either. It was somewhere in between, like touching warm liquid in a pouch. Loki worked tirelessly through the weeks trying to piece together Tom's soul piece by piece with as much focus as he could, but things weren't turning out as he had hoped. Do I need Luna's help after all? What will I even tell her when I ask her for help regarding this? Given Luna won't have too many questions. But it'll still probably be strange. So Loki put his efforts with merging Tom's soul and his body on the back burner for now while focusing on something different, Mr. Error's Holy Bible. Things moved very slowly since Loki had to invent a lot of stories based on books in the Room of Requirements, based on what Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw had written about Mr. Error. So his days fell into a simple routine of reading books after teleporting into Hogwarts. Hogwarts wards couldn't block his Beander abilities, not because he was special in some way, but because the castle seemed to avoid stopping him in any way, before he sat down and inscribed the stories bit by bit into his Holy Bible. But something strange troubled him. This. Why do Rowena and Salazar talk about me using different bodies to meet them? They sometimes refer to me as being shorter than them, while other times I'm taller. What's going on? Were those my avatars? But why would I reveal that to them? Wouldn't I just use illusions to cover up my appearance? Granted, I never answered their question as to why I had different bodies each time I was present. Why does it seem like there is something amiss? Time passed by slowly as Loki came to enjoy living with Sirius a little. Sirius had tried multiple times to leave the house to go to meet Dumbledore for some secret meetings that Loki had no idea about, since they were so well guarded that his normal divinations couldn't pry into them. He could have gone above the Saphira Castle, but Loki didn't want to have to see something he shouldn't have and plan his actions in some silly way again to avoid Dumbledore from finding out he knew something about it. For now, he was going to learn about it in the Tarot Club meetings anyway when Sirius and Snape gathered again. But each time Sirius tried to leave, he was stopped either by Walburga herself or mostly Creature, who had been ordered to do so by Walburga much to his delight. With the Tarot Club meetings on hold for the summer since everyone seemed to want to take a leave to do something personal, Loki found himself quite interested in the next meeting where he could more easily read Sirius and Snape's body of heart and mind to learn more about the situation. But alongside working on merging Tom's soul in his old body and the Holy Bible, Loki was also working on something rather special. Loki was working on the first edition of magical spells that would be recorded into the Error God's Bible. Loki was going to set up a system of spells that he would grant his followers, cheap imitations of his lower sequence Beander abilities. It was turning out to be a rather strange set that held esoteric spells and mysticism knowledge of the world that had never been seen before in the wizarding world, things like spells that could manipulate chain spell casting etc. which Loki had learnt from Rowena's books. Loki wasn't giving everyone access to these tricks directly, he was only using his worms of time to act as intermediary, promising them the effect if they worshipped him. So Loki worked hard to make it all comprehensible and even added a reward system for his believers that would give everyone who spread his religion in a widespread manner the ability to ask for a small wish. The wish he would grant wasn't anything grand or majestic. It ranged from wishing for a helping get rid of curses and corruption since Loki was aiming for the nobles that Voldemort had corrupted, to simple people around the wizarding world who needed a little bit of money. And after 2 weeks, Loki was finally done with the first edition of the book. Finally, with the book in his hands completed, Loki immediately teleported to room 2-21 in Hogwarts. From there, Loki quickly stole the newspaper printer and brought it to his room in the Black Manor. Flicking his wand to silence any noises the machine would produce, Loki rearranged the settings on the machine before dropping his book into the slot that the machine would use to scan and print its pages. Leaving the machine running, Loki finally caught himself relaxing a little as he took a much-needed break to drink some juice. After he was done with his juice, Loki walked out of his room and started searching for Walburga to pick her mind, for fun. "Where's Grandma though?" Creature. "Pop. Yes, Master. Where's Grandma?" Creature was told Lady Black and Master Black have gone out of the house to attend a funeral, Master. Ah. Loki froze in his spot. He closed his eyes as sorrow-filled memories surfaced in his mind. Seeing Loki's reaction, Creature's eyes widened. "Has Creature done something wrong, my lord?" Loki quickly shook his head. "No, Creature, you did nothing wrong. Thank you for letting me know. Do you know where the Greengrass family's home is?" Creature nodded. "Creature knows. It is near the Fortuna village. The Greengrass family are the traditional lords of the village." Loki thanked him and Creature went back to scrubbing a few old painting frames while Loki teleported to his room and quickly changed into the appropriate clothes. He gave himself a glance in the mirror to iron out any kinks on his suit. He then adjusted his tie before nodding to himself after finding no more errors in his decorum which had been refreshed by Walburga recently. Staring at his eyes, Loki found himself unable to come up with something to cheer himself up. So without wasting any more time, Loki stole his sadness and vanished from his room again, reappearing this time in the vicinity of Fortuna. Standing on a small hill nearby, Loki easily spotted the Greengrass family manor at the edge of the village. It was much larger than the Black family manor and bordered a large botanical forest that contained several exceptionally rare herbs and flowers. Loki observed the procession from a distance. For some reason, as soon as Loki laid eyes on the silent Astoria who was sitting with her mom, he found himself unable to take a step closer to the venue. Astoria was greeting everyone who arrived at the mansion with her mother. There were no smiles involved. It was mostly just face showing. There was an unspoken solemn silence that hung in the area, which Loki could see was not of the magical sort. Yet it was strangely magical in its own way, since even though Loki couldn't feel any sort of sadness, he could feel his chest clench up with sorrow. It was strange for Loki since he had never felt like this before. "I didn't even feel this pain when I was suddenly brought into this world. Was it because I wished for it to happen? Or was it because of Elaine? She did become an important pillar in my actions back then. Elaine's the pillar of my humanity. And now Grindelwald wants to do something to this pillar. Why are there such strange people in this world? Everyone in LOTM worked together when it was about matters concerning strengthening themselves against the outer deities, but why does Grindelwald want to pull Mr. Error down? Is he related to the Lord of the Mysteries Pathway group? Loki thought about more seemingly meaningless things for a while longer as his hands trembled occasionally with faint traces of sadness. Didn't Daphne's mom say I was a good luck charm for her? Where did that go now? What did her mom even think when she said that to her? Was it based on some stupid divination? If so, why was she wrong about it in the first place? Did someone else interfere with the divination? Single quote. Didn't Daphne basically die because of me? I was the one that warned Laura to come to the location with her unspeakables. Wouldn't Daphne have lived if I hadn't called them there? Single quote. Eventually, Loki remained standing on the edge of the hill for about 3 hours before he teleported away with a new flame lighting up in his heart. Voldemort. Damn you. Walburga and Sirius returned to the house at 7 in the evening and they all had a silent dinner since Sirius and Walburga had learnt accidentally from Mrs. and Mr. Greengrass that Daphne was actually quite close to Loki. Walburga was quite a bit surprised by this, but she knew Loki would rather not talk about it unnecessarily, so she didn't bring it up over dinner when it was clear that he was already a little depressed. Eventually, when Sirius was about to try and ask Loki about it and speak a few words for comfort, Walburga simply flicked her wand and caused his mouth to stitch itself shut. The small incident brought a silly smile to Loki, who just nodded and left the table since he'd finished eating. What can I do to hurt him the most? I could destroy the rest of his Horcruxes. But is there really nothing else I can do to him? I could cut off all his connections too. How would I do that? Just kill all the people associated with the dark side. No, Adam would have already done that if that was possible. At least I think someone else would have, if not him, like Nicholas and Purnell. They probably don't want to do it, firstly because it would be too troublesome. But even if that were the case, they aren't doing it because of the goddess of fortune, since Nicholas clearly told me she likes maintaining balance. It is clear that given how she treats and uses the Greengrass family, she is working hard towards maintaining balance between the two sides for some reason. I could go against her, but I'm not strong enough yet to take on a goddess that has possibly lived through multiple millennia. So are there any other ways to hurt him? Single quote. Question mark. Single quote. I don't really know much about Voldemort, do I? Apart from his obsession with the items closest to founders that he probably wanted to uncover because he wanted to resurrect them or corrupt them further, there isn't a lot of information about him floating around. Should I infiltrate his ranks? I could split off a worm of time and parasitize a mystical item that I can ask Snape to plant on some Death Eater around Voldemort. But that would probably be a little risky if he notices. Not because he could hurt me, but because he might take precautions that prevent information from leaking any further. Knock knock. The door opened slowly before Walburga paused as she looked at the printer in the room that was printing something before looking at Loki. Loki grew slightly embarrassed for running a bootleg printing farm in the manor and quickly stood up with a slight blush. Yes, Grandma. You need my help with something. Walburga nodded. I need your help with a few things related to the house's properties. Oh. Loki was surprised. Clearly, Walburga didn't mean normal properties, since she was more than capable enough to take those from anyone she wished all by herself. So Loki asked softly, you need my help or Mr. Error's? Your help should suffice. It isn't something urgent or something that I even have hopes of solving. But I would like to know if you can gain possession of the death card of blasphemy from him. Loki thought about it for a few seconds before he nodded as a simple plan formed in his head. I can try, but do you have any guesses about where it could be? Loki didn't want to reveal that he knew that Voldemort had used the card before, since it wasn't something that was explicitly revealed to him or Harry when he was resurrected. The Black family has methods to locate them in case they have left the hands of the Black family member. And all those spells have failed. So, the card is still with Bellatrix Lestrange. Walburga nodded. All right, I understand. I'll figure something about it. Loki said with confidence that surprised Walburga. Don't do anything rash or reckless like Sirius. Walburga warned. Remember that you are much more important than a silly card floating around somewhere. Loki nodded, and after speaking to Walburga for a while longer where she discussed what he was printing, which Loki told her directly was an order from the error god that he had to print, his gospels, which got her off his back. Except before she left with a short goodnight, she grumbled about how Mr. Error was being rude and was using properties of the Black family businesses without paying the right price. She took a book though, as payment of course. But it was a price Loki was willing to pay since talking to her had improved his mood. She came to talk to me just to distract me, didn't she? Loki smiled fondly. Finally, the clock struck midnight and Loki, who had already entered the Saphira castle about 15 minutes before, waved his hands and connected to his Tarot Club members' crimson stars to summon them. Hermione was in a much better mood this time, and she stood up immediately and curtsied. "Greetings to you, Mr. Error." She then nodded towards all the other members, who each nodded softly in return, and then sat back down silently. Mr. World was the first to speak up. "I have printed copies of the Lord's Gospel. If you want to distribute them to your followers, you can ask me for any amount of copies." There was a certain madness and fanaticism to Mr. World when he said this, since Loki was imagining having a sea of anchors that he didn't have to share with anyone else in the world. However, everyone else mistook this rashness as Mr. World coercing everyone else and ordering them to buy a Bible or he'd do something to them. Hermione, being the weakest, shivered involuntarily and looked at Mr. Error for help, but trying to maintain a cold and aloof personality, Loki didn't respond to her plea. Not that he was paying enough attention to understand it in the first place. Loki looked at everyone with a smile, since he could clearly see all of them adopting a serious attitude as soon as the Gospels were mentioned. Sirius was the first one to ask the question on everyone's minds: what does the book contain? Mr. World nodded and turned towards Mr. Error to ask him permission to summon pages out of his imagination. "You may," Loki said, waving his hand lightly as he caused a stack of papers and pen to appear on Mr. World's side of the table. Mr. World quickly picked up his quill and imagined, and projected his thoughts onto the paper, and under everyone's expectant and slightly stunned gazes, because of the beautiful handwriting, watched as he passed copies to them once he was done. Although shocked by Mr. World's magical display, everyone looked at the first page and understood what it was. An index. A catalogue of chapters. The beginning. Miraculous birth. Childhood and guidance of the world. As an angel by his side. Adopting the founders and laying the foundations for magic. Sacrifice for humanity. Magnanimous rebirth. Everyone's eyes either narrowed or widened when they read through the index. Snape was the only one that managed to restrain his emotions a little, but everyone else had slightly shocked looks. Especially when they looked at the reference to Mr. World in the book. Mr. World is an angel since ancient times. Has he been here since the previous epics? How many epics has he witnessed? Hermione's respect for Mr. World suddenly grew quite a bit, especially since they had all guessed Mr. World's level from his previous fight. But now that the information was verified, they all felt a slight tremor pass through their bodies. Everyone's respect for Mr. World's authority in the Tarot Club increased. But along with the shock about Mr. World's status, the last chapter caught everyone's attention. Magnanimous rebirth. Sirius looked at it with a little bit of fear. I mean, we knew that Mr. Error was gaining his powers slowly. It's just scary. For a plan to be set into place so many millennia ago and still working perfectly was slightly unnerving, to say the least. They all opened to the pages that interested them the most as they began to examine the book with some sense of reverence, while Loki waited in silence, pondering if any of his followers were brave enough to give him recommendations to improve his Bible. Hermione, being the most studious of them all, began to speed read through the first chapter. Mr. Error is the only true God that has existed all throughout time, right from the moment when the original creator's body was fractured. He has been present in all the errors that have existed through time and will last until the absolute end. Hermione frowned when she read these lines, trying to comprehend the deeper meaning vaguely hidden from plain view. Does this mean to say that the first true God to form out of the original creator's body was Mr. Error? Because of the imperfection within him that shattered him. So Mr. Error is the oldest god. Hermione continued reading. Sirius, on the other hand, jumped straight to the chapter titled Adopting the Founders and Laying the Foundations for Magic. Since he guessed that it was related to the Hogwarts founders, some of the most mysterious people in the modern magical world, and also because Salazar Slytherin was the true god of the pathway he followed. The first meeting between the Hogwarts founders and Mr. Error happened under strenuous conditions. A young follower of the Error pathway was captured by and stuck in the basement of a rather mysterious Beander who was experimenting with the beginnings of human emotions. The boy was tortured every day until he finally broke enough one day that pain stopped bothering him. The boy seemed to have lost all emotions, and as such the mysterious Beander aimed to dispose of him since he no longer served his purpose and had just become a waste of time and energy since he had to be fed otherwise. The mad Bainoder brought down his axe once, but he missed and only chopped through the boy's collarbone. The mad Beander brought down his axe once again, but just as the boy was about to be killed, a previous escapee of the mad Beander's experiments had returned to torture and kill his captor, a revenge seeker. The mad Beander and the revenge seeker fought each other tooth and nail. None of the other captives that watched could tell who was going to drop dead first. They all wanted to interfere, kill their captor so that they would become free. They had all seen what the mad Beander could do to another person. The result, the boy who had lost all his emotions, was right there in front of all of them, right on the chopping block, loosing blood from his shoulder as he impassively watched the fight without a care in the world. Without an ounce of anticipation regarding the result of victory. But there was one difference between the captors and the little boy. He was outside their prison while everyone else were inside their cells, locked up in darkness so deep that none could remain sane after witnessing it. As such, the boy pulled of something none of them could have even hoped to do. When the sword of the revenge seeker fell upon the sharp blade of the much-hated captor, the young boy extended his hand and as if by a miracle, the axe of the captor vanished. Finally, the blood-throwing fight between the mad Beander and the revenge seeker ended after the mad Beander dropped dead by screaming a symphony for an entire night and day. The revenge seeker quickly rushed towards the boy and tried saving him with what little he knew about death and darkness, but it was too little. As such, the revenge seeker quickly set up an altar to request divine interference. Oh, great Lord of the mysterious, the Lord of all that is true and untrue, the slayer of time and the wooer of fate, I, this simple follower of yours, ask you for a wish to be granted. I ask for you to save the boy before me, for he has been through the same torment that I have. I wish to share the burden of his fate. I wish for him to survive so that I can touch death. By the power of Fireflower, I wish for you to grant my wish. By the power of Beetle Grass Juice, I wish for you to grant my wish. The rest was a miracle. With the boy's condition already so dire that he was barely hanging by a thread, the great Lord of the Mysterious descended into the waking world himself, leaving his divine kingdom behind to help the cry of one of his followers. Blessing the boy so that his injuries could be healed, the great Lord of the Mysterious even healed the boy's inability to feel emotions. It was a miracle, and it was the first miracle witnessed by the revenge seeker whose name was later revealed to history as Salazar Slytherin. Sirius's eyes widened. His gaze flickered between Mr. Error, who was sitting impassively at the edge of the table and the papers in his hands, as he tried to impose the imposing and daunting figure at the head of the table with the kind and lovable one in his imagination. It felt grand but incomprehensible. But Sirius felt like the mysterious gray fog that swirled around him had also cleared a little, as if understanding this small facet of Mr. Error had given him a deeper connection to the deity he so very closely interacted with. Fleur was the one, however, who trembled the most visibly after she read the chapter titled Childhood and Guidance of the World. The chapter at first glance was rather simple. It talked about the adventures of Mr. World in the world alongside his growing devotion for Mr. Error because of the feats he performed for him. It was well framed and written cleverly to explain the likes and dislikes of Mr. Error, things like the fundamental principle of equivalent exchange that he had told them about along with other similar principles. The chapter was clearly dedicated to brainwashing most people into believing the fundamental principles of Mr. Error in a secretive manner. But that wasn't what caught Fleur's attention the most. No, Fleur was rather surprised because of the roles Mr. World had taken in the book. In the beginning, Mr. World was just a simple young man who worked at a farm that had stumbled upon Mr. Error's temple because of a sudden raid by mythical creatures on his humble village, which he hid from by hiding in an old, decrepit and abandoned well. This well, however, had a small secret pathway at its bottom, which was not visible from the top, and as such, the pathway led to Mr. Error's shrine, where Mr. World first became a Beyander because of his blessings and boon. With this newfound power, Mr. World was able to stop the invasion, but it was the words Mr. Error left him with that surprised her the most. Fight not for what is right and wrong. Fight for what you wish is your aim, because there will always be those that claim you are wrong. Fleur couldn't understand why, but something about those words left her feeling a little tense. It felt like if used right, those words alone would have her fight for Mr. Error. Fleur immediately activated her spirit vision to peer into the words on the paper, to try and see if there was something wrong about them or if those words were being used to manipulate her mind. But she couldn't find anything. So Fleur became even more silent than she already was before she started to contemplate and mumble those words over and over again in her mind. Trying to understand what about them was so gripping for her. Is it my spiritual intuition? Fleur felt like she locked onto something important once she realized that. Snape, on the other hand, felt attracted by the chapter titled, Sacrifice for Humanity, since he knew a thing or two about sacrifice. Especially because he worked under people who had made him sacrifice things he valued dearly. The chapter was rather long, so Snape only briefly skimmed over it, but his gaze paused when he reached the last paragraph. In the final clash between her and Mr. Error, the lives of several humans were held hostage. To the extent that if a single god moved to act against her wishes, all life on the planet would have vanished before it could have taken another breath. In this dire situation, where both sides were locked in a stalemate because Mr. Error had driven her into a corner because of his skill and expertise, and she had driven the other gods into a corner because she had taken their loved humans hostage, a delicate imbalance was needed. The imbalance was needed for the fulcrum of knowledge created by the omniscient eye to be placed to kick her out of the planet and repair the barrier that would keep her out. With nothing else possible, it was Mr. Error who sacrificed himself at this turn so that the entire planet could continue living without her degenerative influence. It was a battle that could only be won because of the well-placed sacrifice of the great Mr. Error himself. Snape suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. It's just like him. Loki looked at Snape with a concealed gaze and almost snorted. How am I like Adam? This isn't manipulative. It's the truth. At least like how Rowena and Salazar wrote it in their books. Loki read the thoughts rather easily now, since he could continuously use the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit Beyander characteristics to deceive one's mental defenses. But Loki's book had the intended effect. Everyone was now set on getting at least a single copy of the Gospel from Mr. World, since it had piqued their interest in one way or another. Snape wanted to simply report back to Dumbledore and the Moon Goddess, while Sirius wanted to spread the Gospel in the Order of Phoenix. As soon as Sirius's thoughts shifted to the Order of Phoenix, Loki's eyes imperceptibly narrowed. So they're reviving the Order of Phoenix. I predicted that, but not like this. Adam is preventing any information from spreading to Harry Potter. Why? Wouldn't that make Harry only get further annoyed with Adam? Loki had a soft, confused look on his face, since he didn't understand what that was about, but then he glanced lightly at Snape to see if the loved professor had any thoughts regarding the Order of Phoenix on him. And a stray thought in Snape's mind automatically derailed his thoughts down a rabbit hole. Harry has a piece of Voldemort's soul inside his scar. Question mark. So they're worried that Voldemort, now that he has advanced to a higher sequence, senses his soul inside Harry. Is that why Adam is worried about his plans being revealed? Is that why he corrupted Harry? To keep an eye on him for signs of Voldemort. Loki's frown deepened, but he said nothing. Hermione was the first to place her order. Could you give me 50 copies of the books please? Huh, what? Not just Loki but everyone was a little shocked. 50. There was an awkward pause, but Mr. World quickly took up Hermione on her offer, but he reminded her that this wasn't a joke and that none of the gods' gospels should be wasted. I hope you make sure none of the gospels are treated as table setters. Hermione nodded fervently and Loki was almost curious enough to peek into her body of heart and mind but decided against it at the last second since he wanted to surprise himself. She'll probably distribute it to students at school. But would that be allowed? What will she tell Professor McGonagall? That she's come in contact with an evil god who asked her to do this or something. Now that I think about it, she should be due for the next potion. Single quote. I have ingredients for this potion but I should tell her to figure things out on her own the next time. Next was Dominic who simply acted according to the orders he had received from High Command. I would like 30 copies please. And this surprised Loki, especially when he read Dominic's thoughts. Laura told him to get more copies of the gospel. She knew about this. How? I didn't even tell anyone about this, forget her directly. And why is she acting like she favors the error god? Single quote. I should check up on her. I would like 20 copies. Sirius asked while Snape remained silent for a while before he said, I would like 10 copies please. Mr. World didn't warn Snape on purpose because he knew that Snape was likely trying to keep up his image and couldn't really sell them to his various potioneer friends across the world or Death Eaters, but Loki also had something else planned for him. And so, Mr. Moon, could I make a deal with you? Snape was a little startled since he thought the number of books he had ordered was too low and that Mr. World was angry about that, but then he calmed himself and prevented himself from jumping to conclusions. Would you like to discuss it privately? Mr. World asked and Snape nodded much to the annoyed curiosity of all the other Tarot Club members, especially Sirius. Mr. World looked at Loki and he simply waved his hand to cause a simple curtain of darkness to surround the three of them. Once satisfied by the secrecy, Mr. World looked at Snape and spoke in a serious tone. I would like to commission you to plant an item onto a rather famous Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange. Hearing the nature of the request, Snape frowned since it was not an easy task. Especially when said woman hung around the Dark Lord nearly all the time she physically could. What do you think? Mr. World asked with a little nervousness since doing something like this meant Snape would take on several risks. So Loki tried to ease some of his worries. Please don't worry about it being tracked to you. I will use some of my credits with the Lord to grant you a concealment blessing for the duration of the task. Snape stared blankly at the shifting mosaic that was Mr. World's head for a few seconds before he asked a question in return. I will do it in exchange for a method to get into the forgotten land of gods. It was a statement but the question was clear, was Mr. World desperate enough to part with an even more important source of information? But Mr. World didn't appear taken aback and it seemed like he had predicted the response, so he answered calmly. There is a way that you can go there while being able to come back. I can foot the bill of credits that might be required for you to do so at least once as long as you can make sure that the item I give you is safely planted onto the target. Snape was surprised since he had been rejected one too many times already, so he thought about it for a while, before nodding since this seemed like something that would benefit him in the long run if he didn't have to risk himself to gain information on Voldemort through a simple deal with Mr. World. All right. After their little deal, it was Hermione who proposed a request. I would like for someone to help me make an item that can allow connection of various people instantaneously regardless of the distance between them. Preferably not through the spirit world, or if it is through the spirit world, I would like methods that cannot be tracked easily by anyone. Mr. World appeared interested in what Hermione was using all this for and quickly nodded and explained. As an artificer, I have several practical methods that could be implemented for achieving such an idea. I even have several experimental items that I could offer at a discount. But what would you be willing to pay for it? And how many people do you need to connect with each other? Hermione frowned as she spoke, slightly saddened. I want to connect about 40 to 50 people. I have a few £100 saved up in Muggle currency and about 30 galleons in wizarding currency. What would you prefer and how much? If that is too little, I could do with pointing me in the right direction. I could attempt to make the items myself since I've taken the basic ancient runes class at Hogwarts. Mr. World seemed to think for a while before he nodded. For 30 galleons I could only offer you an item that could connect about 3 people without letting anyone other than those 3 people operate the item reasonably. And without such protective measures. Mr. World looked at Hermione in silence as Loki peered at her body of heart and mind. She wants to set up an underground club at Hogwarts to spread the Mr. Error religion and create believers. Well, my surprise didn't last very long, did it now? And spoke softly. If you are going to use the items to do anything with Mr. Error, it is better to apply these protective measures lest someone else you don't want poking their noses into the matters figure out your ideas. Hermione shivered when Mr. World so easily guessed her intentions, but he continued nonetheless. If you don't care very much about such security matters, there are other solutions too. Loki wasn't stopping Hermione from using secretive measures since he guessed that in case Hermione was caught he could write an article about an underground club at Hogwarts that was caught worshipping an evil god. While most adults would avoid this evil god, Loki bet that there would be a few adventurous people who might try to contact him. It wasn't a well-thought-out plan and there were several holes in it, like how he would get behind publishing the true honorific name of Mr. Error in the paper since all the teachers would ask him to censor it immediately, but it was a plan he could somehow envision working in the future. The protean charm could be a solution, but another reasonably private option if you don't want anyone else to be able to intercept the messages. You might have to look into waxperts. They are mostly overlooked messengers in the spirit world that can directly transmit thoughts. But wouldn't they be easy to track? Hermione asked, unsure. Mr. World shook his head. Nah, there are too many waxperts around people all the time. And you wouldn't know which specific one was carrying your message, so given their tiny size it would be extremely difficult to trace them in any practical way. Divination would also not work for a similar reason since they're too small. People can destroy several of them at once though by simply laying a trap in the general area. I see, Hermione nodded, albeit a little confused, but she decided to look up the protean charm too. After all, it was better to keep options open so early for what she was planning. With their conversation sealed, silence returned, which was broken by Fleur. Mr. World, if I may? Fleur asked with a polite bow directed towards the illusory puppet. Loki looked at the girl and examined her body of heart and mind keenly but immediately became confused. The words seemed spiritually significant. What? Why? In the meantime, Mr. World nodded. What do you want to ask me, Miss Empress? Fleur looked straight at Mr. World, or where she assumed his eyes would be, and spoke softly. Could you tell me who wrote this Bible? Everyone put on strange expressions. Why would Miss Empress care about that? I wrote it myself after compiling several sources and memories that I have had from my experiences with Mr. Error and his various blessed throughout history. Mr. World spoke. I see. What do I do if I feel spiritual significance to a few words in the Bible? Everyone's eyes simultaneously widened as the words left Fleur's mouth. Some widened in confusion, but others, like Sirius, Dominic and Snape's, widened in a little bit of surprise. Mr. World too remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. One reason for such a thing happening would be because those words are a warning to yourself from your subconscious in the form of a spiritual enlightening. Fleur nodded. You said, one reason, what about the other? Mr. World stopped speaking then and looked straight at Mr. Error. Finally, Loki, as Mr. Error sighed. He interlocked his fingers and placed his chin on it while his elbows rested on the table. To feel spiritual significance to my words indicates one of two things. Fleur leaned in closer as she paid attention to each of Loki's words. The first one, the simpler of the two, would be, as World said, it is a subconscious warning. Fleur nodded. She had deduced as much. She only wondered if there was another reason, as the rest of the Tarot Club remained in silence to listen to this gossipy question. The second would be because someone higher up in your pathway, living still, was deeply influenced by those words and decided to include it into the spiritual knowledge of your sequence. Fleur frowned. She had never heard about any such thing from her family, so she quickly excluded them. But that only left one other person, which made her feel a slight shiver. There was a soft silence after that, where Mr. World quickly added, "There are also a few test spells that will come included in the copies of the Bible you will receive." Everyone's eyes widened when they heard that, but before they could ask a new question or react in any way, Mr. Error spoke. "Let us depart here for now." And with a wave of his hand, the connections were disrupted, leaving Loki alone in the endless sea of gray fog. Well, alone with Hermione. Mr. Error only looked at her for a few seconds before speaking. "Your next potion is ready, let me know when you will be ready to consume it in advance. But after that you're on your own for gathering potion ingredients. Your well-wisher doesn't want to make you dependent on him." And before Hermione could respond, Loki unplugged her connection. Hermione woke up with a slight start. Her nightmares had been getting stronger and stronger recently. She was inside her room in the Weasley household, back to sharing a room with Ginny while she stayed here. She hadn't made up with Ron though. "Will Mr. World let us know when we can get our books and send them through Mr. Error for us?" Not knowing the answer, Hermione looked out at the night sky and studied the various constellations that she felt like a part of herself ever since she had advanced to the astrologer sequence. Hermione lifted her pillow slowly to reveal a small black diary underneath the covers. She pulled it out and tapped it with her creamy-colored wand to reveal its true regal red. The cover opened and pages flipped quickly as they sorted through various pages of long and neatly organized text marked with different colors to keep track of things she had written down. Eventually, they stopped at a simple page. Timeline. Hermione read the notes on the page quickly. "According to the constellations and an astrolabe divination, I will be in charge of a secretive group of about 30 to 80 people this year. Responsibility will be given to me by someone important. Initial expectations are that I will be responsible for the believers Mr. World has tasked us all to gather, but several tangential interpretations can also be made, such as me being in charge of a group assigned to me by the headmaster or the deputy headmaster. Or even being in charge of a group that is responsible for tracking down mystical artifacts under the unspeakables in the ministry. But it could also mean that I am responsible for dealing with a group of Aurors regarding tracking down and keeping safe people caught in the stray fire between the fights of good and evil, the White Lord and the Dark Lord." Hermione's plan was simple. Whoever she was responsible for, she would make sure they were going to learn about Mr. Error and become a believer of him by learning about him and his spells. Those spells were particularly safe and impactful and were things that would definitely change the way dark spells, especially the unforgivables, were viewed. Since Hermione had discovered that the steal spell could be used to steal away an opponent's spell given enough skill. At least in theory. There were several other spells that Hermione felt would shake the world. Spells related to illusions, spells related to stealing thoughts, and spells relating to enhancing sight. Each spell seemed normal on the surface since its effects were described in a vague fashion. But it was this vague description that Hermione felt made these spells stronger than normal. Especially since the few spells Hermione had gotten around to trying were powerful enough once their usage was twisted. For example, Hermione was able to use the theft spell after combining it with a botched-up Accio spell to instantly teleport random items to herself. The trouble was, that Hermione had tried this on Ron's wand, and it had worked. She had been able to steal Ron's wand right from his hand without allowing him to retaliate in any way. Ron was so surprised by it that he almost cursed out loud that Hermione was a dark witch. But Hermione had rectified that by simply stealing away a few thoughts from Ron's body of heart and mind to make him forget the entire incident. Hermione was initially extremely happy with this development but quickly realized that the strength of her spells depended very much on Mr. Error's blessings. Since when she asked Ron to use this spell after telling him she'd read about it in an ancient tome, Ron failed to even steal a single hair from her. She had verified that Ron wasn't directly the problem, and the problem was that he wasn't devoted to Mr. Error by using divination. This was also why Hermione wanted to develop a secret communication system, because she wanted to make sure that the 50 people she would be in charge of would be able to communicate with each other about Mr. Error in secret. Especially when the Ministry was already taking strict actions to suppress information about Voldemort's resurrection from spreading too far. She had learned this from hanging around the edges of the Order of Phoenix. Their headquarters was currently the Weasley house. Hermione felt a little frustrated at the fact that the Ministry that everyone depended on was so corrupt, but she recognized that she couldn't do anything about it easily, especially not when she was at such a low sequence in her own pathway. Hermione slapped her cheeks lightly before motivating herself mentally. Come on, my own. You can do this. You must become a mid-sequence Beander by the end of the year. There was a slight pause before she thought again. I hope I can advance 2 times at least. A soft breeze sneaked in through the window and flipped a few more pages open. Leaving the book showing a page Hermione treasured, it was her real goal. Daphne, I will revive you. I'm sure Mr. Error will be able to help us. Snape knocked on Dumbledore's office and heard a quiet voice speak from inside. Come in. As soon as Snape stepped in, he found Dumbledore giving him an inquisitive gaze. You've found something. Snape simply nodded, not amazed by Dumbledore's deduction since he'd seen it several times before now at the meetings they had at the Weasleys every so often regarding matters related to the Order of Phoenix. I have secured a proposition that will allow for one person to travel to and from the Forsaken Land of Gods for a single time and no more. Dumbledore's eyes lit up instantaneously, but he kept his calm and spoke softly. Given your time, it's from the Tarot Club. Snape nodded and explained what was left unsaid. I need to plant a device onto a Death Eater that is close to him. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. That would be helpful for us too. Perhaps the member of the club who proposed this deal would like to work with us. Dumbledore asked patiently. Snape shook his head. I don't think that will be possible, since the deal has already been closed, but I don't think we're losing out on this by any means. I don't think there is a better source closer than me. Dumbledore nodded while stroking his long beard. Indeed. That is true indeed. Do you think I could get my hand on the item? No. I cannot risk doing that. Sigh, how difficult. Dumbledore continued to stroke his beard and looked at Snape with intrigue. How weird of you to be choosing sides. You never did that even when I asked you to test her. Snape said nothing, and after a few seconds of waiting to see if Dumbledore had anything else to say, he turned around and walked away to his office. Just as Snape was about to step out of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore spoke out loud. Ah. Severus, if possible you should get me a copy of the Gospel of Mr. Error that you will receive soon. Snape stopped, scowled and looked at Dumbledore, who just laughed lightly. Don't blame me. You were just too obvious about it, it's floating on the top of your head. So many thoughts about using miracles of resurrection. Bang. Ah. Young'uns, how feisty. Dumbledore looked out of the tall window on the left wall of the room. He watched the clouds for a bit as if studying their swirls and contours. It was only after some time that he turned towards a letter that was sitting on his desk. Albus, you only have a few months left. You only need to do this once. Are you still going to keep me away? Dumbledore looked at the letter for a few seconds before smiling and penning a reply. Believe it or not, I have a way to save myself. I told you it paid off to be good. Fate isn't as fickle as you believe her to be. Time passed and a month flew by pretty quickly. In this month, several things happened. All the Tarot Club members received their Gospels, which included surface-level stories written in the form of small plays that depicted stories and the kindness of Mr. Error and his strange miracles. The stories weren't realistic in a Beyondner sense, but were things Loki had cooked up after studying the various books in the Room of Requirements carefully. It was something that he had made to appear real for any Beander that wanted to validate it with history, but to a simple person, it served as a guide for the new spells that had been introduced to the magical world. Loki was currently looking at the complex system of worms of time sitting around in the Saphira castle that he had set up to keep blessing people's rituals that occurred when they were using his magical spells. Loki tinkered with a few more runes before the entire system was hidden once again inside the gray fog. 7 people in a month. Out of the nearly 100 books I printed, only 7 people used any of the spells. Wait, doesn't that mean only the people of the Tarot Club used it along with Walburga and Cassandra? I do feel my potion digest a little, but this is abysmal. It'll take me a million years at this rate, and the ritual is bound to fail. And I still haven't been able to track the Chaos Sea's connection to normal magic. Why didn't Rowena reveal how the Chaos Sea was hidden? HMPF. Lazy nutcrackers. Loki looked at the information he had given existence in the form of pages using his illusions with some worry. Specifically, he was looking at the potion that he had to make and feed to Tom Riddle when he would be inside his old body. It was a potion to make Tom Riddle ready for being sacrificed to the devils so that they could initiate contact. This is a rather strange potion, Loki concluded as he read through the pages. 21. After mixing the ingredients in the right order, drop in a sequence 3 blather or beander characteristic and let the potion marinate in the spirit world while it is dripped drop by drop on the body, which will eventually consume it once every day for the next month. And this is a little risky. Loki concluded. If I'm not wrong, putting Tom in the spirit world while giving him some of the sequence 3 blather or potion each day will probably allow him to regain his sanity, no matter how hard I try to keep him a secret. He shouldn't be able to speak or anything if I make an item from the sequence 3 mentor of deceit beander characteristics so that I can steal any such thoughts from him automatically, but if he uses the mythical creature form, even instinctually, it should give him the rationality of an animal. And given his knowledge about occlumency, he should be able to regain some sanity by segmenting his mind. He doesn't even need a continuous stream of consciousness to be able to cause trouble. He could simply regain his sanity for a moment and contact the real Voldemort. That would surely cause chaos in the spirit world. But I can't seal away our space in the spirit world with the help of Salazar, since if I did that, the devils who the ritual is supposed to help contact wouldn't be able to figure out what was happening in the first place. Loki's eyes shifted from the papers he was holding towards his body that was trapped in a fluidic container sac that had a dim bluish ethereal glow to it. Looking at the sack, Loki thought of his conversation with Walburga. Grandma, do you know of a way someone's soul can be stitched back together if one has all the parts, like all the hundreds of tiny pieces? Walburga frowned at the question but thought for the answer for a few seconds before shaking her head. I don't think I know of any such method. It is nearly impossible to stitch a soul back together into a whole after it has been broken into even 2 pieces, much less hundreds. Loki sighed and then entertained the more direct stray thought on his mind. Should I ask her for help? I mean, she is from the plantar pathway, and is likely going to be able to stitch souls together. But what do I tell her? Can I just sign a contract with her and trust her? But I'm pretty sure she could just tear away the binding that would wrap onto her soul because of the contract if she really wanted to do so. Perhaps not if it was the sun goddess herself directly, but that would mean involving the sun goddess in this too. Should I threaten her? I doubt that will work on her, and I doubt that is even necessary. She was different. I'm pretty sure she'll agree to anything I ask of her, but it just feels a little weird to trust her so plainly. Then can I do something that she needs? What does she even want? I can't even swindle her since I know next to nothing about her. Should I ask Myone about it? For the first time, Loki found himself at a slight loss about how he would proceed with asking Hermione about a random person. Asking Myone it is, I guess. Loki left the Saphira castle and quickly penned a simple letter to Hermione asking for information about. Greetings Myone. I hope you're all right and have done well over the holidays. I hope you have already started finishing our summer homework, since I would love for you to, accidentally, send me the summer homework so that I can, accidentally, read through it to, accidentally, compare how well I've done on my own and add to any deficiencies I find. Also, do you know anything about the girl in the 3rd year called Luna Lovegood? Perhaps you know her by the name Loony Lovegood instead. Thank you for being my friend. Who am I kidding? Of course, you would be my friend. I'm so cool after all. Your greatest friend, Loki. Loki then blew his whistle and called on Rowley, who he quickly sent away to Hermione with his letter. Hermione, who was sleeping, was forced awake when an owl started pecking her head. "You, this late in the night? Who sends a letter this late?" "Loki." Hermione looked at the owl and after wrestling with the darkness for a few seconds used her fingers to take the letter that was attached to the owl's feet. Luna. I don't know much else than that she's good in herbology and care of magical creatures. Hermione quickly wrote her response on the back of the same letter along with Luna's address before pausing for a little bit and scribbling something else quickly and sending it back with Rowley, who was trying to nibble on her hair since her hair was curly and moved like a worm under the moonlight. Loki, who was waiting patiently, found Rowley returning within a few minutes as he stole the letter from its legs before giving it a few kibbles to chew on as payment. As Loki read the letter he frowned more and more. This, undiscovered animals. She has a fascination for animals that haven't been found yet and are reported by the Quibbler to exist. I already knew about her interest in herbology and care of magical creatures since she always hung around the island in the center of the Black Lake. But what's the Quibbler? Loki gave his mind a few seconds to come up with anything from his memories, but he failed to remember anything about such a newspaper. Is it some niche newspaper or magazine that only a few people read? Loki guessed since Hermione seemed like the type. So all I can do is find some animals from the Quibbler and then strike a deal with her. Or is she the type of person to search for them herself because she enjoys the joy of searching? Perhaps gifting her the location of such an animal would be more fun. Either way, I have to go to that stupid ROB store to get the location of such animals if I decide on taking her help. Loki frowned for a while before shaking his head. I'll talk to her directly since Hermione provided me with the address. But would it be weird to randomly show up at her home to ask her for a favor? Loki didn't know if it would be rude and he didn't want to drag Walburga into something so simple, so he put the matter aside for now before switching to solving his issue with no believers. How do I get more people to use my spells? Do I just wait for the Tarot Club members to spread it around, or can I grease some hands to spread it faster? If I grease hands, I would probably need Walburga's help. Can I do it without her help though? I know that the spells are already pretty strong and will usher in a new range and subject of magics like transfiguration. But can I make them want to use it faster? Perhaps by making the spells a part of the Hogwarts curriculum. Loki frowned at this thought. So I'll have to ask Adam for help. Loki was not afraid of the idea but found depending on someone like Dumbledore rather strange. No, it would be better if I set up my own school of magic. But that would be rather foolish to do since I probably won't have any students attending. But what if I hijack and turn Hogwarts into my own school? Loki thought for a bit and as his gaze landed on an object on the ground, an idea sparked in his mind. I could do that, but it'll take me some time to establish it. Then along with the Tarot Club members spreading my true name, I could also do it in secret myself. A smile formed on Loki's face as he nodded. Yes, this is the perfect way forward for me. Loki's idea was simple. Simple in a theoretical sense, but practically he knew the idea he had settled on was bound to take him weeks if not the entirety of the rest of the summer vacation until the start of next year. To secretly start his own school at Hogwarts, he would unquestionably need Dumbledore's approval since he'd first have to ask either Snape or McGonagall, which would mean the news would eventually reach him anyway. Even if Loki tried to keep it a secret with Snape's help, he knew well that Dumbledore would immediately know what was going on when any significant number of students joined. And that was another problem in this entire situation. What's stopping Adam from investigating into my school when a lot of students join it? The only other way would be to use Salazar Slytherin's help to keep everything a secret so that even if Dumbledore stared the information in the face he wouldn't be able to comprehend it since Salazar would have hidden it away. But that had its own problem. If Loki used Salazar's help to set up a system for his own magic, Salazar would immediately realize what Loki was trying to do when he would hijack the current system of magic. While this wouldn't be a problem in the traditional sense with Salazar trying to stop him since he was a fan of Mr. Error and would probably even welcome Mr. Error joining their little experiment of magic. It would mean that Loki wouldn't be able to finish the advancement ritual for Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit. Since the advancement ritual needed Loki to parasitize a fundamental rule in the universe without anyone realizing he had done it, asking Salazar and by extension, Rowena for help would cause him to fail his ritual since he would no longer parasitize anything. He was just in a symbiotic relationship. And so Loki had come up with a theoretically simple solution. There was one common way Loki could communicate with everyone at Hogwarts all at once. And he was sure that he could do it in a way such that he could always keep the entire process a secret. The idea had emerged after looking at the item Rowena had gifted him for waking her up. The item was the simple chatterbox. With the item's ability to control people's dreams, Loki aimed to modify the item to connect it with the Saphira Castle so that it could use the Grey Fog. For what did he want to do that? Loki wanted to connect the dreams of all the people in Hogwarts using the chatterbox and obscure all those connections with the help of the Grey Fog. And in this common dream, Loki would run his own school. It was a pseudo-tarot club sort of thing. A brilliant plan if I say so myself. Sometimes my own genius scares me. But thinking of such a plan was simpler than actually implementing it in reality. Loki had experience working with the Saphira Castle before when he invented the ring that would allow him to teleport items to and from the outside world and the Saphira Castle as long as he wished. He did that by anchoring himself to the castle with the symbol of the error pathway behind his seat. But working with the Grey Fog wasn't as easy as he had expected it to be. There was no way for him to directly exert control over the Grey Fog while he was outside the castle. He did have access to a meager amount of Grey Fog after advancing to Sequence 4 Parasite. And he could exploit that connection with the help of the Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit Beander characteristic, but Loki wanted to make a system that did not depend on that. That was because Loki knew he would have to use the Beander characteristic to keep Tom from escaping when he was fully repaired and being tortured with drops of his Sequence 3 Blatherer potion. As such, Loki came up with a compromise. The system wouldn't be guarded as heavily as Loki had imagined it to be. Instead, Loki would only use the meager Grey Fog he had control over while outside the Saphira Castle. And as soon as an attack was detected, Loki would make sure that he would go to the Saphira Castle himself to fully defend against the intrusion by using the entirety of Grey Fog then. It wasn't a perfect system. But it was the best Loki could do for now, and he didn't have time to do much better when there were so many things revolving around him all the time. On the side, Loki had started working on fixing his malnourished-looking old body. Although the Grey Fog had prevented it from rotting too much, Loki still needed to fix the body and bring it to the perfect condition so that Tom's soul wouldn't reject it more than it already would. For that, Loki had dunked his old body into a unique potion. It was a potion he had read about earlier and even seen it being used. In fact, he already had a small copy of the potion with him. It was the Polyjuice potion. The potion Loki was using wasn't exactly the Polyjuice potion, but it was very similar. The Polyjuice potion was something that transformed a person into the exact replica of another person whose hair or nails could be obtained. The potion was rich in nutrients and, unlike transfiguration, physically altered the body by pumping it with the right nutrient ingredients such that the body would morph and look exactly like the genetic information obtained. Of course, the potion did a lot more, and this was just a high-level explanation, but Loki ended up using this new potion he had created by modifying the Polyjuice potion to repair his old body to look exactly like his new one. Except since his old body was dead, he had to depend on the body's natural absorption factor for the Polyjuice potion to be mixed into it. The body was swimming around in a deep vat in a corner of the Saphira Castle undisturbed. Loki observed the process every few hours and made sure that nothing was going wrong. This wasn't something he did out of impatience. It was something Loki did out of worry, since it made him a little afraid to be healing a body that had been corrupted by an actual true god before. Even though the fear was irrational, Loki still felt it each time he looked at the body swimming in the vat in such a relaxed manner. I hope things go smoothly this year, Loki wished as he continued to work on the golden chatterbox which he was modifying for his secret school. Things had never been easy for him, especially since the third year. And so when Loki had himself stepped into making long-term plans to execute his own advancement rituals, he felt like he was right at home. I just have to make sure that there is absolutely no way for anyone to interfere with me. But there's also that strange person out there who can mess up my memories. Loki frowned as he worked diligently to carve a rune. But then smiled again. I'd like to see that person try messing with me after I become a sequence 3. But then he frowned again. And then there's Grindelwald. What am I going to do with him? Loki heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the massive tapestry of runes he had carved to be placed onto the tiny ring that was in front of him. It took him a few careful weeks of patient enchanting and carving to get everything just right. He had almost decided to quit midway through because of some of the problems he'd faced, but after asking Nicholas and Purnell for a little bit of help in figuring things out, he was back on track. This is going to be a huge change for the wizarding world. Most will probably hate it though. I guess the Aurors and Duelers might like it. Loki couldn't believe that what he had dreamed of not long ago had turned into a reality in just a month. But it is only going to apply to Hogwarts and the Tarot Club members for now. Still, this is going to be pretty monumental. I'm sure plenty of people will be confused by it and will also want to hijack it and try to monetize people's access to this. But it should have no problems unless the person involved is at least a true god themselves. Even then, if they're careless, I can react immediately and hide it using the gray fog. Over the past month, Loki had not only figured out a way to spread his magic around and teach everyone about it, but he also made sure to figure out everything he could about Luna Lovegood from random people he knew like Hermione, but most of his information came from Professor Snape directly. He hadn't asked Snape about Luna directly, but had asked if there was a way he could get in touch with the writers behind Quibbler, which Hermione had told him about. Snape had give him Luna's information after that so that he could make the best first impression while avoiding any landmines that he might want to avoid in conversation. Through all this, Loki learnt that her mother had died due to a magical experiment earlier, and he also figured out that the Quibbler, which was an alternative to the Daily Prophet and his own newspaper the Hogwarts Honest Mill, was written by Luna's father Xenophilius Lovegood. Loki hadn't visited her yet because he was rather focused on making the item that he was going to use to complete the digestion of his parasite potion. And also because he thought, since she'll be at Hogwarts anyway, I'll just ask her about it then. Since Tom's body wasn't ready yet, so there was no point getting ahead of himself and ask someone to fix his soul for him. Loki flicked his wand and covered the tapestry of runes that stood tall in the Saphira Castle with the gray fog, leaving it to unveil it later when the tarot meeting for this month happened. With his preparations done, Loki left the Saphira Castle and landed back in his room where there was a suit and coat laid out on the bed that he had to wear to his destination with Walburga. Over the last month, Sirius had left the Black House several times after Walburga had decided to use him as a bargaining chip with Dumbledore so that she could show him the support of the Black family so that he wouldn't pressure them politically as much. Walburga had already taken charge of several businesses that had been operating freely ever since the house was left to Loki and Creature, and along with it she had to call on for favors from her old friends who did their best to appease her since they knew life would be much miserable if they didn't. Walburga had already arranged an official printing station for Hogwarts Honest Mill and had already turned the entire model into a subscription service which would guarantee that subscribers would get their newspapers each day for a cheaper price overall. Even then, Hogwarts Honest Mill was making bank since most people didn't buy every edition of the newspaper since a lot of them only bought the paper for the special edition cards for Arcadia Royale that were occasionally released. Walburga had also already renegotiated the deal Loki had with Bilton Blinds, the outcome of which Loki had seen in the form of Bilton nearly crying out his body weight as he exited the room after their negotiations. "Aren't you being a bit too harsh, Grandma?" "Harsh? What's that? Is it something I can make money off of?" Loki just shook his head and let it be. Today, however, Loki and Walburga had decided to pay Cassandra's orphanage a short visit to meet Elaine. And so, Loki was making sure that he'd be at his best so that he wouldn't cause Elaine to feel embarrassed in front of her friends. Wearing the suit after a quick shower, Loki found himself admiring how he looked in the mirror for a few minutes. For some reason this style which Walburga and Creature originally forced on him had started to grow on him. He nodded to himself while looking into the mirror before leaving the room to meet Walburga, who was already waiting for him downstairs. She scanned him from top to bottom, trying to see if he had put on clothes according to his own sense of fashion, but seeing nothing glowing brightly, Walburga gave him a nod of approval before extending her hand. Loki shook his head quickly. "No. I'm not apparating. That is uncomfortable and annoying. The spell Mr. Error gave me is much easier." Walburga looked annoyed at the fact that she was essentially being escorted by Loki and made up her mind to learn the new spells in the book Loki had given her. Her growing age and the slight pain she felt in her bones after being squeezed into a thin tube while apparating might have also been a factor. So Loki extended his hand instead, and after Walburga grabbed it they vanished from the living room without a sound. Coming down a few seconds later, Sirius looked around to search for Walburga before failing to find her. Creature teleported with a pop and looked at Sirius with a frown. "What does Master be wanting? Where's she?" Creature's eyes narrowed, but he answered anyway. "Lady Black has left the house with Master Loki." "Huh, why didn't I hear them apparating away then?" Sirius asked, but before he could think any further, Creature simply chided him. "Not everyone is as bad at apparition as Master Black." And before Sirius could respond, Creature vanished and went back to finishing his tasks with a softer pop, as if showing him that even the slave was better than the master. Loki and Walburga arrived at the orphanage on a silent street as they looked around and oriented themselves. "Although I haven't been here a long time, it doesn't feel like much time has passed since then at all." Walburga walked ahead with confidence and quickly stood in front of the door to the orphanage, where she pulled on a small chain that was hanging on from the ceiling. Ding ** dong. The doorbell rang and a flurry of footsteps rushed towards the door. There were slight thuds that indicated that a few people taking those steps had fallen, but even more had joined the fray. Loki was worried that there was a stampede. He wasn't worried about the other kids, he was more so worried that Elaine had fallen. "How can my little sister fight off all those evil kids?" In a few moments, the door flew open, showing Loki and Walburga the faces of several children of all ages, big or small, as they peered through the door to look at who had come. Loki looked at them all for a few seconds as he searched for Elaine, but he couldn't find her. Worried that she had fallen and gotten trampled over in a stampede, Loki was about to turn on his spirit vision to check through the crowd, but that was when someone quickly stepped down the stairs. The person was wearing a cute pink frock patterned with several little white flower buds that were nearly open and looked like the sparkles around a fairy's dress. Loki's eyes widened when they landed on the little girl, as did the girl's when she looked at him. "Elaine, big brother." Walburga smiled, seeing her two enthusiastic little adopted children, as she too felt happy seeing their enthusiasm. The other children that had crowded around the door widened their eyes before looking at Loki with some admiration too. Loki completely missed this, however, since he was focused only on Elaine, who was happily running towards him. Even though the two of them had seen each other so recently, both Loki and Elaine had large smiles on their faces as they rushed towards each other. Elaine jumped into the air and forced Loki to grab her out of it, swing her around and spin around with her before letting her down. Once Elaine was satisfied by her hugs, she stopped to look around and finally noticed Walburga. Her brows furrowed for a bit while Loki felt a little tense about how he was going to handle Elaine not recognizing Walburga. Should I add a thought to her body of heart and mind to make her remember Walburga? But she is my sist. Before Loki could think any more, Elaine's brows shot up as her eyes widened before she pointed at Walburga and shouted, "Witch!" Loki was shocked. She remembers. And then he felt pride in his little sister. Walburga laughed grandmotherly just like a witch would and patted Elaine's head softly before looking at her and then at the other kids before asking them all, "Where's Aunt Cassandra?" There was a buzzing silence as the children talked to each other around themselves before one of them spoke out loud. Aunt Cassandra said she had to go visit her friends, so she left us alone for a little while. She left me and a few other children in charge of everyone's safety until then. Walburga nodded before asking a question again. Do you know how long it'll take her to return? She told us she'd be here in an hour, and that was half an hour ago, so only half an hour more. With the information out, Walburga decided she would stay here and wait for Cassandra while having fun with all the children, especially her granddaughter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.